Okay, beautiful. Book 1. Depths and Lessons. Character and self-control. My grandfather Varys. Character and self-control. My father, from my own memories and his reputation. Integrity and manliness. My mother. my, my mother. Her reverence for the divine. Divine. Her generosity. Her inability not only to do wrong, but even to conceive of doing it, and the simple way she lived, not in the least like the rich. My grandfather, my grandfather, to avoid the public schools, to hire good private teachers, and to accept the resulting costs as money well spent. My first teacher, not to support this side or that in chariot racing, this fight or that in the games, to put up with discomfort and not make demands, to do my own work, mind my own business, and have no time for slanderers. Diogenes, not to waste time on nonsense, not to be taken in by conjurers and hoodoo artists with their talk about incantations and exorcism, and all the rest of it. Not to be obsessed with quail fighting or other crazes like that, to hear unwelcome truths, to practice philosophy and to study with Bacchius, and then with Tendaces and Marcianus, to write dialogues as a student, to choose the Greek lifestyle, the camp bed and the cloak. Rusticus, the recognition that I needed to train and discipline my character, not to be sidetracked by my interests in rhetoric, not to write treatises on abstract questions or deliver moralizing little sermons or compose imaginary descriptions of the simple life or the man who lives only for others, to steer clear of oratory, poetry, and belles letters, not to dress up, just to stroll around the house or things like that, to write straightforward letters like the one he sent my mother from Sinuessa, and to behave in a conciliatory way when people who have angered or annoyed us want to make up. I can't believe people actually watch this, what the hell. Wait, where was I? Wake up. To read attentively, not to be satisfied with just getting the gist of it, and not to fall for every smooth talker, and for introducing me to Epictetus lectures and loaning me his own copy. Number 8. We have Apollonius. Independence and unvarying reliability, and to pay attention to nothing, no matter how fleeting, except the logos, and to be the same in all circumstances. Intense pain, the loss of a child, chronic illness, and to see clearly from his example that a man can show both strength and flexibility. His patience in teaching, and to have seen someone who clearly viewed his expertise and ability as a teacher as the humblest of virtues, and to be learned how to accept favors from friends without losing your self-respect or appearing ungrateful. Yeah, it's a good book, I know. Jade, thank you for being the first one to comment. Hold on, I gotta fix my sound, I think. Alright. If you're wondering, this is Meditations, a classic book by Marcus Aurelius. Alright. Number 9. Sextus. Kindness. as example of fatherly authority in the home, what it means to live as nature requires, gravity without airs, to show intuitive sympathy for sympathy, sim, sympathy, sympathy for friends, tolerance to amateurs and sloppy thinkers, his ability to get along with everyone. Sharing his company was the highest of compliments and opportunity and honor for those around him. Those around him. To investigate and analyze, with understanding and logic, the principles we ought to live by. Not to display anger or other emotions, to be free of passion and yet full of love. To praise without bombast, to display expertise without pretension. Can you guys follow so far? I hope so. I'll get better over time, don't worry about it. Okay, number 10. The literacy critic Alexander. Not to be constantly correcting people, and in particular, not to jump on them whenever they make an error or of usage or a grammatical mistake or mispronounce something, but just answer the question or add another example or debate the issue itself, not their phrasing, or make some other contribution to the discussion and insert the right expression unobtrusively. Number 11. Pronto. To recognize the malice, cunning, and hypocrisy that power produces, and the peculiar ruthlessness often shown by people from good families. Where am I from? I'm from Germany. I can read Russian. Maybe I should add that. I can read Russian. I can understand English and German. Yeah. I think most people that see my stuff are actually German. That's what my analytics say. Maybe I can add that even. Wait, let me add some text. Hold on. This is gonna be very professional and good. It's gonna look so good. Okay, hold on. I speak Ger in Rush. Then you I look German, are you kidding me? I don't know if I take it as a compliment, my man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah. No way. I don't know if I like that. I'm not blonde or anything. How do you get that idea? Alright. There you go. I speak Ger, Ing, and Roos. I think you can see it now. Alright. Let's not get behind in our studies. Oh, your brother looks like me. That's cool. So, but we can't get behind in our studies. We have to advance in the book. Number 11. Pronto. To recognize the malice, cunning, and hypocrisy that power produces, and the peculiar ruthlessness often shown by people from good families. Number 12. Alexander the Platonist. Not to be constantly telling people or writing them that I'm too busy unless I really am. Similarly, not to be always ducking my responsibilities to the people around me because of pressing business. Alright. Number 13. Catullus. Not to shrug off a friend's resentment, even unjustified resentment, but try to put things right. To show your teachers ungrudging respect. The Domitius and what are these names? The Domitius and Athenodotus story, and your children unfeigned love. Alright. My brother, number 14, Severus. to love my family, truth and justice. It was through him that I encountered Theresia, Helvidius, Cato, Dion, and Brutus, and conceived of a society of equal laws, governed by equality of status and of speech. I am 24 as of now. It's close to 26. Oh, thanks for following. To number 14, my brother, Severus. You were kind of close. To love my family, truth and justice. It was through him that I encountered Theresia, Helvidius, Cato, Dion, and Brutus, and conceived of a society of equal laws, governed by equality of status and of speech, and of rulers who respect the liberty of their subjects above all else. And from him as well, to be steady and consistent in valuing philosophy. Value philosophy, guys, is important. And to help others, and to be eager to share. Not to be a pessimist, and never to doubt your friend's affection for you. And to help others, and to be eager to share. Not to be a pessimist, and never to doubt your friend's affection for you. And that, that's actually a pretty good thought, I'm not gonna lie. And that when people incurred his disapproval, they always knew it. And that his friends never had to speculate about his attitude to anything. It was always clear. Number 15, Maximus. Self-control and resistance to distractions. Optimism in adversity, especially illness. A personality in balance. Dignity and grace altogether. Doing your job without whining. Without whining, by the way. Maximilian. Yeah, I can display German in a bit. I also have German books. Maybe I'll read a German book in the next one, but right now we're at Marcus Aurelius. But yeah, a good part about being German is that you can read things like Nietzsche, and I don't know if I want to read Kant, but Nietzsche, for example, is someone who writes in German originally, so that is something pretty cool, right? That you can just read the original, because I've seen so many, what is it? Ja, die sind gut. Hast du gelesen? I've seen so many quotes of old Greeks and philosophers and whatever, right? That were misquoted so badly that it sounded like ass. So it's nice to be able to read the original. Anyway, where was I? We had the Maximilian, right? We had him done. No, I think we're still... Let's read Maximilian again. I think it was very important. No, Maximus. Number 15. Maximus. Self-control and resistance to distractions. Optimism in adversity, especially illness. A personality in balance. Dignity and grace altogether. Doing your job without whining. Yeah, you did. Other people's certainty that what he said was what he thought, and what he did was done without malice. Never taking aback or apprehensive, neither rash nor hesitant, or bewildered, or at a loss. Not obsequious, but not aggressive or paranoid either. Thanks, man. We can read all these books together. Yeah, bro. Generosity, charity, and honesty. The sense he gave of staying on the path rather than being kept on it. That no one could have ever felt patronized by him, or in a position to patronize him. A sense of humor. Okay, I'll check them out, I guess. My adopted father. Number 16. Compassion. Unwavering adherence to decisions. Once he reached them, indifference to superficial honors, hard work, persistence, listening to anyone who could contribute to the public good. His dogged determination, by the way. Sorry, that was a very interesting word by Marcus Aurelius. Where was I? Dogged. Where's the word dogged? Here. See this? Can you read this? No, you can't read it. Why is there the word dogged? I didn't know that was an actual English word. His dogged determination to treat people as they deserved. A sense of when to push and when to back off. Putting a stop to the pursuit of boys. Putting a stop to the pursuit of boys. Let that sink in. His altruism. Not expecting his friends to keep him entertained at dinner or to travel with him, unless they wanted to. And anyone who had to stay behind to take care of something always found him the same when he returned. His searching questions at meetings, a kind of single-mindedness, almost never content with first impressions, or breaking off the discussion prematurely. His searching questions at meetings. Oh wait, I just read that. His constancy to friends, never getting fed up with them or playing favorites. His self-reliance, always, and cheerfulness. Damn, this guy has so much to say about, okay? And his advanced planning. Well in advance. And his discreet attention to even minor things. His restriction on acclamations and all attempts to flatter him. His constant devotion to the empire's needs. Was geht?
Hello, your crew has to tell you there's no sound.
There's no sound. Hä? Doch, da kann mich hören.
Huh?
Da kommt mich hören.
Ich dich nicht.
Bist du auf TikTok?
YouTube.
Auf YouTube no sound? Wait, how old are you? Ich guck kurz. Ich schau kurz, ja? Kannst du mir gleich Feedback geben?
Ja.
Geil. We have a technical issue. Hold on. I don't know why, but there is no sound on the stream on the YouTubes. Audio. I don't actually know why. From what age are you okay with? It's actually fine, whichever age you are. I kind of like, well, actually it's completely fine. It doesn't matter which age you are, as long as you care about the right things, in my opinion. Let me see. Du hörst gar nichts. Das ist ein geiler Stream.
Ich habe volle Lautstärke.
Mhm. Completely silent. Damn, wait. I don't know why it's like that, actually. I can put like the shittiest mic for that stream and see if it changes. Check how it sounds now. It's going to sound horrible, but it's going to sound like something at least. How is it? Yeah. Sorry for the interruption.
Did I watch her?
Mm-hmm. I'm talking to Jade right now. He's a German.
Aber wenn er dich hört.
Ja, er hört mich über TikTok.
Ah.
Kannst du das checken im anderen Raum?
Ja.
Cool. I have to keep reading. Alright. Because everyone here is for the reading, of course. You guys want to read about Marcus Aurelius now? Oh, I'll tell her when she's back. Lucy? Hallo von Jade. She says hello as well. Alright. Where were we? His attitude to the gods, no superstitiousness, and his attitude to men, no demagoguery, no currying favor, no pandering, always sober, always steady and never vulgar or a prey to fads. The way he handled the marshal comforts that fortune had supplied him in such abundance, without arrogance. Without arrogance. Damn, I really can't look away or I always lose where I was. It will get more, don't worry. It will get better soon. Fuck it, let's just start here. No one ever called him glib or shameless or pedantic. They saw him for what he was, a man tested by life, accomplished, unswayed by flattery, qualified to govern both himself and them. His respect for people who practiced philosophy, at least those who were sincere about it. Are you guys sincere about philosophy? Ask yourself that. Oh my god, why do I keep doing that? Sincere about it. There it is. But without denigrating the others or listening to them. His ability to feel at ease with people and to put them at their ease without being pushy. His willingness to take adequate care of himself, not a hypochondriac or obsessed with his appearance, but not ignoring things either, with the result that he hardly ever needed. Thanks, dude. That he hardly ever needed. Medical attention or drugs or any sort of salve or ointment. This is particular. His willingness to yield the floor to experts in oratory, law, psychology, whatever, and to support them energetically so that each of them could fulfill his potential. That he respected tradition without needing to constantly congratulate himself for safeguarding our traditional values. I wish you could give me that chicken nugget. That I wasn't raised by my grandfather's... Wait, hold on. Let's give a page. Not prone to go off on tangents. Tangents, by the way. Not prone to go off on tangents or pulled in all directions, but sticking with the same old places and the same old things. Mayonnaise. The way he could have one of his migraines and then go right back to what he was doing. Fresh and at the top of his game. That he had so few secrets, only state secrets, in fact, and not all that many of those. The way he kept public actions within reasonable bounds, games, building projects, distributions of money, and so on, because he looked to what needed doing and not the credit to be gained from doing it. Guys, this is important. If you don't have mayonnaise, I don't know what I would want actually. Yogurt, fuck it. This is important, I'll read it again. Genuinely listen to this, okay? Even though I have a pen in my mouth, it's important. The way he kept public action... this one. Because he looked to what he needed doing and not to the credit to be gained from doing it. Guys, don't do stuff because you want some kind of status. Do it because it's important. No bathing at strange hours. No self-indulgent building projects. No concern for food or the cut and color of his clothes. Or having attractive slaves. Slaves. The rope from his farm at Lorium. Most of the things at Lanuvium, the way he accepted the customs agent's apology at Tusculum, etc. He never exhibited rudeness, lost control of himself, or turned violent. No one ever saw him sweat. Everything was to be approached logically and with due consideration, in a calm and orderly fashion, but decisively, and with no loose ends. Mm, you could have said of him, you could have said of him, as they say of Socrates, that he knew. Hold on. I gotta take a sip of my tea. Ever. I have a tea right here, but I don't want it to go completely cold. It's black tea. Black tea. I know, everyone cared. So I gave the answer already. Can I drink this tea with a pen in my mouth, or is that a really bad idea? Alright, that kind of worked, honestly. I didn't have to take it out, actually. Okay. Let's continue. Maybe it's kind of, I guess it's kind of a sign, right? I think you want to see the book as well, but fuck it. You just listen to me while I say it to you. We had this, we had this. He never exhibited rudeness, lost control of himself, or turned violent. No one ever saw him sweat. Everything was to be approached logically and with due consideration, in a calm and orderly fashion, but decisively, and with no loose ends. You could have said of him, as they say of Socrates, that he knew how to enjoy and abstain from things that most people find it hard to abstain from, and all too easy to enjoy. Strength, perseverance, self-control in both areas, the mark of a soul in readiness indomitable. Maximus illness. Number 17. Kannst gleich einziehen. Number 17. The gods. That I had good grandparents, a good mother and a father, a good sister, good teachers, good servants, good relatives, friends, almost without exception, and that I never lost control of myself with any of them, although I had it in me to do that, and I might have, easily. But thanks to the gods, I was never put in that position, and so escaped the test. That I wasn't raised by my grandfather's girlfriend for longer than I was, or that I didn't lose my virginity too early. And didn't enter adulthood until it was time. Put it off even. Well, let me change something real quick. I want to see if this is a little better, so you can genuinely see. One sec. How's this? I guess you don't see my beautiful hair, right? But you can see the tea, and you can see the book. So I think that's a win. That I had someone as a ruler and as a father who could keep me from being arrogant and make me realize that even at court you can live without a troop of bodyguards. And gorgeous clothes, lamps, sculpture, the whole charade. That you can behave almost like an ordinary person without seeming slovenly or careless as a ruler or in carrying out official obligations. That I had the kind of brother I did, one whose brother challenged me to improve my own, one whose love and affection enriched my life. Bro. Ich hab schon gesagt, du kannst einziehen. Let me see. One sec. Can I pull these things? I'm sorry, I've never streamed. I don't know how the hell this is, looks or works. So if you suddenly don't hear me, please tell me about it. That'll be great. Okay. That I had the kind of brother I did, one whose character challenged me to improve my own, one whose love and affection enriched my life. That my children weren't born stupid or physically deformed, that I wasn't more talented in rhetoric or poetry or other areas. If I'd felt that I was making better progress, I might never have given up. This guy's thankful that he wasn't good at poetry. That I conferred on the people who brought me up the honors they seemed to want early on, instead of putting them down, since they were still young, with the hope that I would do it later. That I knew Apollonius and Rusticus and Maximus. That I was born clear, that I was shown clearly and often what it would be like to live as nature requires. The gods did all they could through their gifts, their help, their inspiration, to ensure that I could live as nature demands. And if I failed, it's no one's fault but mine, because I didn't pay attention to what they told me, to what they taught me, practically step by step. Why don't I? I don't. Actually, I don't know how long how big their room is. I would say this is like 3 meters. I'm not gonna lie, it's really small. That my body was held out, especially considering the life I've led. That I never laid a finger on Benedicta or on Theodotus, and that even later, when I was overcome by passion, I recovered from it. That even though I was often upset with Rusticus, I never did anything I would have regretted later. That even though she died young, at least my mother spent her last years with me. That whenever I felt like helping someone who was short of money or otherwise in need, otherwise in need, otherwise in need. Boy, that's hard to say. Hold on. Helping others. Whenever I felt like helping someone who was short of money or otherwise in need, I never had to be told that I had no resources to do it with, and that I was never put in the position myself of having to take something from someone else. That I have the wife I do, obedient, loving, humble, that my children had competent teachers, remedies granted through dreams. When I was coughing blood, for instance, and having fits of dizziness, and the one at Qaeda, that when I became interested in philosophy, I didn't fall into the hands of charlatans, and I didn't get bogged down in writing treatises and become absorbed by logic chopping, or preoccupied with physics, all things for which we need the help of fortune and the gods. Otherwise, take this. Otherwise. That sounds kind of normal. That sounds like a normal person. Otherwise. So, was that actually the entire first book? That would be crazy. Oh no, we're not done yet. One more. Where the hell am I? Hold on. Oh no, that was the first book. Nah, that's crazy. Okay, book 2. Check this. Yeah. On the River Gran, among the Quadi. I've read this one multiple times actually, it's pretty good. So listen up, this one's good. Number 1. When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are all like this because they can't tell good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of God and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own, not of the same blood of birth, but the same mind and possessing a share of the divine. Possessing a share. Possessing a. Possessing. Hold on, we were gonna say this very good. But the same mind and possessing a share of the divine, and so no one of them can hurt me. No one can implicate me in ugliness, not can I feel angry at my relative or hate him. We were born to work together like feet, hands and eyes, like the two rows of teeth, upper and lower. To obstruct each other is unnatural. To feel anger at someone, to turn your back on him, these are obstructions. Hast du Videos, die ich stalken kann? Ich habe lange Videos, die du stalken kannst, die sind auf YouTube. Da heiße ich genau, wie ich auf TikTok heiße, glaube ich. Should be 3 Del Stein, the same way as on TikTok. I just didn't put the link on TikTok because I think TikTok hates it when you put links on other pages, so I didn't do it. Yeah, enjoy the videos. They're not that good yet. I'm trying to get better, as you can see. So, number 2. Whatever this is that I am, it is flesh and a little spirit and an intelligence. Throw away your books. Stop letting Stop letting yourself be distracted. That is not allowed. Instead, as if you were dying right now, despise your flesh. A mess of blood, pieces of bone, a woven tangle of nerves, veins, arteries. Consider that the spirit is air, and never the same air, but vomited out and gulped in again every instant. Finally, the intelligence. Think of it this way. You're an old man. Stop allowing your mind to be a slave, to be jerked about by selfish impulses, to kick against fate and the present, and to mistrust the future. Number 3. What is divine is full of providence. Even chance is not divorced from nature, from the inweaving and unfolding of things governed by providence. Everything proceeds from it, and then there is necessity and the needs of the whole world, of which you are a part. Whatever the nature of the whole does, and whatever serves to maintain it, is good for every part of nature. The world is maintained by change in the elements and in the things they compose. That should be enough for you. Treat it as an axiom. Discard your thirst for books. Discard your thirst for books, so that you won't die in bitterness, but in cheerfulness and truth, grateful to the gods, from the bottom of your heart. Number 4. Remember how long you've been putting this off, how many extensions the gods gave you. You didn't use them. At some point you have to recognize what world it is that you belong to, what power rules it, and from what source you spring. That there's a limit to the time assigned, and if you don't use it to free yourself, it will be gone and it will never return. Okay, short tea break. Give me a second. So, do you guys read philosophy? Or do you read philosophy? At all? Alright, that didn't work out very well. Hold on. That is not working. Okay, wait. Hold on. I'm sorry for drinking the tea so loudly, but there's no other way. Give me a second. Oh my god. Jade, I can put the YouTube link into the bio, but I'll do it after I'm done. Then you can see it. You don't have to search for it. It's okay. Mm, okay. So we were at number 4. Remember how long you've been putting. No, we were at number 5. Sorry, sorry. Concentrate every minute like a Roman, like a man, one doing what's in front of you, with precise and genuine seriousness, tenderly, willingly, with justice, and on freeing yourself from all other distractions. Yes, you can. If you do everything as it were the last thing you were doing in your life, you stop being aimless. Stop letting your emotions override what your mind tells you. Stop being hypocritical, self-centered, irritable. You see how few things you have to live a satisfying and reverent life. If you can manage this, that's all even the gods can ask of you. Yes, keep on degrading yourself, soul, but soon your chance at dignity will be gone. Everyone gets one life. Yours is almost used up. And instead of treating yourself with respect, you have entrusted your own happiness to the souls of others. I'm not gonna lie, this is like I'm biting this pen so hard when I try to speak that it might snap into 2 pieces any second. But anyway, and instead of treating yourself with respect, you have entrusted your own happiness to the souls of others. Do external things distract you? Then make time for yourself to learn something worthwhile. Stop letting yourself be pulled in all directions, but make sure you guard against the other kind of confusion. People who labor all their lives but have no purpose to direct every thought and impulse towards are wasting their time, even when hard at work. Number 8. Ignoring what goes into the other people's souls. No one ever came to grief that way. But if you won't keep track of what your own soul's doing, how can you not be unhappy? Number 9. Don't ever forget these things. The nature of the world, my nature, how I relate to the world, what proportion of it I make up. That you are part of nature and no one can prevent you from speaking and acting in harmony with it. In comparing sins, the way people do, Theophrastus says that the one committed out of desire are worse than the ones committed out of anger, which is good philosophy. The angry man seems to turn his back on reason out of a kind of pain and inner convulsion. But the man motivated by desire, who is mastered by pleasure, seems somehow more self-indulgent, less manly in his sins. Theophrastus is right and philosophically sound to say that the sin committed out of pleasure deserves a harsher rebuke than the one committed out of pain. The angry man is more like a victim of wrongdoing provoked by pain to anger. The other man rushes into wrongdoing on his own, moved by action, by desire. You could leave right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. If the gods exist, then to abandon human beings is not frightening. The gods would never subject you to harm, and if they don't exist, or don't care what happens to us, what would be the point of living in a world without gods or providence? But they do exist. They do care what happens to us and everything a person needs to avoid real harm. They have placed within him. If there were anything harmful on the other side of death, they would have made sure that the ability to avoid it was within you. If it doesn't harm your character, how can it harm your life? Nature would not have overlooked such dangers through failing to recognize them, or because it saw them but was powerless to prevent or correct them. Nor would it ever, through inability or incompetence, make such a mistake as to let good and bad things happen indiscriminately to good and bad alike. But death and life, success and failure, pain and pleasure, wealth and poverty, all these happen to good and bad alike, and they are neither noble nor shameful, and hence neither good or bad. Number 12. The speed with which all of them vanish, the objects in the world and the memory of them is time, and the real nature of things our senses experience, especially those that entice us with pleasure or frighten us with pain or are loudly trumpeted by pride. To understand those things, how stupid, contemptible, grimy, decaying, and dead they are, that's what our intellectual powers are for, and to understand what those people really amount to, whose opinions and voices constitute fame, and what dying is, and that if you looked at it in the abstract and break down your imaginary ideas of it by logical analysis, you realize that it's nothing but a process of nature which only children can be afraid of, and only a process of nature, but a necessary one. And how man grasps God with what part of himself he does so, and how that part is conditioned when he does. Number 13. Nothing is more pathetic. Hold on. Wait. Does my sound work? I think it does. Yes, it does. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's kind of good. That's kind of good. Okay. Now like this. Okay. Okay, now we have nothing. Actually, let me show you the book. Nothing. Nothing is more pathetic than people who run around in circles, delving into the things that lie beneath, and conducting investigations into the souls of the people around them, never realizing that all you have to do is to be attentive to the power inside you and worship it sincerely. To worship it is to keep it from being muddied with turmoil and becoming aimless and dissatisfied with nature, divine and human. What is divine deserves our affection because it is like us, and our pity too. Sometimes for its inability to tell good from bad, as terrible a blindness as the kind that can't tell white from black. 14. Even if you are going to live 3,000 more years, or 10 times that, remember you cannot lose another life than the one you're living now, or live another life than the one you're losing. The longest amounts to the same as the shortest. The present is the same for everyone. Its loss is the same for everyone, and it should be clear that brief instant is all that is lost. For you cannot lose either the past or the future. How could you lose what you don't have? Remember two things. Hey, thanks for the follow, damn. You followed this? This? Okay. Remember two things. Number one, that everything has always been the same and keeps recurring. And it makes no difference whether you see the same things recur in 100 years or 200, or in an infinite period. Number two, that the longest lived and those who will die soonest lose the same things. The present is all they can give up, since that is all you have, and what you do not have, you cannot lose. Number 15. Everything is just an impression. Monimus, the cynic, and the response is obvious enough. But the point is a useful one, if you take it for what it's worth. Number 16. The human soul degrades itself. Oh, that's actually a good one. Number 1. Above all, where it does its best to become an abscess, a kind of detached growth on the world. To be disgruntled at everything that happens is a kind of succession from nature which compromises the nature of all things. Number 2. When it turns its back on another person and sets out to do it harm, as the souls of the angry do. Number 3. When overpowered by pleasure or pain. Number 4. When it puts on a mask and does or says something artificial or false. When it allows its action and impulse to be without a purpose or to be random and disconnected. Even the smallest things ought to be directed towards a goal. But the best goal of rational beings is to follow the rule and law of the most ancient of communities and states. Human life. Duration. Momentary. Nature. Changeable. Perception. Dim. Conditions of body. Decaying. Soul. Spinning around. Fortune. Unpredictable. Lasting fame. Uncertain. Sum up. The body and its parts are a river, the soul a dream and mist. Life is warfare and a journey far from home. Lasting reputation is oblivion. Then what can guide us? Only philosophy, which means making sure that the power within stays safe and free from assault, superior to pleasure and pain. Doing nothing randomly or dishonestly, and with imposture, not dependent on anyone else doing something or not doing it. And making sure that it accepts what happens and what is dealt as coming from the same place it came from. And above all, that it accepts death in a cheerful spirit, as nothing but the dissolution of the elements from which each living thing is composed. If it doesn't hurt the individual elements to change continually into one another, why are people afraid of all of them changing and separating? It's a natural thing, and nothing natural is evil. Oh yeah, I do have cats actually. There's even a second one you can't see. Wait. I can show you. There. Wait, I can actually take this off for a second. That's the other one. He's sleeping, so we're not disturbing anyone. And he's cleaning. No, they are my cats. My cats. I am not sharing my cats. You can have everything I have, but my cats you can't have. I'm sorry. I used to have a turtle back in the day. Actually, pretty cool pet, not gonna lie. Welcome back, by the way. I hope you had a good meal. Okay, we're in book 3. Incarnatum. Number 1. Not just that every day more of our life is used up and less and less of it is left, but this too. If we live longer, we can be sure our mind will still be up to understanding the world, to the contemplation that aims at divine and human knowledge. If our mind starts to wander, we will still go on. God, let me read that sentence again. If we live longer, can we be sure our mind will still be up to understanding the world, to the contemplation that aims at divine and human knowledge? If our mind starts to wander, we'll still go on breathing, go on eating, imagining things, feeling urges, and so on, but getting the most out of ourselves, calculating where our duty lies, analyzing what we hear and see, deciding whether it's time to call it quits, all the things you need a healthy mind for. All those are gone. So we need to hurry. Not just because we move daily closer to death, but also because our understanding, our grasp of the world, may be gone before we get there. You took a photo. You can send me. You can send me a photo, of course, in DMs. I don't know if that works, but try. I don't know if that works though. You can try. Number two, we should remember that even nature's inadvertence has its own charm, its own attractiveness. The way loaves of bread split open and top in the oven. The ridges are just byproducts of the baking, and yet pleasing. Somehow they roused our appetite without our knowing why. Or ripe figs begin to burst, and olives on the point of falling. The shadow of decay gives them a peculiar beauty. Stalks of wheat bending under their own weight. The furrowed brow of the lion. Flecks of foam on a boar's mouth. And other things. If you look at them in isolation, there's nothing beautiful about them. And yet by supplementing nature, they enrich it and draw us in. And anyone with a feeling of nature, a deeper sensitivity, will find it all gives pleasure, even what seems inadvertent. He'll find the jaws of live animals as beautiful as painted ones or sculptures. He'll look calmly at the distinct beauty of old age in men, women, and the loveliness of children. And other things like that will call out to him constantly. Things unnoticed by others, things seen only by those at home with nature and its works. Oh, I'll take it later. Jade. Hippocrates, number three. Hippocrates cured many illnesses and then fell ill and died. The Chaldeans predicted the death of many others. In due course, their own hour arrived. Alexander, Pompey, Caesar, who utterly destroyed so many cities, cut down so many thousand foot, and the world would end in fire. But it was moisture that carried him off. He died smeared with cow shit. Democritus was killed by ordinary vermin, Socrates by the humankind. And you boarded, you set sail, you've made the passage. Time to disembark. If it's for another life, well, there's nowhere without gods on that side either. If to nothingness, then you no longer have to put up with pain and pleasure, or go on dancing attendance, this battered crate, your body, so much inferior to that which serves. He said, the line was, Heraclitus often told us the world would end in fire, but it was moisture that carried him off. He died smeared with cow shit. Yes, I actually read that and completely ignored it the way it is. Damn, thanks for the heart, Umi. So yeah, so they were killed in very bad ways back in the day. So people were smeared with cow shit. Democritus was killed by regular guys. I guess that doesn't sound too bad. And Socrates, if you know Socrates, was voted in a democratic way that he was to be executed. Number 4. Don't waste the rest of our time here worrying about other people, unless it affects the common good. It will keep you from doing anything useful. You'll be too preoccupied with what so and so is doing, and what they're saying, and what they're thinking, and what they're up to, and all the other things, and throw you off, and keep you from focusing on your own mind. You need to avoid certain things in your train of thought. Everything random, everything irrelevant, and certainly everything self-important or malicious. You need to get used to winnowing your thoughts, so that if someone says, "What are you thinking about?" you can respond at once and truthfully that you are thinking this or thinking that. And it would be obvious at once from your answer that your thoughts are straightforward and considerate ones. The thoughts of an unselfish person, unconcerned with pleasure and with sensual indulgence generally, with squabbling, with slander and envy, anything else you'd be ashamed to be caught thinking. Someone like that, who refuses to put off joining the elect is a kind of priest, a servant of the gods, in touch with what is within him, and what keeps a person undefiled by pleasures, invulnerable to any pain, untouched by arrogance, unaffected by meanness, an athlete in the greatest of all contests. The struggle not to be overwhelmed by anything that happens, with what leaves us, guided indelibly by justice, welcoming wholeheartedly whatever comes, whatever we're assigned, not worrying too often, or with any selfish motive, what other people say, or do, or think. Mm, He does only what is his to do, and considers constantly what the world has in store for him, doing his best and trusting that all is for the best. For we carry our fate with us, and it carries us. He keeps in mind that all rational things are related, and that to care for all human beings is part of being human, which doesn't mean we have to share their opinions. We should listen to those whose lives conform to nature, and the others. He bears in mind what sort of people they are, both at home and abroad, by night as well as day, and who they spend their time with, and he cares nothing for their praise. Men who can't even meet their own standards. Number 5. How to act. Bis gleich. How to act. Never under compulsion, out of selfishness, without forethought, without misgivings. Don't gussy up your thoughts. No surplus words or unnecessary actions. Let the spirit in you represent a man. Let the spirit in you represent a man, an adult, a citizen, a Roman, a ruler, taking up his post like a soldier and patiently awaiting his recall from life. Needling no oath or wittiness, cheerfulness without requiring other people's help, or serenity supplied by others, to stand up straight, not straightened. Number 6. If at some point in your life you should come across anything better than justice, honesty, self-control, courage, then a mind satisfied that it has succeeded in enabling you to act rationally, and satisfied to accept what's beyond its control. If you find anything better than that, embrace it without reservations. It must be an extraordinary thing indeed, and enjoy it to the full. But if nothing presents itself that's superior to the spirit that lies within, the one that has subordinated individual desires to itself, that discrimination among impressions, that is broken free of physical temptations, as Socrates used to say, and subordinate itself to the gods, and looks out for human beings' welfare. If you find there's nothing more important or valuable than that, then don't make room for anything that might lead you astray, tempt you off the road, and leave you unable to devote yourself completely to achieving the goodness that is uniquely yours. It would be wrong for anything to stand between you and attaining goodness, as rational beings and a citizen, anything at all. The applause of the crowd, high office, wealth, or self-indulgence, all of them might seem to be compatible with it, for a while, but suddenly they control us and sweep us away. So make a choice straightforwardly, once and for all, and stick to it. Choose what's best. Best is what benefits me, as a rational being, then follow through. Or just as an animal, then say so, and stand your ground without making a show for it. Just make sure you've done your homework first. Oh my god, this looks a little horrible. But it is a little funny as well. Maybe I should. I guess let me put on the light. whiskey. What the hell? Damn, what's up, Kashif? Goodbye, Kashif. Number 7. Never regard something as doing you good if it makes you betray trust or lose your sense of shame, or makes you show hatred, suspicion, ill will, or hypocrisy, or a desire for things best done behind closed doors. If you can privilege your own mind, your guiding spirit, and your reverence for its powers, that should keep you clear of dramatics, of wailing and gnashing your teeth. You won't need solitude or a cast of thousands either. Above all, you'll be free of fear and desire, and how long your body will contain the soul that inhabits it will cause you not a moment's worry. Moment's worry. Yes, this. Where the hell was I, man? Damn. If it's time for you to go, leave willingly, as you would to accomplish anything that can be done with grace and honor, and concentrate on this, your whole life long, for your mind to be in the right state, the state a rational, civic mind should be in. Number 8. The mind of one set straight and purified. No pus, no dirt, no scabs. And not a life cut short by death, like an actor who stops before the play is done, the plot is wound up. Neither servility nor arrogance, neither cringing nor disdain, neither excuses nor evasions. Number 9. Your ability to control your thoughts, treat it with respect. It's all that protects your mind from false perceptions. False to your nature and that of all beings. It will make thoughtfulness possible, and affection for other people and submission to the divine. Forget everything else. Keep hold of this alone and remember it. Each of us lives only now, this brief instant. The rest has been lived already, or is impossible to see. The span we live is as small as the corner of the earth in which we live it. Small as even the greatest renown passed from mouth to mouth by short-lived stick figures, ignorant alike of themselves and those long dead. Give me a sec. Holy shit. Okay. Number 11. To the standby is above. Add this one. Always to define whatever it is we perceive. To trace its outline, so we can see what it really is, its substance, stripped bare, as a whole, unmodified, and to call it by its name, the thing itself and its components, to which it will eventually return. Nothing is so conducive to spiritual growth as this capacity for logical and accurate analysis of everything that happens to us. To look at it in such a way that we understand what need it fulfills and what kind of world and its value to that world as a whole and to man in particular. As a citizen of that higher city, of which all other cities are mere households. What's up, Jade? What is it? This thing that now forces itself on my notice. What is it made up of? How long was it designed to last? And what qualities do I need to bring to bear on it? Tranquility, courage, honesty, trustworthiness, straightforwardness, independence, or what? So in each case, you need to say, this is due to God, or this is due to the interweavings and intertwinings of fate, to coincidence or chance, or this is due to a human being, someone of the same race, the same birth, the same society, but who doesn't know that what nature requires of him? but I do. And so I'll treat them as the law that binds us, the law of nature requires, with kindness and with justice. And in inconsequential things, I'll do my best to treat them as they deserve. If you do the job in a principled way, with diligence, energy, and patience, if you keep yourself free from distractions and keep the spirit inside you undamaged, as you might have to give it back at any moment, if you can embrace this without fear or expectation, can find fulfillment in what you're doing now, as nature intended, and in superhuman truthfulness, every word, every utterance, then your life will be happy. No one can prevent that. Doctors keep their scalpels and other instruments handy for emergencies. Keep your philosophy ready too. Ready to understand heaven and earth in everything you do. Even the smallest thing. Remember the chain that links them. Nothing earthly succeeds by ignoring heaven. Nothing heavenly by ignoring the earth. Stop drifting. You're not going to reread your brief comments to your deeds of the ancient Greeks and Romans. The commonplace books you save for your old age. Sprint for the finish. Write off your hopes, and if your well-being matters to you, be your own savior while you can. They don't realize how much is included in stealing, sewing, buying, resting, seeing to business. Not with the eyes, but another kind of sight. Body, soul, mind, sensations, the body, desires, the soul, reasoning, the mind. To experience sensations, even grazing beasts do that. To let your desires control you, even wild animals do that. And rotting humans and tyrants. To make your mind your guide to what seems best. Even people who deny the gods do that. Even people who betray their country. Even people who do something behind closed doors. If all the rest is common coin, then what is unique to the good man? To welcome with affection what is sent by fate, not to stain or disturb the spirit within him with a mesh of false beliefs, instead to preserve it faithfully by calmly obeying God, saying nothing untrue, doing nothing unjust, and if the others don't acknowledge it, this life lived with simplicity, humility, cheerfulness, he doesn't resent them for it, and isn't deterred from following the road where it leads, to the end of fire, an end to be approached in purity, in serenity, in acceptance, in peaceful unity with what must be. Boah. Holy shit. Book 4. Whew. Our inward power, when it obeys nature, reacts to events by accommodating itself to what it faces, to what is possible. It needs no specific material. It pursues its own aims as circumstances allow. It turns obstacles into fuel, as a fire overwhelms what would have quenched a lamp. What's thrown on top of conflagration is absorbed, consumed by it, and makes it burn still higher. No random actions. None, not based on underlying principles. People try to get away from it. To the country, to the beach, to the mountains. You can always wish that you could too. Which is idiotic. You can't, People try to get away from it all. To the country, to the beach, to the mountains. You always wish that you could too. Which is idiotic. You can get away from it anytime you like, by going within. Nowhere you can go is more peaceful. That's actually a pretty good line. Let me read that one again. Like, actually try to listen to it if you're listening to this right now. People try to get away from it all. To the country, to the beach, to the mountains. You always wish that you could too, which is idiotic, and you can get away from it anytime you like, by going within. Nowhere you can go is more peaceful, more free of interruptions than your own soul, especially if you have other beings to rely on. An instant recollection, and there it is, complete tranquility, and by tranquility I mean a kind of harmony. So keep getting away from it all, like that. Renew yourself, but keep it brief and basic. A quick visit should be enough to ward off all, whatever that is, and send you back ready to face what awaits you. What's there to complain about? People's misbehavior? But take into consideration. Give me a moment. Holy scheisse, man. Alright. What's there to complain about? For one, people's misbehavior, but take into consideration that rational beings exist for one another, that doing what's right sometimes requires patience, that no one does the wrong thing deliberately. This is actually a banger right now, not gonna lie. And the number of people who have fooded and envied and hated and fought and died and been buried. And keep your mouth shut. Or are you complaining about the things the world assigns you? But consider the two options, Providence or Adams, and all the arguments for seeing the world as a city. Or is it your body? Keep in mind that when the mind detaches itself and realizes its own nature, it no longer has anything to do with ordinary life. The rough and the smooth, either one. And remember all you've been taught and accepted about pain and pleasure, or is it your reputation that's bothering you? Bothering you. But look at how soon we're all forgotten. The abyss of endless time that swallows it all. The emptiness of all those applauding hands. The people who praise us. How capricious they are. How arbitrary. And the tiny region in which it all takes place. The whole earth a pointed space, and most of it uninhabited. Uninhabited. How many people there will be to admire you, and who they are. So keep this refuge in mind. Keep this refuge in mind. The back roads of yourself. Above all, no strain and no stress. Be straightforward. Look at things like a man, like a human being, like a citizen, like a mortal. And among the things you turn to, these two, that things have no hold on the soul. They stand there unmoving, outside it. Disturbance comes only from within, from our own perceptions. That everything you see will soon alter and cease to exist. Think of how many changes you've already seen. The world is nothing but change. Our life is only perception. If thought is something we share, and so is reason, what makes us reasoning beings? If so, then reason that tells us what to do and what not to do is also shared. And if so, we share common law, and thus are fellow citizens, and fellow citizens of something. Something. And in that case, our state must be the world. What other entity could all of humanity belong to? And from it, from this state that we share, comes thought and reason and law. Where else could they come from? The earth that composes me derives from earth. What? The earth that composes derives from earth. The water from some other element. The air from its own source. The heat and fire from theirs. Since nothing comes from nothing or returns to it, so thought must derive from somewhere else as well. Oh wait, that's ass. That's not good actually. Good. Alright. Alright. Gee, vertical would be better. Can I change that midstream? That would be crazy. Does that work? Does that work? Mmm. Damn. That's crazy. Crazy stream, bro. Okay. Where were we? Let me see. TikTok universe to Hanuta? What does that mean? I don't even know what I just saw. What? Send TikTok universe to Hanuta? What does that even mean? I guess it's happening somewhere else and everyone sees it. Okay. Where was I even? I don't even know. Here. So thought must derive from somewhere else as well. Number 5. Death. 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 We're deaf right now. Okay. Death. Something like birth, a natural mystery. Elements that split and recombine. Not an embarrassing thing. Not an offense to reason or our nature. That sort of person is bound to do that. You might as well resent a fig tree for secreting juice. Anyway, before very long you'll both be dead and soon forgotten. Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been. It can ruin your life only if it ruins your character, otherwise it cannot harm you, inside or out. It was for the best, so nature had no choice but to do it. That every event is the right one. Look closely and you will see. Not just the right one overall, but right. As if someone had weighed it out with scales. Scales. Keep looking closely like that and embody it in your actions. Goodness, what defines a good person. Keeping to it in everything you do. Not what your enemy sees and hopes that you will, but what's really there. 2 kinds of readiness are constantly needed. Number 1, to do only what the logos of authority and law directs, with the good of human beings in mind. Number 2, to reconsider your position. When someone can set you straight and convert you to his, but your conversion should always rest on a conviction that is right or benefits others, nothing else, not because it's more appealing or more popular. Number 13. You have a mind? Yes. Well, why not use it? Isn't that all you want? For it to do its job? Let me put a poll. I'm actually super interested for anyone who's genuinely watching, right? Poll. How does this work? Give me a sec. Poll. There it is. How do you make a poll on freaking streams, man? Here? Let me see. I genuinely don't know how to do this. Can you actually understand what I'm saying when I'm reading? Like, have you understood a single line that I'm saying? I think it's pretty alright. Okay. Let me put this. Let me put like 1 hour. 6. let me put 180 minutes. Perfect. Sure. Okay. Let's put the question. So, question is, can you understand a single word? Understand what I am reading. Okay. How did I put this? Is it in a stream now? Is it just in? Wait, let me see. What? Can you see the poll I've made? I hope you can. I don't know if you can, but probably. What? Wait, what? Wait. Sorry for being so utterly boring right now, but I have to check how this works. I'll read in a moment. It is actually kind of funny how people join the stream, see me with the pen in my mouth. How do I do this, man? God damn. That there. I guess I don't need that there, honestly. Don't need that, don't need that. Hole, I don't know, put the hole here. Okay. Let's continue. I need some light in this okay. Hole. No, that light sucks. Give me a sec. Alright. You have functioned as part of something. You will vanish into what produced you, or be restored rather, to the logos from which all things spring, by being changed. Number 15. Many lumps of incense on the same altar. One crumbles now, one later, but it makes no difference. Now they see you as a beast, a monkey, but in a week they'll think you're a god. If you rediscover your beliefs and honor the logos. Not to live as if you had endless years ahead of you. Death overshadows you. while you're alive and able be good. While while you're alive and able, be good. The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say or think or do, only what you do. Is this fair? Is this the right thing to do? Not to be distracted by their darkness, not to run straight for the finish line, unswerving. People who are excited by posthumous fame forget that the people who remember them will soon die too, and those after them in turn, until their memory passed from one to another like a candle flame gutters and goes out. But suppose that those who remembered you were immortal, and your memory undying, what good would it do to you? And I don't just mean when you're dead, but in your own lifetime, when you use what uses praise except to make your lifestyle a little more comfortable? You're out of step, neglecting the gifts of nature to hand someone's words in the future. Number 20. Beautiful things of any kind are beautiful in themselves and sufficient to themselves. Praise is extraneous. The object of praise remains what it was, no better, no worse. This applies, I think, even to beautiful things in ordinary life. Physical objects, artworks. Does anything genuinely beautiful need supplementing? No more than justice does, or truth, or kindness, or humility. Are any of those improved by being praised, or damaged by contempt? Is an emerald suddenly flawed if no one admires it? Or gold, or ivory, or purple, lyres, knives, flowers, bushes? If our souls survive, how does the air find room for them? All of them, since the beginning of time. How does the earth find room for all the bodies buried in it since the beginning of time? They linger for whatever length of time, and then, through change and decomposition, make room for others. So too with the souls that inhabit the air. They linger a little and then are changed, diffused, and kindled into fire, absorbed into the Logos from which all things spring, and so make room for new arrivals. One possible answer. But we shouldn't think only of the mass of buried bodies. There are the ones consumed on a daily basis by us and the other animals. How many are swallowed up like that, entombed in the bodies of those nourished by them, and yet there is room for them all, converted into flesh and blood, transformed to air and fire. How is the truth of this determined? Through analysis, material and cause, not to be driven this way and that, but always to behave with justice and see things as they are. To the world, your harmony is mine. Whatever time you choose is the right time, not late, not early. To nature, what the turn of your seasons brings me falls like ripe fruit. All things are born from you, exist in you, return to you. The poet says, "Dear city of sea crops, can't you bring yourself to say of Zeus, if you seek tranquility, mm, if you seek tranquility, do less." Mm, oh, let me- Sushi. Mm, if you seek tranquility, do less, or more accurately, do what's essential, what the logos, logos of a social being requires, and in the requisite way, which brings a double satisfaction, to do less, better. Because most of what we say and do is not essential, if you can eliminate it, you'll have more time and more tranquility. Ask yourself at every moment, is this necessary? But we need to eliminate unnecessary assumptions as well, to eliminate the unnecessary actions that follow. And then you might see what the life of the good man is like. Someone content with what nature assigns him, and satisfied with being just and kind himself. You've seen that. Now look at this. Don't be disturbed. Uncomplicate yourself. Someone has done wrong to himself. Something happens to you. Good. It was meant for you by nature, woven into the pattern from the beginning. Life is short. That's all there is to say. Get what you can from the present, thoughtfully, justly, unrestrained moderation. An ordered world. Sushi. Kann ich kurz herkommen, ist okay. Da. Gehst du pennen?
Nein.
Bist du nur ein Supporter oder was? Gib dir einen Stiftkuss.
Hast du da jetzt wieder Leute?
Keine Ahnung, kommt immer einer rein für eine Sekunde oder so.
Wie du durchziehen.
I have to, man, I have no choice.
Okay.
I have no choice. Ich muss mich mal die ganze Zeit dran erinnern, ich mache das ja für mich.
Aber du hörst nicht meinen Film. Also das
Habe ich Sound? Auf YouTube?
hattest du vorher nicht.
Und jetzt? Hast du nachgeguckt?
Ich hab's ja geguckt, nachdem du was versucht hast.
Und dann?
Und jetzt gucken gleich.
Also eher nachdem, was du versucht hast. Checken, ob es besser wurde.
Okay. Aber du
Interessiert.
hörst meinen Film.
Habe ich bis jetzt noch gar nicht wahrgenommen. Süß. You've seen that. Now look at this. Don't be disturbed. Uncomplicate yourself. Someone has done wrong to himself. Something happens to you. Good. It was meant for you by nature, woven into the pattern from the beginning. Let me see. Woven into the pattern from the beginning. Now that looks kind of good actually. From the beginning, life is short. That's all there is to say. Get what you can from the present, thoughtfully, justly, unrestrained moderation. An ordered world is or a mishmash, but still an order. Can there be order within you and not in everything else? In things so different, so dispersed, so intertwined?
Kein Ton.
Kein Sound! Boah, kann ich den ja ausmachen auf YouTube, das bringt ja gar nichts. Was ist das denn? Scheiße. Warte. Echt nicht. Check mal gleich nochmal. Ich mach mal kurz aus. So. Jetzt mal Properties.
Eine Stunde.
Ah, scheiße. Okay, warte. Aber ich nehme schon die ganze Zeit auf TikTok, das speichert die Scheiße auch. Also alles gut. So, ich mache mal jetzt nochmal neu. Das ist jetzt nochmal ein anderer Broadcast. Jetzt muss ich nochmal die Scheiße. Da. Over articulating Marcus Aurelius with a pen in my mouth. Check mal, wie es jetzt ist. Ist gleich da. Moment. Ist noch nicht da. The pen doesn't have a good taste. It gets better the longer I have it in my mouth, man. So great. I think it's about to break into two pieces, actually. Because when I speak, I bite on it very firmly to articulate myself. It might just break into two pieces, I'm not gonna lie. But we'll continue, and I have more pens. Character. Dark. Womanish. Obstinate. Wolf, sheep, child, fool, cheat, buffoon, salesman, tyrant, alien. No one doesn't know what the world contains or how it operates. Fugitive, one who evades his obligations to others. Blind, one who keeps his eyes of his mind shut tight. Poor, requiring others, not having the necessities of life in one's own possession. That reminds me of something. Never mind. It's, I think I'm sure. I think I get it. I get it. Rebel. No one who is rebel. No one who is rebellious. One who withdraws from the logos of nature because he resents its workings. It's produced. It produced you. Now it produces this. Schismatic. No one who separates his own soul from others with the logos. They should be one. A philosopher without clothes and one without books. I have nothing to eat, says he, as he stands there half naked, but I subsist on the logos, and with nothing to read, I subsist on it too. Love the discipline, and let it support you. I don't think that's how it's supposed to be read. Hey, thanks for the follow. What's your name? Dexmla. Thanks, dude. Where was I? That actually distracted me 1 sec. Love the discipline, and let it support you. And trust everything willingly to the gods, and then make your way through life. No one's master and no one's slave. The age of Vespasian, for example, people doing the exact same things: marrying, raising children, getting sick, dying, waging war, throwing parties, doing business, farming, flattering, boasting, distrusting, plotting, hoping others will die, complaining about their own lives, falling in love, putting away money, seeking high office and power. And that life they led is nowhere to be found. Or the age of Trajan, the exact same things, and that life too, gone. Survey the records of other eras and see how many others gave their all and soon died, decomposed into the elements that formed them. You make. Ah, that's fucking Gab. Pookie? That must be Gab. That is Gab. Are you someone I know? You are such a clown. Hold on, let me. Oh shit, I spoke without a pen in my mouth. Anyway. Stream is cancelled, we can restart. Alright. Where were we? The age of Vespasian, for example. No, I read that passage, I'm not gonna read that again. And that life they led is nowhere to be found. Or the age of Trajan, the exact same things. And that life too, gone. Survey the records of other eras and see how many others gave their all and soon died, and decomposed into the elements that formed them. But most of all, run through the list of those you knew yourself. Those who worked in vain, who failed to do what they should have. What they should have remained fixed on and found satisfaction in. A key point to bear in mind: the value of attentiveness varies in proportion to its object. You're better off not giving the small things more time than they deserve. I am reading Meditations by I just said by Marcus Aurelius. That's true. It's meditation, classic book, important. You should read it. Actually, I don't know if I would recommend it to people. I guess it's a classic. It's a good one, but I think Epictetus is probably better. So, do what you will, but read anything maybe, that'll be pretty good. I'm getting that. Yeah, my first sale. Okay. Words once in... I have to keep reading or I'll never be able to go to sleep. Words once in common. Wait, I should add that. That's actually kind of good clickbait. Hold on. How's the quality of the live stream? Are you guys liking it? What the hell is that emoji, man? I can't even tell. How do I rename the stream? I don't actually know. Alright, fuck it. Let me just add more text on the screen. Reading Marcus Aurelius' entire book with a pen in my mouth? Let me change that. Not. Oh, I unplugged my keyboard. Wait. Not going to sleep until I read Marcus Aurelius' entire book with a pen in my mouth. Perfect. That's what we want to see. That looks great. We should keep it like that. That looks awesome. Yeah, I can definitely tell what I want to say. Name it reading books from my pookie to sleep with a pencil in my mouth. Hold on, let me put the name. So, not going to sleep until I read Marcus Aurelius? No, that's too much. Not sleeping is better. Not sleeping. We need to optimize for the attention span. Not sleeping until I put it. Okay, boom. Are you ready to go to sleep, Pookie? I'll read it to you, don't worry. Words once in common use now sound archaic, and the names of the famous dead as well. Camillus. Tell me if you know any of these names, by the way. Oh, I'm from Germany. Some guy earlier actually said I look German, and I don't know how I'm supposed to take that. Where are you from? No way. What? No, I'm sure. No way. You are. You are Geb, the guy I know. If you're not Geb and you're using Pookie that excessively, like him, that would be a crazy coincidence, but I'm not buying that at all. Okay. Anyway, I gotta read or I'll never stop. So, please. Nein, hey, was sagen Sie da? What the hell? Wait, are you actually someone else? Damn. I'm sorry, I thought you were a guy I knew. Huh. What's up, man? What's your name? That's ChatGPT translation. I don't care. I'll keep reading. You can't keep baiting me. I have to stop. Words once in common. Oh my god, I already read this. Everything fades so quickly. I already read that too. Did I? No. Tell me if you know any of these names. We have Camillus, Caeso, Volesus, Dentatus, Scipio, Cato, Augustus, Hadrian, Antoninus, and everything fades so quickly, turns into legend, and soon oblivion covers it. And those are the ones who shone. The rest, unknown, unmasked for. A minute after death. What is eternal fame? Guys, what is eternal fame? Is it TikTok live stream? Emptiness. Then what should we work for? Only this. Proper understanding. Unselfish action. Truthful speech. A resolve to accept whatever happens as necessary and familiar. Flowing like water from the same source in spring. Hand yourself over to Colossal. Hand yourself over to Clotho voluntarily and let her spin you into whatever she pleases. Everything transitory, the knower and the known. Constant awareness that everything is born from change. The knowledge, change. The knowledge, change. The knowledge that there is nothing nature loves more than to alter what exists and to make new things like it. All that exists is a seed of what will emerge from it. You think the only seeds are the ones that make plants or children. Go deeper. On the verge of dying and still weighed down, still turbulent, still convinced external I'm gonna leave now, you made me very sleepy with that start. Damn, you're so welcome, enjoy that restful sleep. You can always come back, I'll be here when you wake up, don't worry. Okay, on the verge of dying and still weighed down, still turbulent, still convinced external things can harm you, still rude to other people, still not acknowledging the truth that wisdom is justice. Hi, Marian, what's up? Do you read philosophy as well? We're very enthusiastic about Marcus Aurelius right now. Look into their minds and what the wise do and what they don't. Nothing that goes on in anyone else's mind can harm you. Not can the shifts and changes in the world around you. Then where is harm to be found? Impressed. Damn, I'm so happy you're impressed actually. That's crazy. No, you're still here. You said you're going to bed. Nice. Okay. Damn, I get distracted so much. I have to lock in for one passage at a time. Okay, this passage we're going to read and understand right now. I don't care. I'm not reading anything. Nothing that goes on in anyone else's mind can harm you, nor can the shifts and changes in the world around you. Then where is harm to be found? In your capacity to see it. Stop doing that and everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Let the part of you that makes that judgment keep quiet, even if the body is attached to is stabbed or burned. So if someone's stabbing or burning you, just don't give it any thought, and then you won't be stabbed or burned. So that's cool. Or stinking with pus or consumed by cancer. Or to put it another way, it needs to realize that what happens to everyone, bad and good alike, is neither good or bad. That what happens in every life, lived naturally or not, is neither natural nor unnatural. Beautiful. Next passage. The world as a living being, one nature, one soul. Keep that in mind, and how everything feeds into that single experience, moves with a single motion, and how everything helps produce everything else, spun and woven together. I have the pen in my mouth, one, because it's sensational and cool and funny, and secondly, because ja, ich rede auch Deutsch. But why is the pen necessary? The pen helps you articulate. If I take this pen out of my mouth at the end of this insane session, I'm supposed to have godlike articulation. Or if I do this more often, I will have like the point of it is this is supposed to be that the words are so hard to understand and to be, well, if I don't actually try with the pen, you won't understand what I'm saying. But if I don't have the pen in my mouth, I can kind of just say like, no, yeah, so let me read something without the pen but without trying, right? It's like, Nothing that goes on in anyone else's mind can harm you. Not can the shift and changes in the world around you. I mean, that sounds kind of fine. I guess that's not really. I'm not making a good point right now. In your capacity to see it, like if I say capacity, right? Capacity. What word is that? Capacity. You have to really try with the pen for it to really be clear which word you're trying to say. So that is the exercise. I'll be spamming this for a few different books. Maybe I'll do a German book as well because I'm able to do that. So yeah, next passage. Mm, a little wisp of soul carrying a corpse. Epictetus. There's nothing bad in undergoing change, or good in emerging from it. Time is a river, a violent current of events, glimpsed once and already carried past us, and another follows and is gone. Everything that happens is as simple and familiar, this word familiar as well. Uh, Everything that happens is as simple and familiar as the rose in spring, the fruit in summer, disease, death, blasphemy, conspiracy, everything that makes stupid people happy or angry. Wie kommt man aber drauf? Hast du einfach irgendwann die einen Stift in den Mund gesteckt und gedacht, okay, so mache ich das jetzt immer. No, I saw. Actually, this is kind of trendy. This is inspired. I don't see anyone actually doing it. Right? No one does it. That's why I'm doing it. I want to actually try it and see how it works. But you see so many great speakers. I don't know if you know Vin Gong or whatever his name is. I guess if you would know this thing. But you see so many speakers say, "Oh, you can't articulate yourself? Put a pen in your mouth and speak for like 10 minutes. Take it out and see the difference, right?" I just said, fuck it, let me just read the entire book of it, and then I'll have read the book, and then I'll have tried, like given it a good, fair try to speak with a pen in my mouth. Yeah. Next passage. No, I already read that. What follows coheres with what went before. No, what follows coheres with what went before. Not like a random catalog whose order is imposed upon it arbitrarily, but logically connected. And just as what exists is ordered and harmonious, what comes into being betrays an order too. Not a mere sequence, but an astonishing concordance. Yeah. Could you see the cat? Actually, the camera's kind of cut off, but yeah, he just came here, and I guess he didn't enjoy me, or he wants to play. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I had them both lying here. They left after I really got into it. What was I gonna say? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Remember, Heraclitus. When Earth dies, it becomes water. Water, air, fire, and back to the beginning. Those who have forgotten where the road leads, they are at odds with what is all around them. The all-directing logos, and they find alien what they meet with every day. Our words and actions should not be like those of sleepers, for we act and speak in dreams as well, or of children copying their parents, doing insanely, saying only what we have been told. Ich frage mich, was die über die... Ich auch. No, they love me. They freaking love me. He's going crazy. I can show you what he's doing. See this? That's it right now. Lenny. That's Lenny, and that's... I guess you don't see shit there. That's Polly. He's just on the chair, massacring the chair. Well, now I gotta get the perfect picture again. Okay. I, by the way, not only make this, I also make actual informative content or like videos where I share things that I find meaningful. This is more of a practice. This is more practice to actually be able to speak properly in English, so people listen until the end. Because right now, if I speak, it's not as entertaining or whatever you want to say. I just want to get better at it. That's it, man. That's the whole idea. Okay. That's not. You never read an entire book. That is actually kind of relatable. I don't know how many entire books I've actually read. That's a good. It's not easy. Genuinely, you need to find something that interests you, or it will not happen. So, where was I? Suppose that a god announced that you were going to die tomorrow or the day after. Unless you were a complete coward, you shouldn't kick up a fuss about which day it was. What difference could it make? Now recognize that the difference between years from now and tomorrow is just as small. Don't let yourself forget how many doctors have died after furrowing their brows over how many deathbeds. How many astrologers after pompous forecasts about others' ends? How many philosophers after endless disquisitions on earth, death, and immortality? How many warriors after inflicting thousands of casualties themselves? How many tyrants after abusing the power of life and death atrociously? Lightning. What the fuck are you doing, man? I think it's genuinely working. By the way, like genuinely, I've been doing this. How long? How long is this stream? Where do I see it? 2 hours. I've been reading this shit for 2 hours. I swear to God, when I don't have this pen, I will really notice the difference. But I wonder if it's going to stick afterward. Don't do this though. It's kind of extreme. I guess. Fuck it. Do it. Wist je het trucje niet zo? Yeah. I've set out to read this until I am done, and if I'm not done, I don't go to bed. So you can always go to bed. Don't feel guilty for leaving and going to bed. I'll still be here anyway when you're waking up, so it's fine. Just say hi when you wake up. That'll be great. Nice. Then we can read this together. Awesome. Then you will have read an entire book. Then you will practically have read an entire book through me. But that's fine. Where is the motivation coming from? It's because I just want to try things. If I hear of this idea, I'll put a pen in your mouth and speak and see the difference, right? I just want to try it and see if it actually works. I love this energy of just trying something. Screw it. Like how extreme it is, just do it. It's not extreme, like I'm just sitting here reading a book, but it seems extreme. It seems stupid, right? Let me just do it though. Who cares? Yeah. Then you can say you've read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. That's kind of a big flex. All right. So for that we have to continue reading. Don't let yourself forget. No, I've read that already. How many whole cities have met their end? Helike, Pompeii, Herculaneum, and countless others, and all the ones you know yourself, one after another. One who laid out another for burial, and one was burial and buried himself. And then the man who buried him, all in the same short space of time. In short, know this. Human lives are brief and trivial. Yesterday, a blob of semen. Tomorrow, embalming fluid. ash, to pass through this brief life as nature demands, to give it up without complaint, like an olive that ripens and falls, praising its mother, thanking the tree it's on, thanking, thanking the tree it's on. To be like the rock that the waves keep crashing over. It stands unmoved, and the raging of the sea falls still around it. It's unfortunate that this has happened. No, it's fortunate that this has happened, and I've remained unharmed by it. No, not shattered by the present or frightened by the future. It could have happened to anyone, but not everyone could have remained unharmed by it. Why treat the one as a misfortune rather than the other as fortunate? Can you really call something a misfortune that doesn't violate human nature? Or do you think something that's not against nature's will can violate it? But you know what its will... Oh my god, give me a sec. Okay. But you know what its will is. Where was I? No, give me the line. Okay, but you know what its will is. Does what's happened keep you from acting with justice, generosity, self-control, sanity, prudence, honesty, humility, straightforwardness, and all the other qualities that allow a person's nature to fulfill itself? Interessant. Ja, solche extremen Challenges passieren nur in meinem Kopf. Machen werde ich sowas nie. Don't tell yourself that. Do it. Try it. Actually put a pen in your mouth and try to say other. I hate that word. Other, by the way. Otherwise. Such a horrible word. A trite but effective tactic against the fear of death. Think of the list of people who had to be pried away from life. What did they gain by dying old? In the end, they all sleep 6 feet under. Cadicianus, Fabius, Julian, Lepidus, and all the rest. They buried their contemporaries and were buried in turn. Our lifetime is so brief, and to live it out in these circumstances, among these people, in this body, nothing to get excited about. Consider the abyss of time past, the infinite future. 3 days of life or 3 generations, what's the difference? Geht es aber eigentlich nicht, was ich sagen. Ich kann es auch Deutsch kurz erklären, damit es vielleicht einfacher zu verstehen ist. Das ist ein Buch, in dem ein Herrscher, ein richtig geiler Herrscher, angeblich, ich kenne ihn nicht, aus dem Roman Empire, hat er ein Tagebuch immer geschrieben und da sich selber, ja, ein geiler Herrscher, yeah, hat ein Tagebuch geschrieben, das wollte er nicht veröffentlichen, dass dieses Meditation ist. Das hat er nicht gesagt, ich veröffentliche jetzt Meditation. Und das macht es so geil, weil er es sich selber geschrieben hat und er hat, er hat da nicht drüber nachgedacht, dass das andere sehen werden. Das heißt, er ist einfach real as fuck. Und der redet darüber, wie man sich beherrscht. Er denkt darüber nach, was ihn die ganze Zeit verführen möchte und wie man ein respektables bzw. ein gutes Leben führen kann, ein guter Mensch sein kann, nach seiner Meinung. Da sind auch einige Passagen drin, die finde ich scheiße, oder ich kann damit gar nichts anfangen. Ne? Aber also manchmal redet er irgendwie über die Götter und irgendwelche Leute und irgendwelche komischen Sachen, mit denen ich nichts anfangen kann. Aber das ist ja nicht so wichtig. Also da sind viele coole Passagen drin. So viel dazu, genau. Genau, das ist auch fast das Ende vom ersten Buch. Nicht vom ersten. Wir sind nicht beim ersten, das wäre die Hölle. A tried but effective tactic against the fear of death. Think of the list of people who had to be pried away from life. What did they gain by dying old? In the end, they all sleep 6 feet under. Then these names, they buried their whatever. Take the shortest route. Take the shortest route. The one that nature planned. To speak and act in the healthiest way. Do that and be free of pain and stress. Free of all calculation and pretension. That's the end. That's the end of the first book. Yeah. Book 5. Now we're at book 5. So, we're gonna start book 5 in a second. I don't hate me for this, but I have to go to the bathroom, so give me a second. Das ist ja interessant, Psychose, süß, Spaß. Spaß, ich check es, okay, musst du nicht rausnehmen mit Spaß. So, let me show you something cool while I'm away. Check the book here, the cover. Ooh. Alright. Ja, Buchcover will ich auch die ganze Zeit mir ansehen, das ist richtig geil. Hat voll viel mit Marcus Aurelius zu tun. Der hat das da auch drauf geklatscht, genau. Vor 2000 Jahren hat er gesagt, ich habe jetzt Bock, da so eine Raben drauf zu tun. Genau. Book 5. Book 5. So we're at page 50. There's 150 pages. So we're 1/3 done. Yeah, I'll keep going. Don't worry about it. At dawn, when you have trouble... Oh, this is actually a good one. If you want to actually listen and try to... I mean, even though I have a pen in my mouth, it's good. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work as a human being. What do I have to complain of if I'm going to do what I was born for? The things I was brought into the world to do. Or is this what I was created for? To huddle under the blankets and stay warm. But it's nicer here. So you were born to feel nice? Instead of doing things and experiencing them? Don't you see the plants, the birds, the ants, and spiders, and bees, going about their individual tasks, putting the world in order as best as they can? And you're not willing to do your job as a human being. Why aren't you running to do what your nature demands? Why aren't you running to do what your nature demands? But we have to sleep sometime. Agreed. But nature set a limit on that, as it did on eating and drinking, and you're over the limit. You've had more than enough of that, but not of working. There, you're still below your quota. You don't love yourself enough. Or you would love your nature too, and what it demands of you. People who love what they do wear themselves down doing it. They even forget to wash or eat. Do you have less respect for your own nature than the engraver does for engraving, the dancer for the dance, the miser for honey, or the social climber for status? When they're really possessed by what they do, they'd rather stop eating and sleeping than giving up practicing their arts. Is helping others less valuable to you? Not worth your effort? That was the banger line. If you like, if you like bullying yourself, but in a good way, I guess. It has good intentions. To shrug it all off and wipe it clean, every annoyance and distraction, and reach utter stillness. Child's play. If an action or utterance is appropriate, then it's appropriate for you. Don't be put off by other people's comments and criticism. If it's right to say or do it, then it's the right thing for you to do or say. The others obey their own lead, follow their own impulses. Don't be distracted. Keep walking. Follow your own nature and follow nature along the road they share. I walk through what is natural until the time comes to sink down and rest. To entrust my last breath to the source of my daily breathing. Fall on the source of my father's seed, of my mother's blood, and of my nurse's milk. Of my daily food and drink through all the years. Damn, that was a good through, you gotta admit. Holy through. With a pen. Through. That's kind of good. Okay. What sustains my footsteps and the use I make of it, the many uses. No one could ever accuse you of being quick-witted. Alright, but there are plenty of other things you can't claim you haven't got in you. Practice the virtues you can show. Honesty, gravity, endurance, austerity, resignation, abstinence, patience, sincerity, moderation, seriousness, high-mindedness. Don't you see how much you have to offer? Beyond excuses like can't? And yet you still settle for less. Or is it some inborn condition that makes you whiny and grasping and obsequious? What makes you complain about your body and curry favor and show off leaves you so... Wait, what the hell? What? What? Or is it some inborn condition that makes you whiny and grasping and obsequious? Makes you complain about your body and curry favor and show off and leaves you so turbulent inside? No. You could have broken free a long way back, and then you would have been only a little slow, not so quick on the uptake. And you need to work on that as well. That slowness. Ja. Denk ik al. Not something to be ignored, let alone to prize. Some people, when they do someone a favor, some people, when they do someone a favor, are always looking for a chance to call it in. And some aren't, but they're still aware of it. This is actually a banger. Wait, let me read that again. Some people, when they do someone a favor, are always looking for a chance to call it in. And some aren't, but they still are aware of it, still regard it as a debt. But others don't even do that. They're like a vine that produces grapes, without looking for anything in return. A horse at the end of the horse at the end of the race. Sehr gut, ja, du hast gehört. Sehr gut, through. I couldn't pronounce through 2 hours ago for you, like the th. Through this. It's getting so much better. I swear to God. Actually, I guess I'll tell you in the end, right? But right now, I feel like it's working, and you should try speaking with a pen in your mouth. And I mean, I'm streaming it for fun and to show others, kind of. Mm, yeah, to yeah, whatever. Well, why it doesn't matter, but try it. Actually, maybe I'll tell you in the end if it's good. Yeah, I'll tell you if it's good. You will be able to tell actually from my videos if I videos. He never says it's funny, right? Marcus Aurelius never says videos, so I never practiced that word today. Videos. Uh, you will be able to tell from what I have uploaded, or I will be able to tell from what I have uploaded to after the stream if I can speak substantially better or if nothing changed. We will be able to see. I'm very curious, and I'll do this again if it actually worked to work on it further, even in German. So, a horse at the end of the race, a dog when the hunt is over, a bee with its honey stored, and a human being after helping others. I'm also very grateful if anyone gets motivated to do anything from what I show, right? If you're watching and you actually do something else than mm, doom scrolling for one evening because you got inspired, that's just a great thing if it actually happens. So yeah, mm, they don't make a fuss about it. They just go on to something else, as the vine looks forward to bearing fruit again in season. We should be like that, acting almost unconsciously. Yes, except conscious of it, because it's characteristic of social beings, that they see themselves as acting socially and expect their neighbors to see it too. That's true, but you're misunderstanding me. You'll wind up like the people I mentioned before, misled by plausible reasoning. But if you make an effort to understand what I'm saying, then you won't need to worry about neglecting your social duty. Ähm, das ist gerade auch auf meinem Bett. Jetzt zu. That is already very. Oha, ich bin ja auch. Ich bin gerade wirklich eins zu eins wie die Katze da. Yeah? Nice. At least you're listening to something very valuable. Definitely not stupid the way I'm reading this. I'm reading this to you. Mm, prayer of the Athenians. Zeus. Like this passage, for example, is something that I read and I kind of blank out because I think it's whatever, but it's very short. But I think this is whatever. It's kind of something I zone out on. It would be like, prayer of the Athenians, Zeus, rain down on the land and fields of Athens. Either no prayers at all, or one as straightforward as that. I guess I can actually gain something from that. That's fine. Just as you overhear people saying that, the doctor prescribed such and such for him, like riding or cold baths or walking barefoot. Say this: nature prescribed illness for him, or blindness, or the loss of a limb, or whatever. There, prescribed means something like ordered so as to further his recovery. And so too here, what happens to each of us is ordered. It furthers our destiny. It furthers our destiny. Furthers. Holy shit, man! Give me a sec. Yeah, if you have the backstory, you actually care about what this guy has to say, right? It's interesting. Genuinely, you should read more. Not read. I'm not gonna say you should read more. Like, who does that? But if you can listen to some more stuff from what the Greeks said, back in the day, right? Greeks, 2,000 years ago, they said so many things that are applicable to you today. So keep that in mind. Like, try whenever you hear the Greeks said something back in the day, they had a lot of stuff figured out. It's very valuable. Like, I think you could just read Greek philosophy and maybe some Nietzsche. I don't know, I haven't read him, but you could probably just read Greek philosophy and be so far ahead of other people when it comes to dealing with the world and what is set in front of you. Yeah, but I'm not gonna say you should read because I think that's such a stereotypical thing to say. If you don't like reading, then maybe you can listen to the books. It's a good start. And maybe you can watch summaries on the books as well. People make summaries. Maybe I'll make summaries at some point. When I've actually read the books, I definitely will. I'm just not there yet. I want to be informed on what I'm talking about, so that hasn't happened yet. But uh, yeah, there's always media through which you can get this knowledge and learn from it. Yeah, exactly. It is a lot about mindset and how you view your life and things you do. So it's very important. Mm, exactly. Damn. Yeah. Okay. So let me read some more passages. Mm, so where was I? Mm, yes. Let's accept it as we accept what the doctor prescribes. It may not always be pleasant, but we embrace it because we want it to go well. Let all look at the accomplishments of nature's plans in the light, the way you look at your own health and accept what happens, even if it seems hard to accept. Accept it because of what it leads to, the good health of the world and the well-being and prosperity of Zeus himself, who would not have brought this on anyone unless it brought benefit to the world as a whole. No nature would do that, bring something about that wasn't beneficial to what it governed. So there are two reasons to embrace what happens. One is that it's happening to you. It was prescribed for you, and it pertains to you. The thread was spun long ago by the oldest cause of all. The other reason is that what happens to an individual is a cause of well-being in what directs the world, of its well-being, its fulfillment, of its very existence even. Because the whole is because the whole is damaged if you cut away anything at all from its continuity and its coherence, not only its parts but its purposes. And that's what you're doing when you complain, hacking and destroying. Mm, I just wanted to mention something. Oh yeah, when you read these Greeks, right? They also say a bunch of garbage. Like not a bunch of garbage, but they'll say some stuff where you think, man, where you have to think critically. Don't like intake everything this guy says directly into your mind because that's at least my opinion, right? Because then I feel like you won't really enjoy things. You will just do your duty, so to speak, and live like a respectable life, right? Be thankful, sure, but I feel like this guy wasn't really enjoying himself in the sense that we know these days. Maybe he did it right, but sometimes I think he's too hard on himself. So, not to feel exasperated or defeated or despondent because your days aren't packed with wise and moral actions, but to get back up when you fail, to celebrate behaving like a human, however imperfectly, and fully embrace the pursuit that you've embarked on, and not to think of philosophy as your instructor, but as the sponge and egg white that relieve ophthalmia, Junge, as a soothing ointment, a warm lotion, not showing off your obedience to the Logos, but resting in it. Remember, philosophy requires only what your nature already demands. What you've been after is something else again, something unnatural. But what could be preferable? That's exactly how pleasure traps us, isn't it? Wouldn't magnanimity be preferable? Or freedom? Honesty? Prudence? Piety? And is there anything preferable to thought itself, to logic, to understanding? Think of their sure-footedness, their fluent stillness. Hi von meinem Vater. What's up, Pookie? Das, I hope you slept well. Das ist eigentlich ein Freund von meinem Vater. Er hat mir genau dasselbe immer gesagt, dass ich sowas lesen sollte und auch immer gesagt, dass sich jeder auch alles hinterfragen sollte. Leider ist er gestorben. Das letzte, was er mir gegeben hat, war sogar ein Buch. Are you kidding me? That sounds like destiny, I swear. Like, that's crazy that you actually had someone. Danke, Bruder. That actually sounds crazy that even happened to you. That if that happened to you, I would genuinely act on it because you like that doesn't happen to everyone. Like read the book he gave you. That's crazy. Yo, thanks for follow. Yeah. There is actually I sometimes when I was saying words, sorry, my cat is in the litter box right now. But sometimes when I was saying words, the pencil was cracking. Right, I heard it cracking, so it might just snap in two at any moment. But that's the price I'm paying for this challenge. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, like I'm not telling you to read the book. Like, who am I to tell you anything, right? But listen to it as some kind of sign. Sorry, I don't know why I'm being called. I don't have any. Never mind. So yeah, I don't want to eat the pen. That's the point. I'm trying to speak as subtly and clearly as possible. The cat is in the toilet, in the litter box. And sometimes he does it to gain attention. He goes like, without doing anything, right? I should try actually like doing this as well when he starts. So I don't know, maybe he thinks, maybe then he thinks I don't care. But yeah, he knows it's annoying when he does it for like forever and goes like this and this and this and this. So that's why he does it. Not in the toilet, in the litter box, cat litter box. Anyway, I'm on page 57, man. I still need 100 pages, so okay. That's exactly. Oh God, where was I even? Okay, not to feel exasperated or defeated or despondent because your days aren't packed with wise and moral actions, but to get back and when you fail to celebrate behaving like a human, however imperfectly and fully embrace the pursuit that you've embarked on, and not to think of philosophy as your instructor, but as the sponge and egg white that release ophthalmia, as soothing ointment, a warm lotion, not showing off your obedience to the logos, but resting in it. Remember, philosophy only requires only what your nature or actually demands. What you've been after is something else again, something unnatural. But what could be preferable? That's exactly how pleasure traps us, isn't it? Wouldn't magnanimity be preferable? Or freedom, honesty, prudence, piety? And is there anything preferable to thought itself, to logic, to understanding? Think of their sure-footedness, their fluent stillness. Things aren't wrapped in such a veil of mystery that many good philosophers have found it impossible to make sense of them. Even the Stoics have trouble. Any assessment we make is subject to alteration, just as we are ourselves. Look closely at them. How impermanent they are. How meaningless. Things that a pervert can own, a whore, a thief. Then look at the way the people around you behave. Even the best of them are hard to put up with. not to mention putting up with yourself. In such a deep darkness, such a sewer, in a flux of material, of time, of motion, and things moved, I don't know what there is to value or to work for. Quite the contrary. We need to comfort ourselves and wait for dissolution, and not get impatient in the meantime, but take refuge in these two things. Nothing can happen to me, number one. Nothing can happen to me that isn't natural. Actually, a pretty good saying, keep that in mind. Like, genuinely, nothing can happen to me that isn't natural. It's a good thing to keep in mind all the time. I can keep from doing anything that God and my own spirit don't approve. No one can force me to. What am I doing with my soul? Interrogate yourself to find out what inhabits your so-called mind, and what so-called mind and what kind of soul you have now. A child's soul, an adolescent's, a woman's, a tyrant's soul, the soul of a predator or its prey. Ich finde es gut, dass immer wieder betont, dass nur du selbst dich kontrollieren kannst, kein anderer. Exactly, that's the point. The whole... Actually, yeah, exactly. If you want to keep anything in mind from this entire book, it is that you always have a choice when someone else presents you with anything, right? Anything, even if someone speaks to you, this is like a general thing we just all accept. If someone on the street speaks to you, you feel like you have to respond, but you don't have to respond. Of course you don't. Why would you have to respond? Is there some rule, some law for it? No. So you could go into the my girlfriend tried this recently, like genuinely tried this. I also tried this back in the day, where we had this challenge not to speak, like just not speaking at all, right? With anyone. For like a week. I did this for a week. We sometimes do it in the morning, and she went to a store and kind of went there to buy something, and the store clerk obviously starts speaking to you, and it's like, oh yeah, you want to buy this, so how's your day, la 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 la, and you just look at them and you don't respond at all. No response. And she said that the store clerk got angry at her for not responding, or like irritated, but that doesn't make any sense. Like genuinely, you don't owe anyone your voice or your attention. So yeah, remember that. Like genuinely, same thing. Yeah, if someone says. Another thing I might share right now, it's not reading, but I kind of find it very valuable. I might make a video about it, but is that... Sorry, I gotta collect the thoughts to actually present them very nicely. I kind of want them to be understood. It was... So first we had the silence. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, secondly... Goddamn. First was the silence, and secondly was that... Oh yeah, exactly, I remember. Okay. If someone... I got this from somewhere else. Let's get out, Jade. You're here for a good, like a crazy lesson I learned. Is that if someone says to you, right, to you, someone comes to you... Hold on, let me drink a little bit of water. Okay, so of course I have to say it's with a pen, otherwise it's not real. If someone says to you, haha, what stupid blue hair you have. I hope you don't have blue hair right now, because that would ruin the whole analogy. But if someone says, haha, you have stupid hair, blue hair, stupid blue hair, you say, wait, I don't have any blue hair. What is he talking about? What an idiot. Okay, then substitute it with green hair. If someone says you have blue hair, you think, what an idiot. I don't have blue hair. What is he talking about? And it doesn't do anything to you, right? But if someone says, you are stupid, or you are unlikable, someone says to you, you are unlikable, right? You'll feel hurt inside. Why? That doesn't, right? It's the same thing. You'll feel hurt even though you know you're likable. You should know you're likable, and that's the thing. Like if someone says you have blue hair and it sucks, you don't have blue hair, then you don't feel attacked. If someone says you're unlikable and you know or you don't deserve love, and if someone says you don't deserve love and you know, wait, I deserve love, then someone being that hateful shouldn't do anything to you. If that makes any sense. I don't know if I can lay it out that well, but that's like the main idea. It's the same as, I always say, it's the same as the blue hair. If you're confident in that you deserve love, that you are likable, that you are trying, then it doesn't matter if someone else says you don't, because you see your own value. That's the whole point. Like if you see your own value, the words of others can't hurt you. Ich weiß, wer ich bin und was ich verdient habe. Niemand kennt mich so wie ich mich selbst. Exactly. Deswegen kann mir niemand auch was anderes sagen. Exactly. Like if you know what you did, you were like that back in the day. Yeah, I think everyone was very like that back in the day. As a child, you kind of believe everything that is said to you, and it becomes your character, right? That is the way it is. If you're like 15, 12, if someone says you're ugly, you're actually going to think that you're ugly, like immediately. If someone says you're loud, you will think you're loud. If someone says you're bad at math, this is the classic one in school. If the teacher says you are bad or slow at math, do you know how many people internalize that in their head? Sorry, that they're bad at math forever. By the way, they start elementary school, grade 1 to 4 or something. Someone says you're bad at math, and then they think they're bad at math for life. By the way, they will never get rid of that thought. I don't know what just fell down here. That's kind of scary, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's just it's the art of knowing what you are, what you deserve. Das sagt auch viel mehr über die andere Person aus als über einen selbst. That is another lesson that you can learn, is that if someone doesn't like what you're doing, they are either envious of you, or they are projecting their own insecurities onto you. Definitely. It's pretty often also envy. There are a lot of envious people. Not too many. Like, I think you would overestimate it, right? But you can also underestimate it. Just remember that there are genuinely people with bad intentions and envy. They are actually there, and they're pretty hard to spot, like, genuinely. So, yeah, that's my personal little lesson. So yeah. Okay, let me continue reading so I can actually go to bed ever. Where was I? Another way to grasp what ordinary people mean by goods. Suppose you took certain things as touchstones of goodness: prudence, self-control, justice, and courage. Say if you understood goods as meaning those, you wouldn't be able to follow that line about so many goods. It wouldn't make any sense to you. Whereas if you internalize the conventional meaning, you would be able to follow it perfectly. You would have no trouble seeing the author's meaning and why it was funny. Which shows that most people do acknowledge a distinction. Otherwise, we wouldn't recognize the first sense as jarring and reject it automatically, whereas we accept the second, the one referring to wealth and the benefits of celebrity, a high living, as amusing and apropos. Now go a step further. Ask yourself whether we should accept as goods and should value the things we have to think of to have the line make sense, the ones whose abundance leaves their owner with No place to sit. I genuinely didn't understand anything from that verse. So. Ich gehe jetzt was essen, vielleicht komme ich später nochmal. Bye bye. See you later, Mariam. Thank you for being here. It was pretty cool to talk to you. I am made up of substance and what animates it, and neither one can ever stop existing, any more than it began to. Every portion of me will be resigned as another portion of the world, and that in turn transformed into another, infinitum. I was produced through one such transformation, and my parents too, and so on back ad infinitum. Okay, the logos and its employment are forces sufficient for themselves and for their works. They start from their own beginning, they proceed to the appointed end. We call such activities directed, from the directness of their course. Nothing pertains to human beings except what defines us as human. No other things can be demanded of us. They aren't proper to human nature, nor is it incomplete without them. It follows that they are not our goal, or what helps us reach it, the good. If any of them were proper to us, it would be improper to disdain or resist. Nor would we admire people who show themselves immune to it. If the finding themselves were good, it could hardly be good to give them up. But in reality, the more we deny ourselves such things, and things like them, or are deprived of them involuntarily even, the better we become. The things you think about determine the quality of your mind. Your soul takes this is a good one, by the way. If you're listening right now, listen to this one, it's important. The things you think about determine the quality of your mind. Your soul takes on the color of your thoughts. Color it with a run of thoughts like these. Anywhere you can lead your life, you can lead a good one. Lives are led at court, then good ones can be. Things gravitate towards what they were intended for. What things gravitate towards is their goal. If things' goal is what benefits it, it's good. A rational being's good is unselfishness. What we were born for. There's nothing new, remember? Lower things for the sake of higher ones, and higher ones for one another. Things that have consciousness are higher than those that don't, and those with the logos still higher. It is crazy to want what is impossible, and impossible for the wicked not to do so. Nothing happens to anyone that he can't endure. The same thing happens to other people, and they weather it unharmed out of sheer obliviousness, or because they want to display character. Is wisdom really so much weaker than ignorance and vanity? Things have to hold on to the soul. Things have to hold on to the soul. They have no access to it, cannot move or direct it. It is moved and directed by itself alone. It takes the things before it and interprets them as it sees fit. In a sense, people are our proper occupation. Our job is to do them good and put up with them. But when they obstruct our proper tasks, they become irrelevant to us, like sun, wind, animals. Our actions may be impeded by them, but there can be no impeding our intentions or our dispositions. Because we can accommodate and adapt, the mind adapts and converts to its own purposes, the obstacles to our acting. The impediment to action advances action. Where the hell was I? What's why did I stop reading? Where was I? Things that, what? Nothing happens to anyone that can do. Okay. What? Am I stupid? What happened? It is crazy to want what is impossible and possible for a wicked not to do so. Huh? Irrational beings' good is unselfishness. What we were born for. That's nothing new. Remember, la la la, I've read all that. It's crazy to want what is impossible for the wicked not to do so. Nothing happens to anyone that he can't endure. The same thing happens to other people, and they weather it unharmed, out of sheer obliviousness or because they want to display character. Is wisdom really so much weaker than ignorance and vanity? Things have no hold on the soul, they have no access to it, cannot move or direct it. It is moved and directed by itself alone. It takes the things before it and interprets them as it sees fit. In a sense, people are our proper occupation. Our job is to do them good and to put up with them. Good and to put up with them. And when they obstruct our proper tasks, they become irrelevant to us. Like sun, wind, animals. Our actions may be impeded by them, but there can be no impeding our intentions or our dispositions. Because we accommodate and adapt, the mind adapts and converts to its own purposes, the obstacle to our acting. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Honor that which is greatest in the world, that on whose busyness all things are employed and by whom they are governed. And honor what is greatest in yourself, the part that shares its nature with that power. All things, in you as well, are employed about its business, and your life is governed by it. If it does not harm the community, it does not harm its members. When you think you've been injured, apply this rule. If the community isn't injured by it, neither am I. If it is, anger is not the answer. Show the offender where he went wrong. Keep in mind how fast things pass by and are gone. Those that are now and those to come. Existence flows past us like a river. The what is in constant flux. The why has 1,000 variations. Nothing is stable, not even what's right here. The infinity of past and future gapes before us, a chasm whose depths we cannot see. So it would take an idiot to feel importance or distress, or any indignation either, as if the things that irritate us lasted. Remember, matter, how tiny your share of it. Time, how brief and fleeting your allotment of it. Fate, how small a role you play in it. So other people hurt me. That's their problem. Their character and actions are not mine. What is done to me is ordained by nature, what I do by my own. The mind is the ruler of the soul. It should remain unstirred by agitations of the flesh, gentle and violent ones alike, not mingling with them, but fencing itself off and keeping those feelings in their place. When they make their way into your thoughts through the sympathetic link between mind and body, don't try to resist the sensation. The sensation is natural, but don't let the mind start in with judgments calling it good or bad. To live with the gods and to not do that is to show them that your soul accepts what it is given, and thus what the Spirit requires. The Spirit God gave each of us to lead and guide us, a fragment of Himself, which is our mind, our logos. Okay, don't care. Don't be irritated at people's smell or bad breath. What's the point? With that mouth, with those armpits, they're going to produce that odor. But they have a brain. Can't they figure it out? Can't they recognize the problem? So you have a brain as well. Good for you. Then use your logic to awaken his. Show him. Make him realize. If he'll listen, then you'll have solved the problem without anger. Neither player king nor prostitute. You can live here as you expect to live there, and if they won't let you, you can depart life now and forfeit nothing. If the smoke makes me cough, I can leave. What's so hard about that? Until things reach that point, I am free. No one can keep me from doing what I want, and I want what is proper to rational beings, living together. The world's intelligence is not selfish. It created lower things for the sake of higher ones, and it tuned the higher ones to one another. Look how it subordinates, how it connects, how it assigns each thing what each deserves and brings the better things into alignment. How have you behaved to the gods, to your parents, to your siblings, to your wife, to your children, to your teachers, to your nurses, to your friends, to your relatives, to your slaves? Have they all had from you nothing wrong and unworthy, either word or deed? Consider all that you've gone through, all that you've survived, and that the story of your life is done. Your assignment complete. How many good things have you seen? How much pain and pleasure have you resisted? How much honors have you declined? How many unkind people have you been kind to? Why do other... Oh, that's actually a banger. All the stories in your life is gone. Assignment complete. Let's see, mark that one. I like that. Why do other souls, unskilled, untrained, disturb the soul with skill and understanding? And which is that? The one that knows the beginning and the end, and knows the logos that runs through all things, and that assigns to all a place, each in its allotted span, throughout the whole of time. Soon you will be ashes, or bones, a mere name at most, and even that is just a sound, an echo. The things we want in life are empty, stale and trivial, dogs snarling at each other. Mag dein Stream sehr. Sag Bescheid, wenn du wieder live gehst. Hey, danke. Ich habe vorhin gesehen, du hast auch was da gelassen. Cool, dass du was geschrieben hast. Ich sag dir Bescheid. Ich meine, ich glaube, du kriegst eine Benachrichtigung, wenn ich live gehe, oder? Wenn man followt, ich weiß es nicht. Aber cool, dass du das sagst, danke. Nothing... where was I? Nothing pertains to human beings... Nothing pertains to human beings except what defines us as human. No other things can be demanded of us. They aren't proper to human nature, nor is it incomplete without them. It follows that they are not our goal, what helps us reach it, the good. If any of them were proper to us, it would be improper to disdain or resist it. Nor would we admire people who show themselves immune to it. If the things themselves were good, it could hardly be good to give them up. But in reality, with the more we deny ourselves such things... I've already read this. Bro. Why do other... Soon, I've already read this too, damn. Soon you'll be ashes or bones in your name. Yes, I've read this. Dogs snarl. The things we want in life are empty, stale, and trivial. Dogs snarling at each other. Quarreling children, laughing and then bursting into tears a moment later. Trust, shame, justice, truth. Gone from the earth and only found in heaven. Heaven. Why are you still here? Sensory objects are shifting and unstable. Our senses dim and easily deceived. The soul itself a decoction of the blood. Fame in a world like this is worthless. And so, wait for it patiently. Annihilation and metamorphosis. And until that time comes, what? Honor and revere the gods. Treat human beings as they deserve. Be tolerant with each other and strict with yourself. Remember, nothing belongs to you but your flesh and blood, and nothing else is under your control. You can lead an untroubled life, provided you can grow, can think, and act systematically. Two characteristics shared by gods and men, and every rational creature: not to let others hold you back. One, not to let others hold you back, to locate goodness in thinking and doing the right thing, and to limit your desires to that. If this evil is not of my doing, nor the result of it, and the community is not endangered, why should it bother? Why should it bother me? Bother me. Where's the danger of the community? For the community. Not to be overwhelmed by what you imagine, but just do what you can and you should. And if suffer in essentials, not to treat that as defeat. Like the old man asking for the orphan's toy on the way out, even though he knew that's all it was. Like that, no idea. Up on the platform, have you forgotten what's what? I know, but it was important to them. And so you have to be an idiot as well? Have you forgotten what's what? I know, but it was important to them, and so you have to be an idiot as well? Godlike. Scheiße. Okay. I was once a fortunate man, but at some point fortune abandoned me. But true good fortune is what you make for yourself. Good fortune, good character, good intentions, and good actions. Hey, we're done with book 5. Let's fucking go, man. Holy. Book 6. Book 6, halfway, by the way. Okay. Nature is pliable, obedient, and the logos that governs it has no reason to do evil. It knows no evil, does none, and causes harm to nothing. It dictates all beings and all endings. Just that you do the right thing, the rest doesn't matter. Cold or warm, tired or well rested, despised or honored, dying or busy with other assignments. Because dying too is one of our assignments in life. There are to do what needs doing. Look inward. Don't let the true nature of value of anything elude you. Don't let the true nature or value of anything elude you. Before long, all existing things will be transformed to rise like smoke, assuming all things become one, or be dispersed in fragments. The Logos knows where it stands and what it has to do, and what it has to work with. The best revenge is not to be like that. To move from one unselfish action to another with God in mind. Only there, delight and stillness. The mind is that which roused and directed by itself. It makes of itself what it chooses, and it makes what it chooses of its own experience. Everything is brought about by nature, not by anything beyond it, or within it, or apart from it. 1. Mixture, interaction, dispersal. Or 2. Unity, order, design. Suppose 1. Why would I want to live in disorder and confusion? Why would I care about anything except the eventual dust to dust? And why would I feel any anxiety? Dispersal is certain whenever I do. Or suppose 2. Reverence, serenity, faith in the power responsible. In the power responsible. Yes. When jarred unavoidably by circumstances, Revert at once to yourself and don't lose the rhythm more than you can help. You'll have a better grasp of the harmony if you keep on going back to it. If you had a stepmother and a real mother, you would pay your respects to your stepmother, yes. But it's your real mother, you would go back to, you would go home to. The court and philosophy, keep returning to it, to rest in its embrace. It's all that makes the court, and you, endurable. Like seeing roasted meat and other dishes in front of you, and suddenly realizing this is a dead fish, a dead bird, a dead pig, or that this is noble vintage, is grape juice, and the purple robes are sheep dyed with selfish blood, or making love, something rubbing against your whatever, a brief seizure and a little cloudy liquid. Perconceptions like that, latching onto things and piercing through them, so we see what they really are. That's what we need to do all the time, all through our lives, when things lay claim to our trust, to lay them bare and see how pointless they are, to strip away the legend that encrusts them. Banger, again. I guess that sucks. Alright. Pride is a master of deception. When you think you're occupied in the weightiest business, that's when he has you in his spell. Things ordinary people are impressed by fall into the categories of things that are held together by simple physics, like stones or wood, or by natural growth, figs, vines, olives. Those admired by more advanced minds are held together by living soul. Flocks of sheep, herds of cows. Still more sophisticated people admire what is guided by a rational mind, not the universal mind, but one admired for its technical knowledge, or for some other skill, or just because or just because it happens to own a lot of slaves. But those who revere that other mind, the one we all share, as humans and as citizens, aren't interested in other things. Their focus is on the state of their own minds, to avoid all selfishness and illogic, and to work with others to achieve that goal. Some things are rushing into existence, others out of it. Some of what now exists is already gone. Change and flux constantly remake the world, just as the incessant progression of time makes eternity. We find ourselves in a river. Which of the things around us should we value when none of them can offer a firm foothold? Like an attachment to a sparrow. Wow. Like an attachment to a sparrow, we glimpse it and it's gone. And life itself, like the decorations of blood, the drawing in of air, we expel the power of breathing, we drew in at birth, just yesterday or the day before, breathing it out like the air we exhale at each moment. What is it in ourselves that we should prize? Not just transpiration, even plants do that, or respiration, even beasts and wild animals do that, or being struck by passing thoughts, or jerked like a puppet, or jerked like a puppet by your own impulses, or moving in herds, or eating and relieving yourself afterwards. Then what is to be prized? An audience clapping? No. No more than the clacking of their tongues, which is all that public praise amounts to. A clacking of tongues. So we throw out we throw we throw out other people's recognition. What's left for us to prize? I think it's this: to do and not to do what we were designed for. To do and not to do what we were designed for. That's the goal of all trades, all arts, and what each of them aims at. That the thing they create should do what it was designed to do. The nurseryman who cares for the vines, the horse trainer, the dog breeder, this is what they aim at, and teaching and education. What else are they trying to accomplish? So that's what we should prize. Hold on to that and you won't be tempted to aim at anything else. If you can't stop prizing a lot of other things, then you will never be free. Free, independent, imperturbable, because you'll always be envious and jealous, afraid that people might come and take it all away from you, plotting against those who have them those things you prize. People who need those things are bound to be a mess and bound to take out their frustrations on the gods. Whereas to respect your own mind, to prize it, will leave you satisfied with your own self, well integrated into your community and in tune with the gods as well, embracing what they allot you and what they ordain. Yo, thanks for the follow. The elements move upward, downward, in all directions. The motion of virtue is different, deeper. It moves at a steady pace on a road hard to discern, and always forward. The way people behave, they refuse to admire their contemporaries. They refuse to admire their contemporaries, the people whose lives they share. No, but they admired by no, but they're no, but to no, but to be admired by posterity. People they've never met and never will. That's what they set their hearts on. You might as well be upset at not being a hero to your great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. Oy. Goddamn. Great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. Father. Great-grandfather. Father. Great-grandfather. Father. Great-grandfather. That's kind of alright. Great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. That's alright. Great-grandfather. Yeah, great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. You might as well be upset at not being a hero to your great-grandfather. Not to assume it's impossible because you find it hard, but to recognize that it's humanly possible. You can do it too. Skid? See. Ja, ich glaube schon. Nein. Hold on, I have to go to the bathroom. Lucy. Boah. Alright, we're so back. Oh. Look. That's kind of funny, actually. Oh wait, I can't read without light. Fuck. Okay. Is there a clock I can put on the screen? That would be crazy if I can see my time. Sorry, I'm not popping off right now. I gotta put something on the screen. Is there something like that? I was wondering. AI optimize? What does that mean? Uh-huh. That's hilarious. Let me put it like that. It's kind of funny. Oh man, yes. is this? Yeah. What? Okay. No. What? Yeah. Oh. Okay, it's back. Good. 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 Where? I don't see it. What? Alright, let's keep going. Fuck it. Notice, in the ring, our opportunities can gouge out. In the ring, our opponents can gouge us with their nails or butt us with their heads and leave a bruise. But we don't denounce them for it, or get upset with them, or regard them from them then on as violent types. We just keep an eye on them after that, not out of hatred or suspicion, just keeping a friendly distance. Mm, we need to do that we need to do that in other areas. We need to excuse what our sparring partners do and just keep our distance without suspicion or hatred. If anyone can refute me, show me I'm making a mistake or looking at things from the wrong perspective, I'll gladly change. It's the truth I'm after, and the truth never harmed anyone. What harms us is to persist in self-deceit and ignorance. I do what is mine to do. The rest doesn't disturb me. The rest is inanimate and has no logos, or it wanders at random and has lost the road. When you deal with irrational animals, with things and circumstances, be generous and straightforward. You are rational. They are not. When you deal with fellow human beings, behave as one. They share in the logos and invoke their gods regardless. Don't worry about how long you'll go on doing this. A single afternoon would be enough. Alexander the Great and his mule driver both died, and the same thing happened to both. They were absorbed alike into the life force of the world and dissolved alike into atoms. Think how much is going on inside you every second, in your soul, in your body. Why should it astonish you that so much more? Why would it astonish you that so much more, everything that happens in that all-embracing unity, the world, is happening at the same time? God, let me freaking itch my nose. Holy fucking shit. If someone asked you to write your name Would you clench your teeth and spit out the letters one by one? If he lost his temper, would you lose yours as well? Or would you just spell out the individual letters? Banger. Holy shit, that's a banger. Remember, your responsibilities can be broken down into individual parts as well. Concentrate on those and finish the job methodically, without getting stirred up or meeting anger with anger. How cruel to forbid people to what they think is good for them. And yet that's just what you won't let them do when you get angry at their misbehavior. They're drawn toward what they think is good for them. Damn, banger. Holy shit, what are these bangers? But it's not good for them. Then show them that. Prove it to them, instead of losing your temper. Death, the end of sense perception, of being controlled by your emotions, of mental activity, of enslavement to our bodies. Disgraceful for the soul to give up when the body is still going strong. Oh, okay. Death, oh my god, these are bangers. Holy shit. Death, the end of sense perception, of being controlled by your emotions, of mental activity, of enslavement to our bodies. Disgraceful for the soul to give up when the body is still going strong. To escape imperialization, that indelible stain, it happens. Make sure you remain straightforward, upright, reverent, serious, unadorned, an ally of justice, pious, kind, affectionate, and doing your duty with a will. Fight to be the person philosophy tried to make you. Fight to be the person philosophy tried to make you. Fight to be the person philosophy tried to make you. Revere the gods, watch over human beings. Our lives are short. The only rewards of our existence here are an unstained character and unselfish acts. Take Antonius as your model, always. His energy in doing what was rational, his steadiness in any situation, his sense of reverence, his calm expression, his gentleness, his modesty, his eagerness to grasp things, and how he never let things go before he was sure he had examined them thoroughly, understood them perfectly, the way he put up with unfair criticism without returning it, how he couldn't be hurried, how he wouldn't listen to informers, how reliable he was as a judge of character and of actions, not prone to backbiting or cowardice or jealousy or empty theoretic content with the basics. In living quarters, bedding, clothes, food, servants, how hard he worked, how much he put up with, his ability to work straight through till dusk, because of a simple diet. He didn't even need to relieve himself, except at set times. His constancy and reliability as a friend. His tolerance of people who openly questioned his views, and his delight at seeing his ideas improved on. His piety, without a trace of superstition. So what when your time comes? Your conscience will be as clear as his. Awaken, return to yourself, now no longer asleep, knowing they were only dreams, clear-headed again, treat everything around you as a dream. I am composed of a body and a soul. Things that happen to the body are meaningless. It cannot discriminate among them. Nothing has meaning to my mind, except its own actions, which are within its own control. Nothing has meaning to the mind except its own actions, which are within its own control, and it's only the immediate ones that matter. Its past and future actions too Its past and future actions, too, are meaningless. It's normal to feel pain in your hands and feet if you're using your feet as feet and your hands as hands. And for a human being to feel stress is normal if she's living a normal human life. If it's normal, how can it be bad? Thieves, perverts, parakeets, dictators, the kind of pleasures they enjoy. Have you noticed how professionals who meet the man on the street halfway, but without compromising the logos of their trade? Should we as humans feel less responsibility to our logos than builders or pharmacists do? A logos we share with the divine. Asia and Europe, distant recesses of the universe, the ocean, a drop of water, Mount Athos, a molehill, the present, a split second in eternity, minuscule, transitory, insignificant. Everything derives from it, that universal mind, either as effect or consequence. The lion's jaws, the poisonous substances, and every harmful thing, from thorns to mud, are byproducts of the good and beautiful. So don't look at them as aliens to what you revere, but focus on the source that all things spring from. All things spring from. If you've seen the present, then you've seen everything. If it's been since the beginning, as it's been since the beginning, as it will be forever, the same substance, the same form, all of it. Wow. Gotta get a pen. Different one. Yes. Nice. Go ahead. All right. Shishi. Keep reminding yourself of the way things are connected, of their relatedness. All things are implicated in one another and in sympathy with each other, other, with each other. This event is the consequence of some other one. Things push and pull on each other and breathe together and are one. When things ordained for you, teach yourself to be at one with things ordained for you. Teach yourself to be at one with with those, with those, and the people who share them with you. Treat them with love, with real love. Implements, tools, equipments. If they do what they were designed for, then they work, even if the person who designed them is miles away. But with naturally occurring things, the force that designed them is present within them and remains there, which is why we owe it special reverence, with the recognition that if you live and act as it dictates, then everything in you is intelligently ordered, just as everything in the world is. You take bad things you don't control and define them as good or bad. And so, of course, when the bad things happen or the good ones don't, you blame the gods and feel hatred for the people responsible, for those who decide to make responsible. Much of our bad behavior stems from trying to apply those criteria. If we limited good and bad to our own actions, we would have no call to challenge God or to treat other people as enemies. All of us are working on the same project, some consciously, with understanding, some without knowing it. I think this is what Heraclitus meant when he said that those who sleep are also hard at work, that they too collaborate in what happens. Some of us worked in one way, some of us work in one way, and some in others. And those who complain and try to obstruct and thwart things, they help as much as anyone. Thwart, obstruct and thwart things. Thwart, thwart things. They help as much as anyone. The world needs them as well. So make up your mind who you will choose to work with. The force that directs all things will make good use of you regardless. Will put you in its payroll and set you to work, but make sure it's not the job Chrysippus speaks of, the bad line in the play, put there for laughs. Does the sun try to do the rain's work, or Asclepius Demeter's? And what about each of the stars? Different, yet working in common. If the gods have made decisions about me and the things that happen to me, then they were good decisions. It's hard to picture a god who makes bad ones. And why would they expend their energy on causing me harm? What good would it do them, or the world, which is their primary concern? And if they haven't made decisions about me as an individual, they certainly have made the general welfare, and anything that follows from that is something I have to welcome and embrace. And if they make no decisions about anything, and it's blasphemous even to think so, because if so, then let's stop sacrificing, praying, swearing, oaths, and doing all the other things we do, believing the whole time that the gods are right there with us. If they decide nothing about our lives, well, I can still make decisions, can still consider what is to my benefit to do, and what benefits anyone is to do what his own nature requires. And mine is rational and civic. My city and state are Rome, as Antoninus, but as a human being, the world. So for me, good can only mean what's good for both communities. Whatever happens to you is good for the world, is for the good of the world. That would be enough right there. But if you look closely, you will generally notice something else as well. Whatever happens to a single person is for the good of others, good in the ordinary sense, as the world defines it. Just as the arena and the other spectacles weary you, you've seen them all before, and the repetition grates on your nerves, so too with life. The same things, the same causes on all sides. How much longer? Keep this constantly in mind, that all sorts of people have died. All professions, all nationalities, follow the thought all the way down to Philistine, Phoebus, and Oregonian, now extended to other species. We have to go there too, where all of them have already gone. The eloquent and the wise, Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Socrates, the heroes of old, the soldiers and kings who followed them, Eudoxus, Hipparchus, and Archimedes, the smart, the generous, the hard-working and cunning, the selfish, and even Menipus and his cohorts, who laughed at the whole brief, fragile business, all underground for a long time now. And what harm does it to them, or the others either, the ones whose name we don't even know? The only thing that isn't worthless to live, this life out truthfully and rightly, and be patient with those who don't. When you need encouragement, think of the qualities the people around you have. This one's energy, that one's modesty, another's generosity, and so on. Nothing is an encouragement as when the virtues are visibly embodied in the people around us, when we're practically showered with them. It's good to keep this in mind. It's good to keep this in mind. It doesn't bother you that you weigh only X or Y pounds and not 300. Why should it bother you that you have only X or Y years to live and not more? You accept the limits placed on your body, accept those placed on your time. Banger, kind of. Do your best to convince them, but act on your own, if justice requires it. If met with force, then fall back on acceptance and peaceability. Use the setback to practice other virtues. Their virtues. Remember that our efforts are subject to circumstances. You weren't aiming to do the impossible. Aiming to do what then? To try, and you succeeded. What you set out to do is accomplished. Ambition means trying your well-being. Ambition means tying your well-being to what other people say or do. Self-indulgence means tying it to the things that happen to you. Sanity means tying it to your own actions. If you don't have to turn this into something, it doesn't have to upset you. Things can shape our decisions by themselves. Practice really hearing what people say. Do your best to get inside their minds. Banger. Gotta mark that one real quick. What injures the hive injures the bee. If the crew talk back to the captain, or patients to their doctor, then whose authority would they accept? How could the passengers be kept safe or the patient healthy? All those people who came into the world with me and have already left it. Honey tastes bitter to a man with jaundice. People with rabies are terrified of water, and the child's idea of beauty is a ball. Why does it upset you? Do you think falsehood is less powerful? Falsehood is less powerful than bile or a rabid dog? No idea. No one can. We're back. I don't know. I hope we're back. It said that I am not connected, but we're back. Yeah, I'm at page 87 now, and we have to get to page 150, and then I can go to bed. My girlfriend is already sleeping in the room next door. Yeah, book 7. Now we start with book 7. Evil, same old thing. No matter what happens, Keep this in mind. It's the same old thing from one end of the world to the other. It fills the history books, ancient and modern, and the cities and the houses too. Nothing new at all, familiar, transient. You cannot quench understanding unless you put out the insights that compose it, but you can rekindle those at will, like glowing coals, aye, coals, oh, what is the word, coals, do you know what I'm saying with coals? I mean the black thing to burn stuff, coals. Mm, with glowing coals, I can control my thoughts as necessary, then how can I be troubled? What is outside my mind means nothing to it. Absorb that lesson and your feet stand firm. You can return to life. Look at things as you did before, and life returns. Um, Pointless bustling of processions, opera arias, herds of sheep and cattle, military exercises, a bone flung to pet poodles, a little food in the fish tank, the miserable servitude of ants, scampering of frightened mice, puppet jerked on strings. Surrounded as we are by all of this, we need to practice acceptance without disdain, but remembering that our own worth is measured by what we devote our energy to. Kind of a banger again, damn. Let me mark that one. I'll say it again. Surrounded as we are by all of this, remembering that our worth is measured by what we devote our energy to is kind of a banger thing to keep in mind. Like, if genuinely, the things you put your energy to measure your worth, so you're in full control how worthy you are. So, next one. Focus on what is said when you speak and what results from each action. Focus on what is said when you speak and on what results from each action. Know what the one aims at and what the other means. Sorry, let me say, I think that one's good. Let me say it again. Focus on what is said when you speak and on what results from each action. Know what the one aims at and what the other means. I think that was kind of good. Maybe like that. Okay. Is my intellect up to this? If so, then I'll put it to work, like a tool provided by nature. And if it isn't, then I'll turn the job over to someone who can do better. Better, unless I have no choice. Or I do the best I can with it and collaborate with whoever can make use of it. To do that, the community needs done. Because whatever I do, alone or with others, oh my god, this word. Do you read the Meditations? Yes, this is Marcus Aurelius Meditations. I only wrote Marcus Aurelius, but you caught it right, correctly. It's Meditations. Classic book. Yes. Did you read it too? I mean, it sounds like you did. Also sounds like you enjoyed it. Yeah, it's the first one I'm kind of reading for everyone because I find it meaningful. Crazy that you actually understood that I'm reading Meditations. It changed my life for the better? That's great. Holy shit. In what way can you like lay it out? If easy to understand, or is it complex? Or wait, let me read. Is my intellect up? I read this whole thing with the community. Collaborate with others. Oh yeah, alone or with other. Oh my god, this word. Others can aim at one thing only. What squares with those requirements? So many who were remembered already forgotten, and those who remembered them long gone. Don't be ashamed to need help. Like a soldier storming a wall, you have a mission to accomplish, and if you've been wounded and you need a comrade to pull you up, so what? Banger. Let me mark that one again. Like, accept help, man. It's really not that bad to accept help by a comrade. Like, for real, grab the pen and write it down what you want to hold on to, and yes, give me a minute. I have you probably haven't seen what I make on like the short videos I post. But I usually write things I find meaningful in here, and then I present them, like the things that I really really love, right? The things that I think about that shape my actions. I write them in here and then present them to people. That's kind of what I set out to do. It feels like I'm supposed to do this. So. Forget the future. When and if it comes, you'll have the same resources to draw on, the same logos. Everything is interwoven, and the end is holy. None of its parts are unconnected. They are composed harmoniously, and together they compose the world. One world made up of all things, one divinity present in them all, one substance and one law, the logos that all rational beings share, and one truth. And this is indeed the culmination of one process, beings who share the same birth, the same logos. All substance is soon absorbed into nature, all that animates it soon restored to the logos, all trace of them both soon covered over by time. To a being with logos, an unnatural action is one that conflicts with the logos. Straight, not straightened. What is rational in different beings is related, like the individual limbs of a single being, and meant to function as a unit. This will be clearer to you if you remind yourself, I'm a single limb, melos, of a larger body, a rational one. Or you could say, a part, meros, not melos, meros, only a letter's difference. But then you're not really embracing other people. Helping them isn't yet its own reward. You're still seeing it only as the right thing to do. You don't realize who you're really helping. So let me see. Let it happen, if it wants, to whatever it can happen to, and what's affected can complain about it if it wants. It doesn't hurt me unless I interpret it as happening It doesn't hurt me unless I interpret its happening as harmful to me. I can choose not to. No matter what anyone says or does, my task is to be good, like gold or emerald, or purple repeating to itself. No matter what anyone says or does, my task is to be emerald, my color undiminished. The mind doesn't get in its own way. It doesn't frighten itself into desires. If other if other oh, this word if other oh my if other things other I have to be a little smooth with it. Say smooth. Other things. That's okay, right? That's okay? Same here, I think that gets a pass. Other. If the mind doesn't get in its own way, it doesn't frighten itself into desires. If other things can scare or hurt it, let them. It won't go down that road on the basis of its own perceptions. Let the body avoid discomfort as it can, and if it feels it, say so. But the soul is what feels fear and pain, and what conceives of them in the first place, and it suffers nothing, because it will never conclude that it has. The mind in itself has no needs, except for those it creates. Itself is undisturbed, except for its own disturbances. Knows no obstructions, except those from within. Banger. Let me freaking mark that one in your books, guys. take out your books on page 87 and mark. I guess that's a good point to read what you said. For me, it's finding out that for my human soul, it's truly fulfilling living in truth with myself and others, always to keep my peace and live in the present, that everything is connected in nature. Do you have a character limit in this chat? That must suck a lot. Um, Connected, and nature is doing its thing, and that I can overcome everything literally. And I don't need to feel bad about others. Or I don't. Okay, there's actually a few huge bangers in there that everyone should actually keep in mind. I also learned similar things from this book. Actually, obviously, he says the same thing to you as he does to me. Uh, oh, you wrote this down. Nice. Cause I like this is a short break. I can actually take a short break here. But I won't take the pencil out of my mouth because I'm crazy like that. Uh, so myself and others. Oh my God! He also wrote the word others. Always keep my peace and live in the present. Uh, for me, it's finding out that for my human soul, it's truly fulfilling living in truth. That thing, the thing with truth, living in truth, is probably the first thing I picked up from this book as well. It's there's a line he has where he speaks about um, that when you're thinking something and someone asks you what you're thinking, that you're supposed to be able to immediately spit it out, like immediately give it to the other person without any shame or regret. And when I read that, or is my stream there? I have a notification that I'm disconnected, but I think it's a bait. Mm, yeah. So like, when I read that, when I have a thought and I'm supposed to spit it out immediately when someone asks me without shame, that is something I internalized first. So I really relate to your first thing here. Mm, what else did you write? Myself and others always to keep my peace and live in the present. That is really hard to do, but it's obviously good if you can keep my peace and live in the present. I don't think I fully internalized that yet. That's crazy if we can do that. Not thinking about the whole trajectory of your life all the time, but just the present, that gives you such a calming, peaceful state of mind. That everything is connected, and nature's doing its thing, and that I can overcome everything. That crazy if you actually truly believe these things and truly like got it in there, then you can do anything. So it's wild that you were able to grasp all that. But in a way that their opinion, oh yeah, and also the opinion of others. If you are detached from the opinion of other people, it is unmatched. It's a different world, right? It's crazy how when someone speaks to you on the street, just starts speaking to you in the middle of the day, says anything, you are expected to answer, right? When you're always expected to talk to other people when they when they want you to, when they ask you to, but you don't have to, and you don't have to care uh, when people get irritated by that, or when you don't do what they expect you to do out of social norms. You really have your own choice. So when I say my and I find that they don't like me or or something, yeah, it's so true when it comes to bad thoughts. Why would they exist in the first place if you're honest, bro? What's up for you? What's up for you to see? What's popping? We're talking about philosophy here, okay? A short break right now. I'm sorry. It's considered basic kindness because communication is key. I can't. I'm still figuring it out. Okay, you wrote you can't. Okay, you're still figuring it out. But it's good that that he took away these core principles. They are very important. That's true. I'm struggling too, but every day I remind myself. Yeah, that's the whole point of this. Actually, this I want to remind people way more often. Like it's good if we imagine if you have friends that if all your friends and all your circles always reminded you of these principles. so you don't forget them, because we like indulging in forgetting them. Yes, alles gut, Digga. So weird to speak German with the pen in my mouth as well. Um, I'm showing it to, yeah. It's considered basic kindness because communication is key. What do you mean by that, case ODS? I don't fully. What are you referring to? I didn't fully get that. I even think Mark Aurel himself has situations. Warte, du bist Deutsch. Yes, I speak English because I'm reading English, and I think it can reach more people. But at the same time, I think every single one that sees my stream is German for some reason because I'm in Germany, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of the situation we're in right now. I'm still gonna speak English. You can't. I mean, I can respond in German sometimes if you want. But yeah, I'm still curious what the case ODS meant. It's considered basic kindness because communication is key. Hat Situationen, in denen den Stoizismus nicht gut anwenden kann und es eben immer versucht, you know? I think, situations. Has situations, in denen er es nicht immer anwenden kann und es eben. Yeah. He really holds on to it in a way. Yeah, I think he had a lot of stuff figured out, but some things he writes I also just skim past because I think, what am I reading? When he talks about gods and all these weird names I don't know about, I don't know. I don't really check that. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Yeah, like and subscribe. Also ich glaube, man kann gar nicht perfekt sein darin. Yeah, you can. Of course, that would be godlike ability to have full rational. Okay. I'll keep reading on, or I'll be sitting here at 5 a.m. I might still be, so. I mean, I always check, I'll check messages after I read like a paragraph or two. Every paragraph I'll check what you guys said, but it's, I can't, if I check in the middle of a sentence, I never find where I was, so. And now, again, I don't know where I was. Here's one for you, Jay, by the way. Forget the future. When and if it comes, you will have the same resources to draw on, the same logos. Here. I read this, right? Let it happen. Let it happen if it wants, to whatever it can happen to, and what's affected can complain about it if it wants. It doesn't hurt me unless I interpret its happening as harmful to me. I can choose not to. Yeah, this choose not to idea, right? So important that you remember that. Nice. No matter what anyone says or does, my task is to be good, like gold or emerald. Oh yeah, I wrote this one too. The mind doesn't get in its own way. It doesn't frighten itself into desires. If other things can scare or hurt it, let them. It won't. Oh, right. I also read this. Holy shit, I was so far already. Well-being is good luck or good character. But what are you doing here? Perceptions. Get back to where you came from and good riddance. I don't need you. Yes, I know, it was only force of habit that brought you. Now I am not angry with you, just go away. Frightened of change? But what can exist without it? What's closer to nature's heart? Can you take a hot bath and leave the firewood as it was? Eat food without transforming it? Can any vital process take place without something being changed? Can't you see? It's just the same with you. With you. It's just as vital to nature. Carried through existence as through rushing rapids. All bodies which are sprung from nature and cooperate with it, as our limbs do with each other. Other. Time has swallowed a Chrysippus, a Socrates, and an Epictetus. I also want to read Epictetus, by the way, and Socrates. I think I'm really looking forward to Epictetus, he wrote some bangers. For Epictetus, read any person and anything. Okay. My only fear is doing contrary to human nature, the wrong thing, the wrong way, or at the wrong time. Close to forgetting it all, close to being forgotten. To feel affection for people, even when they make mistakes, is uniquely human. You can do it if you simply recognize that they are human too, that they act out of ignorance, against their will, and that you'll both be dead before long, and above all, that they haven't really hurt you. They haven't diminished your ability to choose. Nature takes substance and makes a horse, like a sculptor with wax, and then melts it down and uses the material for a tree, then for a person, then for something else, then for something else, each existing only briefly. It does the container no harm to be put together and none to be taken apart. I do wonder what's the gain from that one. Anger, I guess, to die. I guess you can accept it. If you die, you're taken apart. It's okay. Anger in the face is unnatural, or in the end is anger in the face is unnatural, or in the end is put out for good, so that it can't be rekindled. Try to conclude its unnaturalness from that. If even the consciousness of acting badly has gone, why go on living? No clue. Before long, nature, which controls it all, will alter everything you see and use it as material for something else, over and over again, so that the world is continually renewed. When people injure you, ask yourself what good or harm they thought would come from it. If you understand that, you'll feel sympathy oh my god, hold on, I gotta lock in. Rather, okay. Rather, rather. I'm sorry, this is gonna be horrible, but I have to get it right. Rather. Oh, wait, where's the word? That you feel sympathy. That you'll feel sympathy rather. That's okay. Rather than outrage or anger. Oh hell yeah. Okay. Your sense of good and evil may be the same as theirs, or near it, in which you have to excuse them, or your sense of good and evil may differ from theirs, in which case they're misguided and deserve your compassion. Is that so hard? Actual banger. I like this one also. Let me mark that one. Maybe not with this pencil. Let me use this one. Banger. Banger, which I'll read again. Even though it has the horrible word. It was... okay. When people injure you, ask yourself what good or harm they thought would come from it. Sorry, that's not the real quote. When people injure you, ask yourself what good or harm they thought would come of it. If you understand that, you'll feel sympathy rather than outrage or anger. Your sense of good and evil may be the same as theirs, or near it, in which case you have an excuse for them. You have to excuse them. Or your sense of good and evil may differ from theirs, in which case they are misguided and deserve your compassion. Is that so hard? Keep that in mind. Yeah. It's so strange I found your life. It was by accident as I opened TikTok when I read Marcus Aurelius. Was that immediately on your page? That's crazy. That is wild. Like immediately. See, that's the logos or the destiny, whatever. Thank you for refresh everything once again and also soll der Stift die Aussprache verbessern. Yes, the pen is supposed to increase, to force me to articulate myself like a god. That's really wild. I hate lives. That's really wild. I hate lives? Oh, lives, you mean, sorry, the live streams, yeah. I guess I genuinely never watch live streams myself, but I don't know, I thought it would be funny. So, treat, treat what you don't have as non-existent. Wait, I just realized you hate lives and it gave you the live stream. That, okay, you never indulge in lives, and I thought, this live stream though, that's special, yeah. I guess, freaking, yeah, like and subscribe. Treat what you don't have as non-existent. Look at what you have, the things you value most, and think of how much you crave them. You would crave them if you didn't have them. Oh, actual banger. I think there's a banger again. Treat what you don't have as non-existent. Look at what you have, the things you value most, and think of how much you would crave them if you didn't have them. But be careful. Don't feel such satisfaction that you start to overvalue them. That it would upset you to lose them. I love how he also sometimes has this Buddhistic approach as well, with not being attached to things. Not sometimes, I think all the time, by the way. I'll do like a dotted line here. I don't know if you can see this. But yeah, dotted line means, let me think about that again. I don't know if it's a banger, but it was pretty good. Und nicht vergessen, die Glocke zu aktivieren, but yes, Mark around you make me stay. Yeah! Let's go. I might read German books in the future, Nietzsche, for example, because I can read German, and that's pretty cool that we can read the originals, right? That sounds so cool to read original texts from like a wise or a big person that made so many thoughts. That sounds so cool to me. Same with Kant. We can read Kant, but I don't know if Kant is amazing. But yeah, there are things like that. Nietzsche. I don't know who else is German, but really using that is pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Next one. Self-contraction. The mind's requirements are satisfied by doing what we should, and by the calm it brings us. Discard your misperceptions. Stop being jerked like a puppet. Limit yourself to the present. Understand what happens to you, to others. Analyze what exists. Break it all down. Material and cause. Anticipate your final hours. Other people's mistakes. Other people's mistakes? Leave them to their makers. To direct your thoughts to what is said, to focus the mind on what happens and what makes it happen. Wash yourself clean, with simplicity, with humility, with indifference to everything but right and wrong. Care for other human beings. Follow God. All are relative. It's been said, and in reality, only atoms. It's enough to remember the first half. All are relative, which is little enough. I'm wondering, Jay, if you read this, I'm often put off by religious stuff, right? If he says like follow God, I'm always like, okay, whatever. It's a freaking lunatic, religious lunatic just going on about God and everything. Did your perspective change on religion in any way, or God as in that religious aspect? Doesn't have to be religious, but did your perception of God change through the book? I'm wondering if that actually happens. I guess what changed for me is that um, I got into this thinking that things that happen have a reason, that there's a sense of destiny to things, right? That I guess that is to be described as God-like. Yes, also ich glaube, er meint die Natur an sich, und tatsächlich habe ich vorher genauso gelebt. Oh, damn. Damn, dann war das Buch für dich einfach ein Banger, glaube ich. Wenn er dann so darüber redet, dann hast du es ja super easy aufgenommen. Und das ist halt. Nice. Okay, that's pretty cool. Anyway, on death, if atoms dispersed, if oneness quenched or changed, on pain. Unendurable pain brings its own end with it. Chronic pain is always endurable. Damn, this guy's so mean. Unendurable pain brings its own end with it. Chronic pain is always endurable. I mean, he's right. The intelligence maintains serenity by cutting itself off from the body. The mind remains undiminished, and the parts that pain affects, let them speak for themselves if they can. On ambition, how their minds work, the things they long for and fear, events like piles of sand, drift upon drift, each one soon hidden by the next. If his mind is filled with novelty, with a grasp of all time, all existence, do you think our human life will mean much to him at all? How could it, he said, or death be very frightening? Not in the least. Kingship to earn a bad reputation by good deeds. Damn. War ehrlich, Banger. What did you write? Let me read. Ich habe gelebt, weil mein Kopf dachte, ich habe so gelebt, weil mein Kopf dachte sich schon immer nur das Wetter und das Universum an sich. Hat die Kontrolle, der ich vertrauen muss und ist somit der Gott für mich. War ehrlich, Banger, ich wusste nicht mal vorher, dass ich quasi schon einen Glauben hatte. Yeah, I think that belief is a pretty good one, actually. Yeah. Same, I adopted that one too. If you think everything has a purpose that happens, it makes everything so much easier. I guess you could also think that nothing has a purpose, but then you're kind of sad. So, kingship, to earn a bad reputation by good deeds, is actually a banger. Again, let me write that one down. Bad reputation by good deeds is wild. Disgraceful, that the mind should control the face, should be able to shape and mold it as it pleases, but not shape and mold itself. Hold on, let me readjust. And why should we feel anger at the world, as if the world would notice? So this one's also kind of funny. Why would we feel anger at the world, as if the world would notice? That is so good. Like, I'm cussing at the world, the universe, God, and whatever, and they don't even notice. May you bring joy to us and those on high, to harvest life like standing stalks of grain, grown and cut down in turn. To harvest life like standing stalks of grain, grown and cut down in turn. If I and my 2 children cannot move the gods must have their reasons. For what is just and good is on my side. No chorus of a lamentation, no hysterics. Then the only proper response for me to make this, you are much mistaken, Then the only I gotta lock it. 1 sec. Then the only proper response for me to make this. Then the only proper response for me to make is this. You are much mistaken, my friend, if you think that any man worth his salt cares about the risk of death and doesn't concentrate on this alone, whether what he's doing is right or wrong, and his behavior good man's or bad ones. No clue. It's like this. Gentlemen of the jury. The spot where a person decides to station himself, or wherever his commanding officer stations him, well, I think that's where he ought to take his stand and face the enemy, and not worry about being killed or about anything but doing his duty. But my good friend, consider the possibility that novelty and virtue are not synonymous with the loss or preservation of one's life. Is it not possible that a real man should forget about living a certain number of years, and should not cling to life, but leave it up to the gods, accepting, as women say, that no one can escape his fate, and turn his attention to how he can best live the life before him? To watch the courses of the stars as if you revolved with them, to keep constantly in mind how the elements alter into one another. Thoughts like this wash off the mud of life below. Plato has it right. If you want to talk about people, you need to look down on the earth from above. Herds, armies, farms, weddings, divorces, births, deaths, noisy courtrooms, desert places, all the foreign peoples, holidays, days of mourning, market days, all mixed together, a harmony of opposites. Look at the past, empire succeeding empire, and from that extrapolate the future, the same thing. No escape from the rhythm of events. Which is why observing life for 40 years is as good as good as 1,000. Would you really see anything new? Thanks. Pookie's back. Nice. Earth's offspring back to Earth, but all that's born of heaven, to heaven returns again. Either that or the cluster of atoms pulls apart in one way or another the insensible elements disperse. With food and drink, magic spells, seeking some novelty to frustrate death. To labor cheerfully and so endure. The wind that blows from heaven. A better wrestler, but not a better citizen. A better person, a better resource in tight places. A better forgiver of faults. Wherever something can be done as the logos shared by gods and men dictates, there all is in order. Where there is profit because our effort is productive, because it advances in step with our nature, there we have nothing to fear. Everything, at each moment, you have the option to accept this event with humility, to treat this person as he should be treated, to approach this thought with care so that nothing irrational creeps in. Banger. Let me read it again, since I marked it, it's so good. Everywhere at each moment you have the option to accept this event with humility, to treat this person as he should be treated, banger, to approach this thought with care so that nothing irrational creeps in. Don't pay attention to other people's minds. Look straight ahead, where nature is leading you. Nature in general, through the things that happens to you and your own nature, through your own actions. Everything has to do what it was made for, and other things were made for those with logos. In this respect as in others, lower things exist for the sake of higher ones, and higher things for one another. Now the main thing we were made for is to work with others. Secondly, to resist our body's urges, because things driven by logos, by thought, have the capacity for detachment, to resist impulses and sensations, both of which are merely corporal. Thought seeks to be their master, not their subject, and so it should. They were created for its use. And the third thing is to avoid rashness and credulity. The mind that grasps this and steers straight ahead should be able to hold its own. Think of yourself as dead. Oh, I think this one's a banger. Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now take what's left and live it properly. Yeah, I think that's a banger. That's what people, I think that's often quoted and good. To love only what happens, what was destined. No greater harmony. In all that happens, keep before your eyes those who experienced it before you and felt shock and outrage and resentment at it. And now where are they? Nowhere. Is that what you want to be like? Instead of avoiding all these distracting assaults, leaving the alarms and flight to others, and concentrating on what you can do with it all, because you can use it. Treat it as raw material. Just pay attention and resolve to living up to your own expectations. In everything, in in everything, and when faced with a choice, remember our business, our not business, our busyness, our busyness is with no, our business is with things that really matter. Dig deep. The water, goodness, is down there. And as long as you keep digging, it will keep bubbling up. What the body needs is stability, to be impervious to jolts in all it is and does, the cohesiveness and beauty that intelligence lends to the face. That's what the body needs. It should come without effort. Not a dancer, but a wrestler, waiting, poised and dug in for sudden assaults. Look at who they really are, the people whose approval you long for, and what their minds are really like. Then you won't blame the ones who make mistakes they can't help, and you won't feel a need for their approval. You will have seen the sources of both, their judgments and their actions. Their judgments and their actions. Actions, bro. Actions. Against our will, our souls are cut off from truth. Truth, yes, and justice, self-control, kindness. Important to keep this in mind. It will make you more patient with other people. For times when you feel pain, see that it doesn't disgrace you or degrade your intelligence, doesn't keep it from acting rationally or unselfishly. And in most cases, what Epicurus said should help, that pain is neither unbearable nor unending, as long as you keep in mind its limits and don't magnify them in your imagination. I wish I didn't need sleep to work. Have fun reading and cool new thoughts. Bye. See you soon, man. Good night. We're done in 50 pages. We have reached page 100 almost. And then I can go to bed. Where was I? Nature does not blend things. Keep in mind the pain. Oh yes, here. Okay. And keep in mind too that pain often comes in disguise as drowsiness, fever, loss of appetite. When you're bothered by things like that, remind yourself, I'm giving in to pain. Ooh, that's kind of a banger again. Really mark that one. It's actually interesting how to deal with pain. And noticing when you give in to pain is really important, I would say. Take care that you don't treat inhumanity as it treats human beings. Ooh, wait, there's another banger. This guy's insane. Holy shit. Take care that you don't treat inhumanity as it treats human beings. How do we know that Telauges wasn't a better man than Socrates? It's not enough to ask whether Socrates' death was nobler, whether he debated with the sophists more adeptly, whether he showed greater endurance by spending the nights out in the cold. And when he was ordered to arrest the man from Salamis, decided it was preferable he refuse, and swaggered about the streets, which one could reasonably doubt. What matters is what kind of soul he had, whether he was satisfied to treat men with justice and the gods with reverence, and didn't lose his temper unpredictably at evil done by others, didn't make himself the slave of other people's ignorance, didn't treat anything that nature did as abnormal, didn't treat anything that nature did as abnormal, or put up with it as unbearable imposition, didn't put his mind in his body's keeping. Nature did not blend things so inextricably that you can't draw your own boundaries, place your own well-being in your own hands. It's quite possible to to be a good man without anyone realizing it. Remember that, banger. Let me write that one down again. Hast du ehrlich, liest du, yes? Ja, ich lese das ganze Buch. Yeah. But I am at page 100, almost. And it has 150 pages, something like that. That was actually kind of a banger. I like this. Nature, let me read that one again so you guys don't miss it. Write it down. Everyone, open your pages to page 9. Open your books to page 96. Nature did not blend things so inextricably that you can't draw your own boundaries. Place your own well-being in your own hands. It's quite possible to be a good man without anyone realizing it. Remember that. And this too. You don't need much to live happily, and just because you've abandoned your hopes of becoming a great thinker or scientist, don't give up on attaining freedom, achieving humility, serving others, obeying God. To live life in peace, immune to all compulsion, let them scream whatever they want. Let animals dismember the soft flesh that covers you. How would any of that stop you from keeping your mind calm, reliably sizing up what's around you, and ready to make good use of whatever happens, so that judgment can look the event in the eye and say, this is what you really are, regardless of what you may look like, while adaptability adds, you're just what I was looking for. Damn, that's kind of badass. You're just what I was looking for. Because to me the present is a chance for the exercise of rational virtue, civic virtue, in short, the art that men share with gods. Both treat whatever happens as wholly natural, not novel or hard to deal with, but familiar and easily handled. Perfection of character, to live your last day, every day, without frenzy or sloth or pretense. The gods live forever, and yet they don't seem annoyed at having to put up with human beings and their behavior throughout eternity, and not only put up with, but actively care for them. And you, on the verge of death, you still refuse to care for them, although you're one of them yourself. Na dann, aber ist ehrlich krass, viel Spaß beim Lesen. Danke dir, Wangusti. Gute Nacht. It's silly to try to escape other people's faults. They are inescapable. Just try to escape your own. Oh, banger! You're a banger! I can't. Why is it such a banger? Okay. Whenever the force that makes us rational and social encounters something that is neither, then it can reasonably regarded as inferior. Damn, okay. Whenever the force that makes us rational and social encounters something that is neither, then it can reasonably regarded as inferior. Damn, let me also mark that one to think about. So you can see. Can you see this? I marked the one that I find really important with the whole thing, and this one with the dotted lines. You've given aid and they received it, and yet, like an idiot, you keep holding out for more, to be credited with a good deed, to be repaid in any kind. Why? No one objects to what is useful to him. To be of use to others is natural. Then don't object to what is useful to you. Being of use. Nature willed the creation of the world. Either all that exists follows logically, or even those things to which the world's intelligence most directs its will all are holy. Let me read that again, sorry. Either all that exists follows logically, or even those things to which the world's intelligence most directs its will are completely random. a source of serenity in more situations than one. We have finished book 7. We are in book 8 now. Book motherfucking 8. Okay. Yeah, let's keep going, I guess. Another encouragement to humility. You can't claim to have lived your life as a philosopher, not even your whole adulthood. You can see for yourself how far you are from philosophy, and so can many others. You're tainted. It's not so easy now to have a reputation as a philosopher, and your position is an obstacle as well, so you know how things stand. Now forget what they think of you. Be satisfied if you can live the rest of your life, however short as your nature demands. Focus on that, and don't let anything distract you. You've wandered all over and finally realized that you never found what you were after, how to live. Not in syllogisms, not in money or fame or self-indulgence. Nowhere. Then where is it to be found? In doing what human nature requires. How? Through, through first principles, which should govern your intentions and your actions. What principles? Those to do with good and evil, that nothing is good except what leads to fairness and self-control, and courage and free will, and nothing bad except what does the opposite. For every action, ask, how does this affect me? Could I change my mind about it? But soon I'll be dead and the slate's empty, so this is the only question. Is it the action of a responsible this is the only question. Is it the action of a responsible being, part of society and subject to the same decree as God? Alexander and Caesar and Pompey, compared with Diogenes, Heraclitus, and Socrates. The philosophers knew the what, the why, and the how. Their minds were their own. The others, Alexander, Caesar, and Pompey, nothing but anxiety and enslavement. Nothing but anxiety and enslavement. You can hold your breath until you turn blue, but they'll still go on doing it. The first step, don't be anxious. Nature controls it all. Controls it all. Don't be anxious. Nature controls it all. And before long, you'll be no one, nowhere, like Hadrian, like Augustus. The second step, concentrate on what you have to do. Fix your eyes on it. Remind yourself that your task is to be a good human being. Remind yourself what nature demands of people. Then do it, without hesitation, and speak the truth as you see it. But with kindness, with humility, without hypocrisy. Nature's job, to shift things elsewhere, to transform them, to pick them up and move them here and there. Constant alteration, but not to worry. There's nothing new here. Everything is familiar. Even the proportions are unchanged. Nature of any kind thrives on forward progress, and progress for any rational mind means not accepting falsehood or uncertainty in its perceptions. Making unselfish actions is its only aim, seeking and shunning only the things it has control over, embracing what nature demands of it. The nature in which it participates, as the leaves nature does in the trees. Except that the nature shared by the leaf is without consciousness or reason and subject to impediments, whereas that shared by human beings is without impediments and rational and just, since it allots to each and everything an equal and proportionate share of time, being, purpose, action, chance. Examine it closely, not whether they're identical point by point, but in the aggregate. This weighed against that. No time for reading. For controlling your arrogance, yes. For overcoming pain and pleasure, yes. For outgrowing ambition, Yes, for not feeling anger at stupid and unpleasant people, even for caring about them. For that, yes. Don't be overheard complaining about life at court, not even to yourself. Remorse is annoyance at yourself for having passed up something that's to your benefit. If it's to your benefit, it must be good, something a truly good person would be concerned about. But no truly good person would feel remorse at passing up pleasure, so it cannot be to your benefit or good. What is this fundamentally? What is its nature and substance, its reason for being? Its reason for being. I have to be a little bit more quiet, I'm sorry. What is this fundamentally? What is its nature and substance, its reason for being? What is it doing in the world? How long is it here for? When you have trouble getting out of bed in the morning, remember that your defining characteristic, what defines a human being, is to work with others. Even animals know how to sleep, and it's the characteristic activity that's the more natural one, more innate and more satisfying. Apply them constantly to everything that happens: physics, ethics, and logic. When you have to deal with someone, ask yourself, what does he mean by good and bad? If he thinks X or Y about pleasure and pain, what produces them, about fame and disgrace, about death and life, then it shouldn't shock or surprise you when he does X or Y. In fact, I'll remind myself that he has no real choice. Remember, there's a banger by the way, I marked this one beforehand. Remember, you shouldn't be surprised that a fig tree produces figs, nor the world what it produces. A good doctor isn't surprised when his patients have fevers, or a helmsman when the wind blows against him. Remember that to change your mind and to accept correction are free acts too. The action is yours, based on your own will, your own decision, and your own mind. If it's in your control, why do you do it? If it's in someone else's, then who are you blaming? Adams? The gods? Stupid either way. Blame no one. Set people straight if you can. If not, just repeat the damage. And suppose you can't do that either, then where does blaming people get you? No pointless actions. Wait, did you see my other post? Uh, Damn, period blood popsicle. I have a pencil in my mouth, one for sensationalism, and secondly because it forces me to articulate my words better. So when I take the pen out, I sound like a god. Yeah. Remember, where was I? If it's in your control, oh yeah, I love these lines, by the way. If it's in your control, why do you do it? If it's in someone else's, then who are you blaming? Adams, the gods? Stupid either way. Blame no one. Set people straight, if you can. If not, just repair the damage, and suppose you can't do that either, then where does blaming people get you? No pointless actions. What dies doesn't vanish. It stays here in the world, transformed, dissolved as parts of the world, and of you, which are transformed in turn, without grumbling. I will. Thank you, man. Everything is here for a purpose, from horses to vine shoots. What's surprising about that? Even the sun will tell you, I have a purpose, and the other gods as well. And why were you born? For pleasure. See if that answer will stand up to questioning. Nature is like someone throwing a ball in the air, gauging its rise and arc, and where it will fall. And what does the ball gain as it flies upward, or lose when it plummets to earth? What does the bubble gain from its existence, or lose by bursting? And the same for a candle. Turn it inside out. What is it like? What is it like old, or sick, or selling itself on the streets? They all die soon. Praiser and praised, remember and remembered, a rememberer and remembered. Remembered is in these parts of, or in a corner of them. Even there they don't all agree with each other, or even with themselves. And the whole earth a mere point in space. Stick to what's in front of you. Idea, action, utterance. This is what you deserve. You could be good today, but instead you choose tomorrow. What I do, I attribute it to human beneficence. What is done to me, I accept it, and I attribute it to the gods, and that source from which all things together flow. Like the baths, oil, sweat, dirt, greyish water, all of it disgusting. The whole of life, all of the visible world. Varus, leaving Lucilla behind. Then Lucilla, Maximus, leaving Secunda, and Secunda, Diotimus, leaving Epitincanus, then Epitincanus Faustina, leaving Antoninus, then Antoninus. So with all of them. Those were awesome names. Was ist random? Was ich mache oder was ich lese? Hadrian leaving Cellar, and Cellar, where have they gone? The brilliant, the insightful ones, the proud, brilliant as Charax and Demetrius, the Platonists and Eudaimon and the rest of them, short-lived creatures, long dead, some of them not remembered at all. Some become legends, some lost even to legend. Some remember, your components will be scattered too, the life within you quenched, or marching orders and another posting. Das ist Premium-Unterhaltung. Maybe I should stream more at like 1 a.m. because I feel like that's where people like to chill and read. Was du mal dein Buch aus? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Joy for humans lies in human actions. Human actions. Kindness to others. Oh, this is actually a banger, so listen up. Joy for humans lies in human actions. Human actions. Kindness to others. Contempt for the senses. The interrogation of appearances. Observation of nature. And of events in nature. Yeah, thanks for the follow, man. Like and subscribe. What's that name? Let me. Diana. Hell yeah, like and subscribe. Either pain affects the body, which is the body's problem, or it affects the soul, also banger. Everyone, go to page 106 in Meditations right now, and mark this. Either pain... Wait, can you see it? Kannst du sehen, wie ich den... kann man das sehen, dass ich den Vollstar war? Scheiße, ich dachte, man sieht das nicht. Aber egal. Anyway, either pain affects the body. Either pain affects the body. It is important, listen right now. Either pain affects the body, which is the body's problem, or it affects the soul, but the soul can choose not to be affected, preserving its own serenity. Okay, again. Either pain affects the body, which is the body's problem, or it affects the soul, but the soul can choose not to be affected, preserving its own serenity, its own tranquility. All our decisions, urges, desires, aversions lie within. No evil can touch them. To erase false perceptions, tell yourself, I have it in me to keep my soul from evil, lust, and all confusion, to see things as they are and treat them as they deserve. Don't overlook this innate ability. Banger. Everyone mark this banger on page 106. To speak to the Senate, were anyone in the right tone, without being overbearing, to choose the right words. Augustus' court, his wife, his daughter, his grandsons, his stepsons, his sister, Agrippa, the relatives, servants, friends, Arius, Maecenas, the doctors, the sacrificial priests, the whole court, dead. And consider the others, not just the death of individuals, like the family of the Pompeys, that line they write on tombs, last surviving descendant. Consider their ancestors' anxiety that there would be a successor, but someone has to be the last. There too, the death of a whole house. You have to assemble your life yourself. You have to assemble your life yourself, action by action, and be satisfied if each one achieves its goal as far as it can. No one can keep that from happening. Keep that in mind, guys. You're unstoppable. But there are external obstacles, not to behaving with justice, self-control, and good sense. Well, but perhaps to some more concrete action. But if you accept the obstacle and work with what you're given, an alternative will present itself. Another piece of what you're trying to assemble, action by action. To accept it without arrogance, to let it go with indifference. Oh, banger coming up. Page 107 at the very bottom. Mark it right now. Have you ever seen a severed hand or foot, or a decapitated head just lying somewhere far away from the body it belonged to? That's what we do to ourselves, or try to, when we rebel against what happens to us, when we segregate ourselves, or we do something selfish. You have torn yourself away from unity, your natural state, one you were born to share in. Now you've cut yourself off from it, but you have one advantage here. You can reattach yourself. A privilege God has granted to no other whole, to be separated, cut away and reunited. Ich bin neu, hier ist das normal. Nein, das ist nicht normal. Aber jetzt, es wird jetzt normal. Ich werde das jetzt, es wird jetzt richtig normal gemacht. Es wird jetzt ein richtiger Trend, ich sag's dir. Separated, cut away and reunited. Ich habe Angst. Du musst keine Angst haben. Alles gut. But look, ist nur ein Stift, wenn ich. But look at how he singled us out. He's allowed us not to be broken off in the first place. And when we are, he's allowed us to return, to graft ourselves back on and take up our old position once again, part of a whole. We have various abilities, present in all rational creatures, as in the nature of rationality itself. And this is one of them. Just as nature takes every obstacle, every impediment, and works around it, turns it to its purposes, incorporates it into itself, so too a rational being can turn each setback into raw material and use it to achieve its goal. Don't let your imagination, I marked this one because it's also a banger. I always say this is important, so you listen. Don't let your imagination be crushed by life as a whole. Don't try to picture everything bad that could possibly happen. Stick with the situation at hand and ask, why is this so unbearable? Why can't I endure it? You will be embarrassed to answer. Then remind yourself that past and future have no power over you, only the present, and even that can be minimized. Just mark off its limits. If your mind tries to claim that it can't hold out against that, well then, heap shame upon it. By the way, if I'm like ear raping into my mic, please tell me. I have literally no way of telling how loud I am. Are Panthea or Pergamos still keeping watch at the tomb of Verus? Chabrias or Diotimos at the tomb of Hadrian? Of course they aren't. Would the emperors know if they were? And even if they knew, would it please them? And even if it did, would the mourners live forever? Mourners live forever. Were they, too, not fated to grow old and then die? And then what happened? What would the emperors do? I appreciate the support, man. The stench of decay, rotting meat in a bag. Look at it clearly, if you can. To the best of my judgment, when I look at the human character, I see no virtue placed there to counter justice, but I see one to counter pleasure, self-control. Stop perceiving the pain you imagine, and you'll remain completely unaffected. You're Logos, but I'm not just Logos. Fine, just let the Logos be injured. If anything else is, let it decide that for itself. For animate beings, harmful is whatever obstructs the operation of their senses, or the fulfillment of what they intend. Similar obstructions constitute harm to plants. So too for rational creatures, anything that obstructs the operation of the mind is harmful. Apply this to yourself. Do pain and pleasure have their hooks in you? Let the senses deal with it. Are there obstacles in your action? If you fail to reckon with the possibility, then that would harm you as a rational being. But if you use common sense, you haven't been harmed or even obstructed. No one can obstruct the operations of the mind. Nothing can get at them. Not fire or steel, not tyrants, not abuse, nothing. As long as it's a sphere in perfect stillness. Geburtsjahr 2001. Und deins? I have no right to do myself an injury. Let me guess, dein Geburtsjahr ist 2003. Boom. I have no right to do myself an injury. Have I ever injured anyone else if I could avoid it? 2008? Was geht ab, Lena? No one can obstruct the operations of the mind, lala. I have no right to do myself an injury. Have I ever injured anyone else if I could avoid it? I have no right to do myself an injury. Have I ever injured anyone else if I could avoid it? People find pleasure in different ways. I find it in keeping my mind clear. I'm not turning away from people on the things that happen to them, and accepting and welcoming everything I see in treating each thing as it deserves. Give yourself a gift, the present moment. People out for posthumous fame forget that generations to come will be the same annoying people they know now. People out for posthumous fame forget that the generations to come will be the same annoying people they know now. And just as mortal, what does it matter to you if they say X about you or think Y? Lift me up and hurl me, wherever you will. My spirit will be gracious to me there, gracious and satisfied, as long as its existence and actions match its nature. Is there any reason why my soul would suffer and be degraded, miserable, tense, huddled, frightened? How could there be? What humans experience is part of human experience. The experience of the ox is part of the experience of oxen, and as the vine is of the vine, and the stones what is proper to stones. Nothing that can happen is unusual or unnatural. There's no sense in complaining. Nature does not make us endure the unendurable. External things are not the problem. It's your assessment of them, which you can erase right now. If the problem is something you in your own character, Who's stopping you from setting your mind straight? And if it's that you are not doing something you think you should be, why not just do it? But there are insuperable obstacles. Then it's not a problem. The cause of your inaction lies outside of you. Gute Nacht oder gute Besserung. Krass, dass du das durchziehst. Yeah, let's freaking go, man. Bis zum Ende. Gute Nacht. But how can I go on living with that undone, then depart with a good conscience as if we would have done it, embracing the obstacles too? Remember that when it withdraws into itself and finds contentment there, the mind is invulnerable. It does nothing against its will, even if its resistance is irrational, and if its judgment is deliberate and grounded in logic. The mind without passions is a fortress. No place is more secure. Once we take refuge there we are safe forever. Not to see this as ignorance. To see it and not seek safety means misery. Nothing but what you get from first impressions. That someone has insulted you, for instance, but not that it's done you any harm. The fact that my son is sick, that I can see, but that he might die of it, no. Stick with first impressions. Don't extrapolate, and nothing can happen to you. Or extrapolate from a knowledge of all that can happen in the world. The cucumber is bitter, then throw it out. There are brambles in the path, then go around them. That's all you need to know. Nothing more. Don't demand to know why such thing exists. Anyone who understands the world will laugh at you, just as a carpenter would if you seemed shocked at finding sawdust in his workshop, or a shoemaker at scraps of leather left over from work. Of course, they have a place to dispose of these. Nature has no door to sweep things out of, but a wonderful thing about its workmanship is how, faced with that limitation, it takes everything within it that seems broken, old and useless, transforms it into itself, and makes new things from it, so that it doesn't need material from any outside source or anywhere to dispose of what's left over. It relies on itself for all it needs: space, material, and labor. No carelessness in your actions, no confusion in your words, no imprecision in your thoughts, no retreating into your own soul or trying to escape it, no overactivity. They kill you, cut you with knives, shower you with curses, and that somehow cuts your mind off from clearness and sanity and self-control and justice. A man standing by a spring of clear, sweet water and cursing it, while the fresh water keeps on bubbling up. He can shovel mud into it, or dung, and the stream will carry it away, wash itself clean, remain unstained. To have that, not a cistern, but a perpetual spring. How? By working to win your freedom, hour by hour, through patience, honesty, and humility. Not to know the world is to be ignorant of where you are. Not to know why it's here is to be ignorant of who you are and what it is. Not to know any of this is to be ignorant of why you were here. And what are we to make of anyone who cares about the applause of such people, who don't even know where or who they are? You want praise from people who kick themselves every 15 minutes, the approval of people who despise themselves. Is it a sign of self-respect to regret nearly everything you do? To join ourselves, not just in the air surrounding us, through breath, but to the reason that embraces all things through thought. Reason is just as omnipresent as a widely diffused as a just sorry reason is just as omnipresent, just as widely diffused in those who accept it as air in those who breathe. Reason is just as omnipresent, just as widely diffused to those accept shit. Reason is just as omnipresent, just as widely diffused in those who accept it as air is in those who breathe. Oh, now I actually get the sentence. Holy, that took long. The existence of evil does no harm to the world. The existence of evil does not harm the world, and an individual act of evil does not harm the victim. Only one person is harmed by it, and he can stop being harmed as soon as he decides to. Holy. Other people's wills are as dependent of mine as their breath and bodies. We may exist for the sake of one another, but our will rules its own domain. Otherwise, the harm they do would cause harm to me, which is not what God intended, for my happiness to rest with someone else. Other people's... we speak of the sun's light as pouring down on us, as pouring over us in all directions. Yet it's never poured out. It doesn't really pour. It extends, it beams. Actai get their name from their extension. Ectanistai. To see the nature of a sunbeam, look at the light as it falls through a narrow opening in the dark room. It extends in a straight line, striking any solid object that stands in its way and blocks the space beyond it. There it remains, not vanishing or falling away. That's what the outpouring, the diffusion of thought should be like. Not emptied out, but extended, and not striking at obstacles with fury and violence, or falling away before them, but holding its ground and illuminating what receives it. What doesn't transmit light creates its own darkness. Fear of death is fear of what we may experience, nothing at all, or something quite new. But if we experience nothing, we can experience nothing bad. And if our experience changes, then our experience will change with it. Change, but not cease. People exist for one another. You can instruct or endure them. An arrow has one motion and the mind another. Even when pausing, even when weighing conclusions, the mind is moving forward toward its goal. To enter others' minds and let them enter yours. We have finished book 8. We are in book 9. Book 9, by the way. Which is we are at page 117 of like 150. Injustice is a kind of blasphemy. Nature designed rational beings for each other's sake, to help, not harm, one another, as they deserve. To transgress his will, then, is to blaspheme against the oldest of the gods. And to lie is to blaspheme against it too. Because nature means the nature of that which is. And that which is that which is the case. Holy. And that which is that which is the case. What the hell? And that which is and what holy and that which is the case are closely linked, so that nature is synonymous with truth, the source of all true things. To lie deliberately is to blaspheme. The liar commits deceit and thus injustice, and likewise to lie without realizing it. because the involuntary liar disrupts the harmony of nature, its order. He is in conflict with the way the world is structured, as anyone is who deviates toward is, is as anyone is who deviates toward what is opposed to the truth, even against his will. Nature gave him the resources to distinguish between true and false, and he neglected them, and now can tell the difference. And to pursue pleasure as good, and flee from pain as evil, that too is blasphemous. Someone who does that is bound to find himself constantly reproaching nature, complaining that it doesn't treat the good and bad as they deserve, but often lets the bad enjoy pleasure and the things that produce it, and makes the good suffer pain and the things that produce pain. And moreover, to fear pain is to fear something that's bound to happen, the world being what it is, and that again is blasphemy. While if you pursue pleasure, you can hardly avoid wrongdoing, which is manifestly blasphemous. Some things nature is indifferent to. If it's privileged one over the other, it would hardly have created both. If we want to follow nature, to be of one mind with it, we need to share its indifference. To privilege pleasure over pain, life over death, fame over anonymity, it is clearly blasphemous. Nature certainly doesn't. And when I say that nature is indifferent to them, I mean they happen indifferently, at times to the things that exist and the things that come into being after them. Through some ancient decree of providence, the decree by which from some initial starting point it embarked on the creation what we know, by laying down the principles of what was to come and determining the generative forces, existence and change, and their successive stages. Real good luck would be to abandon life without ever encountering dishonesty, or hypocrisy, or self-indulgence, or pride, but the next best voyage is to die when you've had enough. Or are you determined to lie down with evil? Hasn't experience even taught you that? To avoid it with the plague? Because it is a plague, a mental cancer, worse than anything caused by tainted air or an unhealthy climate. Diseases like that can only threaten your life. This one attacks your humanity. Banger. Let me mark that one in my book. Page 118, guys. Open pages on 118. You can mark this too. Don't look down on death, but welcome it. It too is one of the things required by nature, like youth and old age, like growth and maturity, like a new set of teeth, a beard, the first gray hair, like sex and pregnancy and childbirth, like all the other physical changes at each stage of life. Our dissolution is no different. So this is how a thoughtful person should await death, not with indifference, not with impatience, not with disdain, but simply viewing it as one of the things that can happen to us. Now you anticipate the child's emergence from its mother's womb. Now you anticipate the child's emergence from its mother's womb. That's how you should await the hour when your soul will emerge from its compartment. Or perhaps you need some tidy formalism to tuck away in the back of your mind. Well, consider two things that should reconcile you to death. The nature of things you will leave behind, you, and the kind of people you will no longer be mixed up with. There's no need to feel resentment toward them. In fact, you should look out for their well-being and be gentle with them. But keep in mind that everything you believe is meaningless to those you leave behind, because it's all that could restrain us, if anything could. The only thing that could make us want to stay here, the chance to live with those who share our vision. But now, look how tiring it is. The cacophony we live in. Enough to make you say to death, come quickly, before I start to forget myself. Like them. To do harm is to do yourself harm. To do an injustice is to do yourself an injustice. To do an injustice is to do yourself an injustice. It degrades you. Let me mark that banger too. And you can also commit injustice by doing nothing. Objective judgment now, at this very moment. Objective judgment now, at this very moment. Unselfish action now, at this very moment. Willing acceptance now, at this very moment. Of all external events. That's all you need. Blot out your imagination. Turn your desire to stone. Quench your appetites. Keep your mind centered on itself. Animals without the logos are assigned the same soul, and those who have the logos share one too, a rational one, just as all earthly creatures share one earth, just as we all see the same light and breathe the same air, all of us who see and breathe. All things are drawn toward what is like them, if such a thing exists. All exists. All earthly things feel the earth's tug. All wet things flow together, and airy things so as well. So we have to be forcibly prevented from mixing. Fire is naturally drawn upward by that higher fire, but ready to ignite at the slightest touch of other, earthly flame. So that anything drier than usual makes good fuel, because less of what hinders combustion is mixed in with it. And things that share intelligent nature are just as prone to seek out what is like them, if not more so, because their superiority in other ways is matched by their greater readiness to mix and mingle with their counterparts. Even in irrational beings, we see swarms and herds and nesting, and love not unlike ours, because they do have souls, and the bonding instinct is found in a developed form, not something we see in plants or stones or trees. And it's more developed in rational beings with their states, friendships, families, groups, their treaties and truces. And in those yet more developed, there is a kind of unity even between separate things, the kind that we see in the stars. An advanced level of development can produce a sympathy even in things that are quite distinct. But look how things are now. The rational things are the only ones that have lost the sense of attrition, of convergence. Only there do we not see that intermingling. But however much they try to avoid it, there's no escaping it. Nature is stronger, as you can see if you look closely. Concrete objects can pull free of the earth more easily than humans can escape humanity. Humanity, divinity, and the world, all of them bearing fruit, each fruitful in its season. Normally, we limit the word to vines and other plants, unnecessarily. The fruit of the Logos nourishes both us and it. And other things spring from it too, and the same species as the Logos itself. Convince them not to, if you can, and if not, remember, the capacity for patience was given us for a reason. The gods are impatient with them too, and even help them to concrete things, health, money, fame. Such is the god's goodness, and yours too, if you want it. What's stopping you? Hey Manuela, what's up? Work, not to rouse pity, not to win sympathy or admiration, only this, activity, stillness, as the logos of the state requires. Today I escape from anxiety, Or no, I discarded it because it was within me, in my own perceptions, not outside. Known by long experience, limited in lifespan, debased in substance, all of it, now is then in the time of those we buried. Things wait outside us, hover at the door. They keep to themselves, ask them who they are, and they don't know. They can give no account of themselves. What accounts for them? The mind does. Not being done, not being done to, but doing. The source of good and bad for rational and political beings, where their own goodness and badness is found, not in being done to, but in doing. A rock thrown in the air, a rock thrown in the air, it loses nothing but by coming down, gained nothing by going up. Enter their minds, and you will find the judges you're so afraid of, and how judiciously they judge themselves. Everything in flux, and you too will alter in the world and perish, and the world as well. Leave other people's mistakes where they lie. When we cease from activity or follow thought to its conclusion, it's a kind of death, and it doesn't harm us. Think about your life: childhood, boyhood, youth, old age. Every transformation a kind of dying. Was that so terrible? Think about life with your father. Think about life with your grandfather, your mother, your adopted father. Father. Realize how many other deaths and transformations and endings there have been, and ask yourself, was that so terrible? Then neither will the close of your life be its ending and transformation. Go straight to the seat of intelligence, your own, the world's, your neighbors, your own, to ground it in justice. The world's, to remind yourself what it is that you're a part of. Your neighbors, to distinguish ignorance from calculation and recognize it as like yours. Yo, what's up? Thank you. I think I read my. You participate in a society by your existence, then participate in its life through your actions. All your actions. Any action not directed towards a social end, directly or indirectly, is a disturbance to your life, an obstacle to wholesomeness, a source of dissension, like the man in the assembly, a faction to himself, always out of step with the majority. Dear God. Childish tantrums, children's games, spirits carrying corpses, Odysseus in the underworld saw more real life. Identify its purpose, but makes it what it is, and examine that. Ignore its concrete form, then calculate the length of time that such a thing was meant to last. Endless suffering, all from not allowing the mind to do its job. Enough. When you face someone's insults, hatred, whatever, look at his soul, get inside him, look at what sort of person he is. You'll find you don't need to strain to impress him. But you do have to wish him well. He's your closest relative. The gods assist him just as they do you, by signs and dreams and every other way, to get the things he wants. The world cycles never change, up and down, from age to age. Either the world's intelligence wills each thing, if so, accept its will, or it exercised that will once and for all, and all else follows as consequence. And if so, why worry? One way or another, atoms are unity. If it's God, all is well. If it's arbitrary, don't imitate it. The earth will cover us all and then be transformed in turn, and that too will change ad infinitum, and that as well ad infinitum. Think about them, the waves of change and alteration endlessly breaking, and see our brief mortality for what it is. The design of the world is like a flood, sweeping all before it. The foolishness of them, little men busy with affairs of state, with philosophy, or what they think of a philosophy, nothing but phlegm muckus. Well then what? Do what nature demands, get a move on, if you have it in you, and don't worry whether anyone will give you credit for it, and don't go expecting Plato's Republic. Be satisfied with even the smallest progress, and treat the outcome of it as all as unimportant. Who can change their minds? And without that change, what is there but groaning slavery, a pretense of obedience? Go on inside Alexander, Philip, Demetrius, and Phalerum. Whether they knew nature's will and made themselves its student is for them to say. And if they prefer to play the king, well, no one forced me to be their understudy. The task of philosophy is modest and straightforward. Don't tempt me to presumption. To see them from above, the thousands of animal herds, the rituals, the voyages on calm or stormy seas, the different ways we come into the world, share it with one another and leave it. Consider the lives led once by others, long ago, the lives to be led by others after you, the lives led even now, in foreign lands. How many people don't even know your name? How many will soon have forgotten it? How many other offer you praise now, and tomorrow perhaps contempt? That to be remembered is worthless, like fame, like everything, indifference to external events, and a commitment to justice in your own acts, which means thought and action resulting in the common good, what you were born to do. You can discard most of the junk that clutters your mind, things that exist only there, and clear out space for yourself. By comprehending the scale of the world, by contemplating infinite time, by thinking of the speed with which things change. Each part of everything, the narrow space between our birth and death, the infinite time before, the equally unbounded time that follows, all that you see will soon have vanished, and those who see it vanish will vanish themselves, and the ones who reached old age have no advantage over the untimely dead. What their minds are like, what they work at, what evokes their love and admiration, imagine their souls stripped bare, and their vanity, to suppose that their disdain could harm anyone, or their praise help them. To decompose is to be recomposed. That's what nature does. Nature, through whom all things happen as they should, and have happened forever, is forever in just the same way, and will continue to, one way or another, endlessly. That things happen for the worst and always will, that the gods have no power to regulate them, and the world is condemned to never-ending evil. How can you say that? Disgust at what things are made of, liquid, dust, bones, filth, or marble as hardened dirt, gold and silver as residues, clothes as hair, purple dye as selfish blood, and all the rest, and the same with our living breath, transformed from one thing to another. Enough of this wretched, whining, monkey life. What's the matter? Is any of this new? What is it you find surprising? The purpose? Look at it. The material? Look at that. That's all there is. And the gods? Well, you could try being simpler, gentler, even now. 100 years or 3, no difference. If they've injured you, then they're the ones who suffer for it. But have they? Either all things spring from one intelligent source and form a single body, and the part should accept the actions of the whole, or there are only atoms joining and splitting forever, and nothing else. So why feel anxiety? Say to your mind, are you dead? Damaged, brutal, dishonest? Are you one of the herd, or grazing like one? Grazing like one. Either the gods have power or they don't. If they don't, why pray? If they do, then why not pray for something else instead of for things to happen or not to happen? Pray not to feel fear, or desire, or grief. If the gods can do anything, they can surely do that for us. But those are things the gods left up to me. Then isn't it better to do what's up to you, like a free man, than to be passively controlled by what isn't, like a slave or beggar? And what makes you think the gods don't care about what's up to us? Start praying like this and you'll see, not some way to sleep with her, but a way to stop wanting to. Not some way to get rid of him, but a way to stop trying. Not some way to save my child, but a way to lose your fear. Redirect your prayers like that and watch what happens. Epicurus. During my illness, my conversations were not about my physical state. I did not waste any of my visitors' time with things of that sort, but went on discussing philosophy, and concentrated on one point in particular: how the mind can participate in the sensations of the body and yet maintain its serenity, and focus on its own well-being. Nor did I let my doctors strut about like grandees. I went on living my life the way the way it should be lived, like that, in stillness or any other situation, not to let go of philosophy, no matter what happens, not to bandy? Not to bandy words with crackpots and Philistines. Good rules for any philosopher. Concentrate on what you're doing and what you're doing it with. When you run up against someone else's shamelessness, ask yourself this: is a world without shamelessness possible? No. Then don't ask the impossible. There have to be shameless people in the world. This is one of them. Banger. Banger, banger, banger. The same for someone's vicious or untrustworthy. The same for someone who's vicious. No, for someone vicious or untrustworthy, or with any other defect. Remembering that the whole class has to exist will make you more tolerant of its members. Another useful point to bear in mind: what qualities has nature given us to counter that defeat? As an antidote to unkindness, it gave us kindness and other qualities to balance other flaws. And when others stray off course, you can always try to set them straight, because every wrongdoer is doing something wrong, doing something the wrong way. And how does it injure you anyway? You'll find that none of the people you're upset about has done anything that could do damage to your mind, but that's all that harm or injury could mean. Yes, boorish people do boorish things. What's strange or unheard of about that? Isn't it yourself you should reproach for not anticipating that they would act this way? The Logos gave you the means to see it, that a given person would act a given way, but you paid no attention, and now you're astonished that he's gone and done it. So reproach on yourself. It was you who did wrong, by assuming that someone with those traits deserved your trust, or by doing them a favor and expecting something in return, instead of looking to the action itself for your reward. What else did you expect from helping someone out? Isn't it enough that you've done what your nature demands? You want a salary for it too? As if your eyes expected a reward for seeing or your feet for walking. That's what they were made for. By doing what they were designed to do, they're performing their function, whereas humans were made to help others. And when we do help others, or help them to do something, we're doing what we were designed to do. We perform our function. Book motherfucking 10. Book 10. Page 131. We're so far, actually. Oh my god. That's crazy. It's like one more book. Or one more part. Or two, I don't know. But it's really not that much. To my soul, are you ever going to achieve goodness? Ever going to be simple, whole, and naked? As plain to see as the body that contains you? Know what an affectionate and loving disposition would feel like. Ever be fulfilled? Ever stop desiring, lusting, and longing for people and things to enjoy, or for more people to enjoy them, more time to enjoy them, or for some other place or country, a more temperate clime, or for people easier to get along with, and instead be satisfied with what you have, and accept the present, all of it, and convince yourself that everything is the gift of the gods, that things are good and always will be, whatever they decide and have in store for the preservation of that perfect entity, perfect and just and beautiful, creating all things, connecting and embracing them, and gathering in their separated fragments to create more like them. Will you ever take your stand as a fellow citizen with gods and human beings, blaming no one, deserving no one's censure? Focus on what nature demands, as if you were governed by that alone. Then do that and accept it, unless your nature as a living being would be degraded by it. Then focus on what that nature demands and accept that too, unless your nature as a rational being would be degraded by it. And of course, rational also implies civic. Follow these guidelines and don't waste time on anything else. Everything that happens is either endurable or not. If it's endurable, then endure it. Stop complaining. If it's unendurable, then stop complaining. Your destruction will mean its end as well. Just remember, you can endure anything your mind can make endurable by treating it as in your interest to do so. In your interest or in your nature. If they've made a mistake, correct them gently and show them where they went wrong. If you can't do that, then the blame lies with you, or no one. Whatever happens to you has been waiting to happen since the beginning of time. The twining strands of fate wove both of them together, your own existence and the things that happen to you. Whether it's atoms or nature, the first thing to be said is this: I am part of a world controlled by nature. Secondly, that I have a relationship with other similar parts, and with that in mind, I have no right as a part to complain about what is assigned me by the whole, because what benefits the whole can harm the parts, and the whole does nothing that doesn't benefit it. That's the trait shared by all natures, by the nature of the world is defined by a second characteristic as well. No outside force can compel it to cause itself harm. So by keeping in mind the whole I form a part of, I'll accept whatever happens, and because of my relationship to other parts, I will do nothing selfish but aim instead to join them, to direct my every action towards what benefits us all, and to avoid what doesn't. If I do all that, then my life should go smoothly, as you might expect a citizen's life to go. One whose actions serve his fellow citizens and who embraces the community's decree. The whole is compounded by nature of individual parts whose destruction is inevitable. Destruction meaning transformation. If the process is harmful to the parts and unavoidable, then it's hard to see how the whole can run smoothly, with parts of it passing from one state to another. All of them built only to be destroyed in different ways. Does nature set out to cause its own components harm and make them vulnerable to it? Indeed, predestined to it? Or is it oblivious to what goes on? Neither one seems very plausible. But suppose we throw out nature and explain these things through inherent properties. It would still be absurd to say that the individual things in the world are inherently prone to change, and at the same time be astonished at it or complain, on the grounds that it was happening contrary to nature. And least of all when things return to the state from which they came, because our elements are either simply dispersed or are subject to a kind of gravitation. The solid portions being pulled toward earth, and what is ethereal drawn into the air, until they are absorbed into the universal logos, which is subject to periodic conflagrations, or renewed through continual change. And don't imagine either that those elements, the solid ones and the ethereal, are with us from our birth. Birth. Their influx took place yesterday or the day before, from the food they ate, the air we breathed, from the food we ate, the air we breathed, and that's what changes, not the person your mother gave birth to. But if you're inextricably linked to it through your sense of individuality, that's not what we're talking about here. Epithets for yourself: upright, modest, straightforward, sane, cooperative, disinterested. Try not to exchange them for others. That is impressive. Thanks, man. Try not to exchange them for others, and if you should forfeit them, set about getting them back. Keep in mind that sanity means understanding things, each individual thing for what they are, and not losing the thread. And cooperation means accepting that nature assigns you, accepting it willingly, and disinterest means that the intelligence should rise above the movements of the flesh. The rough and smooth alike should rise above fame, above death, and everything like them. If you maintain your claim to these epithets, without caring if others apply them to you or not, you'll become a new person, living a new life. To keep on being the person that you've been, to keep being mauled and degraded by the life you're living, is to be devoid of sense and much too fond of life. Like those animal fighters at the games, torn half to pieces, covered in blood and gore, and still pleading to be held over till tomorrow, to be bitten and clawed again. Set sail, then, with this handful of epithets to guide you, and steer a steady course if you can, like an emigrant to the islands of the blessed. If you feel yourself adrift, as if you've lost control, then hope for the best, and put in somewhere where you can regain it, or leave life altogether, not in anger, but matter of factly, straightforwardly, without arrogance, and in knowledge that you've at least done that much with your life. And as you try to keep these epithets in mind, it will help you a great deal to keep the gods in mind as well, What they want is not flattery, but for rational things to be like them. For figs to do what sticks were meant to do, and dogs and bees and people. Opera- Operatics, combat and confusion, sloth and servability. Every day they blot out those sacred principles of yours, which you daydream thoughtlessly about, or just let slide. Your actions and perceptions need to aim at accomplishing practical ends, at the exercise of thought, at maintaining a confidence founded on understanding, and an unobtrusive confidence hidden in plain sight. When will you let yourself enjoy straightforwardness, seriousness, while understanding individual things, their nature and substance, their place in the world, their lifespan, their composition, who can possess them, who they are to give and to receive? Spiders are proud of catching flies, men are catching herrings, fish in a net, boars, bears, sarmatians, criminal psychology. How they all change into one another. Acquire the ability to see that. Apply it constantly. Use it to train yourself. Nothing is as conducive to spiritual growth. He has stripped away his body and realizing that at some point soon he will have to abandon mankind and leave all this behind, has dedicated himself to serving justice in all he does, and nature in all that happens. What people say or think about him, or how they treat him, isn't something he worries about. Only these two questions. Is what he's doing now the right thing to be doing? Does he accept and welcome what he's been assigned to? He has stripped away all occupations, all other tasks. He wants only to travel a straight path to God by way of law. Why all this guesswork? You can see what needs to be done. If you can see the road, follow it, cheerfully, without turning back. If not, hold up and get the best advice you can. If anything gets in the way, forge on ahead, making good use of what you have on hand, sticking to what seems right, the best goal to achieve and the one we fall short of when we fail. To follow the Logos in all things is to be relaxed and energetic, joyful and serious at once. When you wake up, ask yourself, does it make any difference to you if other people blame you for doing what's right? It makes no difference. Have you forgotten what the people who are vociferous in praise or blame of others are like as they sleep and eat? Forgotten their behavior, their fears, their desires, their thefts, and depredations, not physical ones, but those committed by what should be highest in them. What creates when it chooses loyalty, humility, truth, order, well-being. Nature gives, nature takes away. Anyone with sense and humility will tell her, give and take as you please, not out of defiance, but out of obedience and goodwill. Only a short time left. Live as if you were alone, out in the wilderness. No difference between here and there. The city that you live in the world, live in is the world. Let people see someone living naturally and understand what that means. Let them kill him if they can't stand it, better than living like this. To stop talking about the good man is like to stop talking about what the good man is like and just be one. Continual awareness of all time and space, of the size and lifespan of the things around us. A grape seed in infinite space. A half twist of a corkscrew against eternity. Bear in mind that everything that exists is already fraying at the edges, and in transition subject to fragmentation and to rot. or that everything was born to die, how they act when they eat and sleep, and mate and defecate and all the rest. And when they order and exalt or rage and thunder from on high, and yet just consider the things they submitted to a moment ago, and the reasons for it, and the things they'll submit to again before very long. Each of us needs what nature gives us, what nature gives it. The earth the earth knows longing for the rain, the sky knows longing, and the world longs to create what will come to be. I tell it, I share your longing, and isn't that what we mean by inclined to happen? Possibilities. To keep on living, you should be used to it by now. To end it, it was your choice after all. To die, having met your obligations. Those are the only options. Reason for optimism. Keep always before you that this is no different from an empty field. Keep always before you that this is no different from an empty field, and the things in it are the same as the mountain top on the seashore, wherever. Plato gets to the heart of it. Fencing a sheepfold in the mountains and milking goats or sheep. My mind, what is it? What am I making of it? What am I using it for? Is it empty of thought? Isolated and torn loose from those around it? Melted into flesh and blended with it, so that it shares its urges. When a slave runs away from his master, we call him a fugitive slave, but to love nature as a master too, and to break it is to become a fugitive. To feel grief, anger, or fear is to try to escape from something decreed by the ruler of all things, now, or in the past, or in the future. And that ruler is law, which governs what happens to each of us. To feel grief or anger or fear is to become a fugitive from justice. Phew. He deposits his sperm and leaves, and then a force not his takes it and goes to work and creates a child. This from that. Or he pours food down his throat, and then the force not his takes it and creates sensations, desires, daily life, physical strength, and so much else besides. To look at these things going on silently and see the force that drives them, as we see the force that pushes things and pulls them, not with our eyes, but just as clearly. To bear in mind constantly that all of this has happened before and will happen again. The same plot from beginning to end, the identical staging. Produce them in your mind as you know them from experience or from history. The court of Hadrian, of Antoninus, the courts of Philip, Alexander, Croesus, all just the same, only the people are different. Only the people different. People who feel hurt and resentment, picture them as the pig at the sacrifice, kicking and squealing all the way. Like the man alone in his bed, silently weeping over the chains that bind us, that everything has to submit, but only rational beings can do so voluntarily. Stop whatever you're doing for a moment and ask yourself, am I afraid of death because I won't be able to do this anymore? When faced with people's bad behavior, turn around and ask, when you have acted like that, when you saw money as good, or pleasure, or social position, your anger will subside as soon as you recognize that they acted under compulsion. Compulsion, what else could they do? Or remove the compulsion if you can. When you look at Satyron or Socraticus, or Tushis, or Hymen, when you look at Euphrates, see Titian or Sylvanus, with Alciphron, see Tropiophorus. When you look at Xenophon, see Crito or Severus. When you look at yourself, see any of the emperors. And the same with everyone else. Then let it hit you. Where are they now? Nowhere, or wherever. That way you will see human life for what it is. Smoke. Nothing. Especially when you recall that once things alter, they cease to exist through all the endless years to come. Then why such turmoil? Why live your brief life rightly? Isn't that enough? The raw material you're missing, the opportunities. What is any of this but training? Training for your logos in life observed accurately, scientifically. So keep at it until it's fully digested, as a strong stomach digests whatever it eats, as a blazing fire takes whatever you throw at it and makes it light and flame. Hello, dude. That no one can say truthfully that you are not a straightforward or honest person. That anyone who thinks that beliefs are falsehood, the responsibility is all yours. No one can stop you from being honest or straightforward. Simply resolve not to go on living. If you aren't, it would be contrary to the Logos. Given the material we're made of, what's the sanest thing we can do or say? Whatever it may be, you can do or say it. Don't pretend that anything's stopping you. You'll never stop complaining until you feel the same pleasure that the hedonists get from self-indulgence. Only from doing what's proper to human beings as far as circumstances, inherent or fortuitous, allow enjoyment. Enjoyment means doing as much of what your nature requires as you can, and you can do that anywhere. A privilege not granted to cylinder to determine its own action, or to water or fire, or any other things governed by nature alone, or by an irrational soul. Too many things obstruct them and get in their way, but the intellect and logos are able to make their way through anything in their path, by inborn capacity or sheer force of will. Keep before your eyes the ease with which they do this, the ease with which the Logos is carried through all things, as fire is drawn upward, a stone falls to earth, as a cylinder rolls down an inclined plane. That's all you need. All other obstacles either affect the lifeless body or have no power to shake or harm anything unless misperception takes over or the Logos surrenders voluntarily. Otherwise, those they obstruct would be degraded by them immediately. In all other entities, when anything bad happens to them, it affects them for the worse, whereas here a person is improved by it. If I can put it like that, we admire him for reacting as a person should, and keep in mind that nothing can harm one of nature's citizens except what harms the city he belongs to, and nothing harms that city except what harms its law, and there is no so-called misfortune that can do that. As long as the law is safe, so is the city and the citizens. If you've immersed yourself in the principles of truth, the briefest, most random reminder is enough to dispel all fear and pain. Leaves that the wind drives earthward. Such are the generations of men. Your children, leaves applauding loyally and heaping praise upon you, or turning around and calling down curses, sneering and mocking from a safe distance. A glorious reputation handed down by leaves. All of these spring up in spring up in springtime, and the wind blows them all away, and a tree puts forth others to replace them. None of us have much time, and yet you act as if things were eternal, the way you fear and long for them. Before long, darkness and whoever buries you mourned in their turn. Mourned in their turn. A healthy pair of eyes A healthy pair of eyes should see everything that can be seen and not say, no, too bright, which is a symptom of ophthalmia. A healthy sense of hearing or smell should be prepared for any sound or scent. A healthy stomach should have the same reaction to all foods as a mill to what it grinds. So too a healthy mind should be prepared for anything. The one that keeps saying, are my children alright? Or everyone must approve of me. It's like eyes that can only stand pale colors, or teeth that can handle only mush. Banger aftermark, that one actually. Crazy banger. I've never read that part. It doesn't matter how good a life you've led. There will still be people standing around the bed who will welcome the sad event. Even with the intelligent and good, won't there be someone thinking, finally, to be through with that old school teacher, even though he never said anything, you could always feel him judging you. And that's for a good man. How many traits do you have that would make a lot of people glad to be rid of you? Remember that when the time comes. You will be less reluctant to leave if you can tell yourself, this is the sort of life I'm leaving. Even the people around me, the ones I spent so much time fighting over, for. Rerun. This is the sort of life I'm leaving. Even the people around me, the ones I spent so much time fighting for, praying over, caring about, even they want me gone, in hopes that it will make their own lives easier. How could anyone stand a longer stay here? And yet, don't leave angry with them. Be true to who you are, caring, sympathetic, kind, and not as if you were being torn away from life. But the way it is when someone dies peacefully, how the soul is released from the body, that's how you should leave them. It was nature that bound you to them, that tied the knot, and nature that now unties you. I am released from those around me, not dragged against my will, but unresisting. There are things that nature demands, and this is one of them. Learn to ask of all actions, why are they doing that? Starting with your own. Remember that what pulls the strings is within, hidden from us, is speech, is life, is the person. Don't conceive of the rest as part of it, the skin that contains it, and the accompanying organs, which are tools, like a carpenter's axe, except that they are attached to us from birth, and are no more use without what moves and holds them, still than the weaver's shuttle, the writer's pencil, the driver's whip. Book frickin' 11. Book 11. Let me tell you what Book 11 means. Book 11 means we are on the second last book. Second last. And the end is after the 12th book on page 170. We are at page 148. 22 pages to go, and then we're done. All that wisdom in your head. Book 11. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, like and subscribe. Book 11. Uh, Maxwell Matt. Thank you for the follow. Good job. Maxwell Matt. Sorry. Book 11. Characteristics of the rational soul. Self-perception, self-examination, and the power to make of itself whatever it wants. It reaps its own harvest, unlike plants, and in a different way animals, whose yields gathered in by others. It reaches its intended goal, no matter where the limit of its life is set, not like dancing in theater and things like that, where the performance is incomplete if it's broken off in the middle, but at any point, no matter which one you pick, it has fulfilled its mission, done its work completely, so that it can stay. So that I can say, I have what I came for. It surveys the world and the empty space around it, and the way it's put together. It delves into the endlessness of time to extend its grasp and comprehension of the periodic births and rebirths that the world goes through. It knows that those who come after us will see nothing different than that those who came before us saw, no more than we do, and that anyone 40 years behind him and eyes in his head has seen both past and future, both alike. Also characteristic of the rational soul. Affection for its neighbors, truthfulness, humility, not to place anything above itself, which is characteristic of law as well. No difference here between the logos of rationality and that of justice. To acquire indifference to pretty singing, to dancing, to the martial arts, analyze the melody into the notes that form it, and as you hear each one, ask yourself whether you're powerless against that. That should be enough to deter you. The same with dancing, individual movements and tableau, and the same with martial arts, and with everything except virtue and what springs from it. Look at the individual parts and move from analysis to indifference. Apply this to life as a whole. The resolute soul, resolute in separation from the body, and then in dissolution of fragmentation or continuity. But the resolution has to be the result of his own decision, not just in response to outside forces, like the Christians. It has to be considered and serious, persuasive to other people, without dramatics. Have I done something for the common good? Then I share in the benefits. To stay centered on that, not to give up. And your profession? Goodness. And how is that to be achieved except by thought about the world, about the nature of people? First, tragedies. To remind us of what can happen, and that it happens inevitably, and that something gives you pleasure on that stage, it shouldn't cause you anger on this one. You realize that these are things we all have to go through, and that even those who cry aloud, "Oh, Mount Ciceron," have to endure them. And some excellent lines as well. These, for example: "If I and my 2 children cannot move the gods, then gods must have their reasons." Or, "And why should we feel anger at the world?" And, "To harvest life standing stalks of grain. To harvest life like standing stalks of grain." And, and a good many others. Then after tragedy, old comedy, instructive in its frankness, its plain speaking designed to puncture pretensions. Diogenes used the same tactic for similar ends. Then consider the middle, and the later, and the new. And the later, the new. Comedy and what it aimed at, gradually degenerating into mere realism and empty technique. There are undeniably good passages even in those writers. But what was the point of it all, the scripts and staging alike? It stares you in the face. No role is so well suited to philosophy as the one you happen to be in right now. A branch cut away from the branch beside it is simultaneously cut away from the whole tree. So too a human being separated from another is cut loose from the whole community. The branch is cut off by someone else, but people cut themselves off through hatred, through rejection, and don't realize that they're cutting themselves off from the whole civic enterprise. Except that we also have a gift given us by Zeus, who founded a community of ours. We can reattach ourselves and become once more components of the whole. But if the rupture is too often repeated, it makes a severed part hard to reconnect and to restore. You can see a difference between the branch that's been there since the beginning, remaining on the tree and growing with it, and the one that's been cut off and grafted back. One trunk, two minds, and as the gardeners put it. As you move forward in the logos, people will stand in your way. They can't keep you from doing what's healthy. Don't let them stop you from putting up with them either. Take care on both counts, not just sound judgments, solid actions, tolerance as well, for those who try to obstruct us or give us trouble in other ways. Because anger too is weakness, as much as breaking down and giving up the struggle. Both are deserters, the man who breaks and runs and the one who lets himself be alienated from his fellow humans. The natural can never be inferior to the artificial. Art imitates nature, not the reverse, in which case the most highly developed and comprehensive nature itself, cannot fall short of artifice in its craftsmanship. Now all the arts move from lower goals to higher ones. Won't nature do the same? Hence justice, which is the source of all other virtues. For how could we do what justice requires if we are distracted by things that don't matter, if we are naive, gullible, inconstant? It's the pursuit of these things and your attempts to avoid them that leave you in such turmoil, and yet they aren't seeking you out. You are the one seeking them. Suspend judgment about them, and at once they will lie still, and you'll be freed from fleeing and pursuing. The soul as a sphere in equilibrium, not grasping at things beyond it or retreating inward, not fragmenting outward, not sinking back on itself, but ablaze with light and looking at the truth, without and within. Someone despises me, that's their problem, mine, not to do or say anything despicable. Someone hates me, their problem, mine, to be patient and cheerful with everyone, including them, ready to show them their mistake, not spitefully or to show off my own self-control, but in an honest, upright way, like Fukian, if he wasn't just pretending. Didn't trust Fukian at all. That's what we should like. That's what we should be like inside. And never let the gods catch us feeling anger or resentment. As long as you do what's proper to your nature and accept what the world's nature has in store, as long as you work for others, good by any and all means, what is there that can harm you? They flatter one another out of contempt, and their desire to rule one another makes them bow and scrape. The despicable phoniness of people who say, "Listen, I'm going to level with you here." What does that mean? It shouldn't even need to be said. It should be obvious, written in block letters on your forehead. It should be audible in your voice, visible in your eyes, like a lover who looks in your face and takes in the whole story at a glance. A straightforward, honest person should be like someone who stings. When you're in the same room with him, you know it, but false straightforwardness is like a knife in the back. False friendship is the worst. Avoid it at all costs. If you're honest and straightforward and mean well, it should be in your eyes. It should be unmistakable. To live a good life, we have the potential for it. If we can learn to be indifferent to what makes no difference, banger quote, if we can learn to be indifferent to what makes no difference, this is how we learn, by looking at each thing, both the parts and the whole, keeping in mind that none of them can dictate how we perceive it. They don't impose themselves on us. They hover before us, unmoving. It is we who generate the judgments, inscribing them on ourselves, and we don't have to. We could leave the page blank, and if the mark slips through, erase instantly. Remember how brief is the attentiveness required, and then our lives will end. And why is it so hard when things go against you? If it's imposed by nature, accept it gladly and don't fight it, and stop fighting it. And if not, work out what your own nature requires and aim at it, even if it brings you no glory. None of us is forbidden to pursue our own good. Source and substance of each thing, what it changes into and what it's like transformed, that nothing can harm it. 1. My relationship to them, that we came into the world for the sake of one another. Or from another point of view, I came into it to be their guardian, as the ram is of the flock, and the bull of the herd. Start from this, if not atoms, then nature, directing everything. In that case, lower things for the sake of higher ones, and higher ones for one another. 2. What they're like eating, in bed, etc. How driven they are by their beliefs, how proud they are of what they do. 3. If they're right to do this, then you have no right to complain. And if they aren't, then they do it involuntarily, out of ignorance, because all souls are prevented from treating others as they deserve, just as they are kept from truth unwillingly, which is why they resent being called unjust or arrogant or greedy, or any suggestion that they aren't good neighbors. 4. That you've made enough mistakes yourself, you're just like them. Even if there are some you've avoided, you have the potential. Even if cowardice has kept you from them, or fear of what people would say, or some equally bad reason, that you don't know for sure, it is a mistake. A lot of things are a means to some other end. You have to know an awful lot before you can judge other people's actions with real understanding. When you lose your temper, 6. When you lose your temper, or even feel irritated, that human life is very short. Before long, all of us will be laid out side by side. 7. That it's not that they do not bother, that they do that bothers us. 7. That it is not what they do that bothers us. That's a problem for their minds, not ours. It's our misperceptions. Discard them. Be willing to give up thinking of this as a catastrophe, and your anger is gone. How do you do that? By recognizing that you've suffered no disgrace. Unless disgrace is the only thing that can hurt you, you're doomed to commit innumerable offenses, to become a thief, or heaven only knows what else. 8. How much more damage anger and grief do than the things that cause them. 9. That kindness is invincible. We're almost done, Teresa. Syria. Oh, damn. Easy word to pronounce, don't worry about it. That kindness is invincible, provided it's sincere, not ironic or an act. What can even the most vicious person do if you keep treating him with kindness and gently set him straight? If you get the chance, correcting him cheerfully at the exact moment that he's trying to do you harm? No, no, my friend, that isn't what we're here for. It isn't me who's harmed by that, it's you. And show him gently and without pointing fingers that it's so, that bees don't behave like this, or any other animals with a sense of community. Don't do it, don't do it sardonically, or meanly, but affectionately, with no hatred in your heart, and not ex cathedra or to impress third parties, but speaking directly, even if there are other people around. Keep these 9 points in mind, like gifts from the 9 muses, and start becoming a human being, now and for the rest of your life. And along with not getting angry at others, try not to pander either. Both are forms both are forms of selfishness. Both of them will do you harm. When you start to lose your temper, remember, there's nothing manly about rage. There's nothing manly about rage. It's courtesy and kindness that define a human being and a man. That's who possesses strength and nerves and guts, not the angry whiners. To react like that brings you closer to impassivity, and so to strength. Pain is the opposite of strength, and so is anger. Both are things we suffer from and yield to. And one more thought from Apollo 10, that to expect bad people not to injure others is crazy. It's to ask the impossible, and to let them behave like that to other people, but expect them to accept you as arrogant, the act of a tyrant. Four habits of thought to watch for, and erase from your mind when you catch them. Tell yourself, this thought is unnecessary. This one is destructive to the people around me. This wouldn't be what you really think. To say what you don't think. The definition of absurdity. And the fourth reason for self-reproach, that the more divine part of you has been beaten and subdued by the degraded mortal part, the body and its stupid self-indulgence. Your spirit and the fire contained within you are drawn by their nature upward, but they comply with the world's designs and submit to being mingled here below, and the elements of earth and water in you are drawn by their nature downward, but you are forced to rise and take up a position not their own. So even the elements obey the world, when ordered and compelled, and man their stations until the signal to abandon them arrives. So why should your intellect be the only dissenter, the only one complaining about its posting? It's not as if anything is being forced on it, only what its own nature requires, and yet it refuses to comply, and it heads off in the opposite direction, because to be drawn toward what is wrong and self-indulgent, towards anger and fear and pain, is to revolt against nature, and for the mind to complain about anything that happens is to desert its post. It was created to show reverence, respect for the divine, no less than to act justly. That too is an element of coexistence and a prerequisite of justice. If you don't have a consistent goal in life, you can't live it in a consistent way. Unhelpful unless you specify a goal. There's no common benchmark for all the things that people think are good, except for a few, the ones that affect us all. So the goal should be a common one, a civic one. If you direct all your energies towards that, your actions will be consistent, and so will you. The town mouse and the country mouse, the stress and agitation of the town mouse. Socrates used to call popular beliefs the monster under the bed, only useful for frightening children. At festivals, the Spartans put their guest seats in the shade, but sat themselves down anywhere. Socrates declining Perdiccas' invitation so as to avoid dying a thousand deaths by accepting a favor he couldn't pay back. This advice from Epicurean writings to think continually of one of the men of old who lived a virtuous life. Sorry if that was ear rape. The Pythagoreans tell us to look at the stars at daybreak to remind ourselves how to complete the tasks assigned to them. Always the same tasks, the same way, and their order, purity, nakedness. Stars wear no concealment. Socrates dressed in a towel. The Times then Thebe took his cloak and went out. The friends who were embarrassed and avoided him when they saw him dressed like that, and when Socrates said to them, "Mastery of reading and writing requires a master, still more so life. For you are but a slave and have no claims to Logos." But my heart rejoiced, and jeered at virtue with their taunts and sneers. Stupidity is expecting figs in winter or children in old age. Banger, let me write that one down. Stupidity is expecting apples in winter or children in old age. As you kiss your old son goodnight. Sorry, now I'm still in the old age. As you kiss your son goodnight, says Epictetus, whisper to yourself, he may be dead in the morning. Don't tempt fate, you say. By talking about a natural event, is fate tempted when we speak of grain being reaped? Grapes, unripe, ripened, then raisins. Constant transitions, not the not, but the not yet. No thefts of free will reported. Epictetus. We need to master the art of acquiescence. We need to pay attention to our impulses, making sure they don't go unmoderated, that they benefit others, that they're worthy of us. We need to steer clear of desire in any form and not try to avoid what's beyond our control. This is not a debate about just anything, he said, but about sanity itself. Oh my god. Okay, we're getting close. Socrates, what do you want? Rational minds or irrational ones? Rational ones. Healthy or sick? Healthy. Then work to obtain them. We already have. Then why all this squabbling? Book 12. Book 12. Motherfucking 12. After this book, we have read entire meditations in one sitting with a fucking pen in my mouth. A freaking pen in my mouth. Cursed. Alright. One more chapter. Alright. Everything you're trying to reach by taking the long way round, you could have right now, this moment, if you would only stop thwarting your own attempts, if you would only let go of the past and trust the future to providence and guide the present towards reverence and justice. Reverence, so you'll accept what you're allotted. Nature intended it for you, and you for it. Justice, so that you'll speak the truth, frankly and without evasions, and act as you should, and as other people deserve. Don't let anything deter you. other people's misbehavior, your own misperceptions, what people say, or the feelings of the body that covers you. Let the affected part take care of those. And if, when it's time to depart, you shunt everything aside except your mind and the divinity within, if it isn't ceasing to live that you're afraid of, but never beginning to live properly, then you'll be worthy. Then you'll be worthy of the world that made you. No longer an alien in your own land. No longer shocked by everyday events as if they were unheard of aberrations. No longer at the mercy of this or that. God sees all our souls freed from their fleshly containers, stripped clean of their bark, cleansed of their grime. He grasps with his intelligence alone that was poured and channeled from himself into them. If you learn to do the same, you can avoid a great deal of distress. When you see through the flesh that covers you, will you be unsettled by clothing, mansions, celebrity, the painted sets, the costume cupboard? Your three components, body, breath, mind, two are yours in trust. To the third alone, you have clear title. If you can cut yourself, your mind, free of what other people do and say, of what you've said or done, of the things you're afraid will happen, the impositions of the body that contains you, and the breath within, and what the whirling chaos sweeps in from outside, so that the mind is freed from fate, brought to clarity, and lives life on its own recognitions, doing what's right, accepting what happens, and speaking the truth. If you can cut free of impressions that cling to the mind, free of the future and the past, can make yourself, as Empedocles says, a sphere rejoicing in its perfect stillness, and concentrate on living what can be lived, which means the present, then you can spend the time you have left in tranquility, and in kindness, and at peace with the spirit within you. It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own. Banger! Holy shit, let me write that one down. It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own. If a god appeared to us, or a wise human being even, and prohibited us from concealing our thoughts or imagining anything without immediately shouting it out, we wouldn't make it through a single day. That's how much we value other people's opinions instead of our own. How is it that the gods arranged everything with such skill, such care for our well-being, and somehow overlooked one thing, that certain people, in fact the best of them, the gods' own partners, the ones whose piety and good works brought them closest to the divine, that these people, when they die, should cease to exist forever, utterly vanished? Well, assuming that's really true, you can be sure they would have arranged things differently if that had been appropriate. If it were the right thing to do, they could have done it. If it were natural, nature would have demanded it. So from the fact that they didn't, if that's the case, you can conclude that it was inappropriate. Surely you can see yourself that to ask the question is to challenge the gods' fairness. And why would you be bringing in fairness unless the gods are, in fact, fair, and absolutely so? And if they are, how could they have carelessly overlooked something so unfair, so illogical in setting up the world? Practice, even, what seems impossible. The left hand is useless at almost everything for lack of practice, but it guides the reins better than the right from practice. The conditions of soul and body when death comes for us. Shortness of life, vastness of time before and after, fragility of matter. To see the causes of things stripped bare, the aim of actions, pain, pleasure, death, fame. Who's responsible for our own restlessness? That no one obstructs us, that it's all in how you perceive it. The student as boxer, not fencer. The fencer's weapon is picked up and put down again. The boxer's is part of him. All he has to do is clench his fist. To see things as they are. Substance, cause and purpose. The freedom to do only what God wants and accept whatever God sends us. What it's made of. The gods are not to blame. They do nothing wrong, on purpose or by accident. Nor men either. They don't do it on purpose. No one is to blame. The foolishness of people who are surprised by anything that happens, like travelers amazed at foreign customs. Fatal necessity and inescapable order, or benevolent providence, or confusion, random and undirected. If it's an inescapable necessity, why resist it? If it's providence, and admits of being worshipped, then try to be worthy of God's aid. If it's confusion and anarchy, then be grateful that on this raging sea you have a mind to guide you. And if a storm should carry you away, let it carry off flesh, breath, and all the rest, but not the mind, which can't be swept away. The lamp shines until it is put out, without losing its gleam, and yet, in you, it all gutters out so early. Truth, justice, self-control. When someone seems to have injured you, but how can I be sure? And in any case, keep in mind that he's already been tried and convicted by himself, like scratching your own eyes out. That to expect a bad person not to harm others is like expecting fig trees not to secrete juice, babies not to cry, horses not to neigh, the inevitable not to happen. What else could they do with that sort of character? If you're still angry, then get to work on that. If it's not right, don't do it. If it's not true, don't say it. Let your intention be redacted. At all times, look at the thing itself, the thing behind the appearance, and unpack it by analysis. Cause, substance, purpose, and the length of time it exists. It's time you realized that you have something in you more powerful and miraculous than the things that affect you and make you dance like a puppet. What's in my thoughts at this moment? Fear, jealousy, desire? Feelings like that? To undertake nothing at random, 1. At random or without a purpose, 2. For any reason but the common good. That before long you'll be no one and nowhere, like all the things you see now, all the people now living. Everything's destiny is to change, to be transformed, to perish, so that new things can be born. It's all in how you perceive it. You're in control. You can dispense with misperception at will, like rounding the point, serenity, total calm, safe anchorage. A given action that stops when it's supposed to is none the worse for stopping, nor the person engaged in it either. So too with the succession of actions we call life. If it ends when it's supposed to, it's none the worse for that. and the person who comes to the end of the line has no cause for complaint. The time and stopping point are set by nature, our own nature, in some cases, death from old age, or nature as a whole, whose parts, shifting and changing, constantly renew the world and keep it on schedule. Schedule. Nothing that benefits all things can be ugly or out of place. The end of life is not an evil. It doesn't disgrace us. Why should we be ashamed of an involuntary act that injures no one? It's a good thing, scheduled by the world, promoting it, promoted by it. This is how we become godlike, following God's path and reason's goals. 3 things essential at all times. 1. Your own actions, that they're not arbitrary or different from what abstract justice would do. External events, that they happen randomly or by design. You can't complain about chance, you can't argue with providence. 2. What all things are like, from the planting of the seed to the quickening of life, and from its quickening to its relinquishment, where the parts came from and where they return to. 3. That if you suddenly lifted up and could see life and its variety from a vast height, and at the same time all the things around you, in the sky and beyond it, you would see how pointless it is, and no matter how often you saw it, it would be the same life forms, the same lifespan. Arrogance? About this. Throw out your misconceptions and you'll be fine. And who's stopping you from throwing them out? To be angry at something means you've forgotten that everything that happens is natural, that the responsibility is theirs, not yours, and further, that whatever happens has already happened and always will, and it's happening at this very moment, everywhere, just like this. What links one human being to all humans, not blood or birth, but mind. And that an individual's mind is God, and of God, that nothing belongs to anyone. Children, body, life itself, all of them come from the same source. That it's all how you choose to see things. That the present is all we have to live in or to lose. Constantly run down the list of those who felt intense anger at something. The most famous, the most unfortunate, the most hated, the most whatever, and ask, where is all that now? Smoke, dust, legend, or not even legend. Think of all these examples. Fabius Catulinus in the country, Lucius Lupus in the orchard, Stertinus at Baiae, Tiberius on Capri, Velleius Rufus, obsession and arrogance, and how trivial the things we want so passionately are, and how much more philosophical it would be to take what we're given and show uprightness, self-control, obedience to God, without making a production of it. There's nothing more insufferable than people who boast about their own humility. People ask, have you ever seen gods you worship? How can you be sure they exist? Answers: 1. Just look around you. 2. I've never seen my soul either, and yet I revere it. That's how I know the gods exist and why I revere them, from having felt their power over and over. Salvation. Salvation. To see each thing for what it is, its nature and its purpose. To do only what's right, say only what is true, without holding back, What else could it be but to live life fully, to pay out goodness like the rings of a chain, without the slightest gap? Singular, not plural. Sunlight, through, through though broken up by walls and mountains, and 1,000 other beings. Substance, though split into 1,000 forms, variously shaped. Life, though distributed among 1,000 different natures with their individual limitations. Intelligence, even if it seems to be divided. The other components, breath, matter, lack any awareness or connection to one another, yet unity and its gravitational pull embrace them too. But intelligence is uniquely drawn towards what is akin to it, and joins with it inseparably in shared awareness. What is it you want? To keep on breathing? What about feeling, desiring, growing, ceasing to grow, using your voice, thinking? Which of them seems worth having? But if you can do without them all, then continue to follow the Logos and God to the end, to prize those other things, to grieve because death deprives us of them, is an obstacle. The fraction of infinity, of that vast abyss of time allotted to each of us, absorbed in an instant into eternity, the fraction of all substance and all spirit, the fraction of the whole earth we crawl about on. Keep all that in mind, and don't treat anything as important except doing what your nature demands and accepting what nature sends you. How the mind conducts itself, it all depends on that. All the rest is within its power or beyond its control, corpses and smoke. An incentive to treat death as unimportant. Even people whose own morality is pain and pleasure can manage that much. If you make ripeness alone your good, if a few actions more or less governed by the right logos are merely a few more or less, if it makes no difference whether you look at the world for this long or that long, then death shouldn't scare you. This is the last paragraph of the book. You've lived as a citizen in a great city. 5 years or 100, what's the difference? The laws make no distinction, and to be sent away from it, not by a tyrant or a dishonest judge, but by nature, who first invited you in. Why is that so terrible? Like the impresario ringing down the curtains on an actor. But I've only gotten through 3 acts. Yes, this will be a drama in 3 acts, the length fixed by the power that directed your creation, and now directs your dissolution. Neither was yours to determine. So make your exit with grace, the same grace shown to you. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I can't believe it either, man. Oh my god, it's over. Holy. What time is it even? 3 a.m. Are you kidding me? Oh my lord. Look at this pen. Can you see what I was doing to this pen? And I started using this from the half point. Oh my Jesus. I want to move so badly. Oh my god, I'm so dead. Yeah. Did you like the book, guys? Did you enjoy the book? What did you think of Meditations? Unique book, right? I can only recommend it, even though some passages are kind of strange. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, well, I mean, the show is kind of over. You've witnessed the climax, whoever's watching right now. Jesus, my teeth. Like, try biting on a freaking. Try biting on a pen for 7 hours. When you try to pronounce words like oh my god, otherwise, and this and that, and there, and what other world, and whatever it is. What's up, Hope Michelson? What's up? We're done with the book. If you just joined, we finished Meditations. It's over. It is over. After 7 hours, it is finally done. Book talk stuff here. Yes, this is book talk, philosophy talk actually. But yeah, we're done with this book. We just finished this. Oh, Jesus Christ. At least it's so much better when you have cats. And actually, yeah, people actually tuned in for the end, which is kind of cool to see. Oh, Jesus, man. Yeah, so what are you guys up to at this hour? Like, what are you doing? Anything cool? Like, checking TikTok? I don't know. Jesus. Since there are a few Germans, I think I always reach Germans with my account because I'm German. TikTok knows too much. I have two other books. This one I could either do this one next, but I'm very scared of this thickness. Look at that. Look at that. That's like double the size per page, and it's like 3 times the pages, by the way. Doing this in one sitting would be kind of that might be a next move. Or if you're into psychology, I also have this one. Psychokybernetics, psychokybernetic. So we'll see which one I'll do next. But I need a break. Holy, I need a break so bad, so bad. I'll sit around until it's like at 7. When we reach the 7 hour mark, I will end this stream, and then do anything else in my life. Jesus Christ. I feel like some people tuned in, listened to me read, and just went to bed.
I really needed that water after everything. Oh, whoa. Oh. Wait, let me put this here, like, so you can easily see what I read. Oh, damn. Wow. Oh, might be like genuinely oh, oh, very like one of the hardest things I've done definitely this year. Like committing to it, right? To reading until the end. Oh man. But we did it. We did it, man. Ay, ay, ay. It's crazy when you do something like this, like some stupid challenge, right? And it's done. You have such a relative perspective on anything else you could be doing now that you are thrilled, excited to do literally anything. Like I I could just sit I could sit in my corridor on the floor right now. I'll do that later. Just like something boring, like stare at a wall, right? Will seem like a chill activity. You'll think, my god, yes. That I long for this. Brushing my teeth, amazing. Oh man, that sounds great. Cooking, oh easy. Going to sleep, damn. Mm. My teeth also feel so weird. I think they, like, if the pen is in, right? Yeah, the teeth can genuinely not touch. It's like the thought. Just think about your teeth not touching for 7 hours. That's genuinely weird. Never, ever. I guess. Is that normal? I don't know. Anyway. Yo, Maxomat. He's back. I can't believe it. Hmm. Genuinely, did you guys join and go to bed? Is that actually what happened? Did people join the reading sesh and go to bed to it? That would be very interesting. That might actually be. Okay. Well, it was pretty fun. It was pretty cool experience. I never expected anyone to join this stream ever, like at all. I expected like YouTube levels of views or engagement, right? But there were so many kind and awesome people that joined, and like they were excited that I'm reading Marcus Aurelius or Meditations, and or thought it was they were supportive, thought that the challenge is cool. So that was a very nice experience to have. Yeah, so I might do it again actually. It's pretty cool. Oh, all right. I think, yeah, we'll call it a day here. So, to everyone who's already sleeping, sleep tight. I hope it doesn't make a sound when I stop the stream. Um, yeah, next book, probably psychology, or I think it has to be some psychology. I don't think I can take another philosophy book back to back. So next one will be psychology. I'll probably psycho-cybernetics. Wait, let me actually and I want to check how many pages it has. Yeah, okay, that's gonna be deadly if I do this. It would be in German. So this might be the next book. We might read this in German next time. We'll see. But for that, I genuinely need to start in like the morning or something because I will not. I would sit here until like 9 a.m. and that is probably not very healthy. So next time I might start in the morning reading these. But damn, man, the pen. All right. See you guys next one in the next one. Yeah. Peace. Like and subscribe.